I would like to welcome everybody to today's Colorado Parks and Wildlife meeting. We're Thursday, June 13th, and we're in beautiful Winter Park, Colorado. For somebody like me that comes from the Eastern Plains, to be able to look out the window and see snow down below us is pretty amazing. So I don't take that for granted. We expect to have a pretty big room full of people today. If we do get to the point that we have standing room only and we need to, we'll look into opening up the room more, but we'll do everything we can to facilitate everybody being in the meeting and being able to participate. So that being said, I'll turn over the meeting to Diana Prestigiacomo so she can take roll. Diana?
Otero.
Present.
Murphy. Present. Haskett. Here. Beaulieu.
Here.
Bailey.
Here.
Phillips. Okay. Reading.
Present.
Touchton. Vardy.
Present.
Chair May.
Present.
All present.
And I'll make a note right now that I've asked Diana, as we conduct roll call votes, we are going to attempt to make them more of a random order than rather going in alphabetical order. I think it's more fair to commissioners who always are called on to vote first. So we're going to try to make it a policy of mixing up the roll call votes so that it's not always the same order, and that'll be at Diana's discretion. So we'll begin our meeting this morning with agenda item 13A and ask Reed DeWalt to begin our wolf update. All yours, Reed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman May. Good morning, Commissioners, Director, Assistant Deputy Director Mock. Good to be with you all today. I'm Reed DeWalt, Assistant Director of the Aquatic, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources Branch. So today I want to go through some just general wolf updates, and then we'll talk some about some terminology that I think we need to start getting used to saying and learning, and then go into some of the work that we're doing around collaboration and deterrence out on the landscape. We'll talk about that for a while, and then we'll go into the ad hoc working group that Director Davis talked about yesterday, and we'll talk more about that. So, and Eric Odell is on virtually. If we get too deep in the weeds, he's here to answer more technical type questions as well. So just some reminders and maybe some review, but it's always good to go through this, is there are currently 11 known wolves, 9 translocated wolves, and 2 wolves that were previously in Colorado. So that's our population right now. The translocated wolves and the wolves that were in Colorado continue to associate with each other for varying lengths of time. Wolves continue to move through northern Colorado, learning Colorado's landscape. And this is expected since dispersing wolves often travel large distances before finding a suitable location to establish a territory. In the future, we would expect pack territories to set up, and we won't see the movements of wolves as they set up those territories. But for now, they will continue to disperse those large distances. We do have 2 wolves with non-working collars, but they continue to travel with other wolves with working collars. So we know those 2 wolves are still on the landscape. At the last meeting, I talked about the 1 mortality that we've had, and just a reminder, that was due to predation from a mountain lion. And that's not that common, but lions are known to kill lone wolves from time to time. We did have a mortality in Elbert County, but that was not a wolf that was known to CPW, and we're still working through that one. So we'll go into sort of some of the updates around reproduction. So we do know that we have 1 known wolf den in Colorado this year. We have not seen pups yet, or the actual den site itself, but the unique movement and behavior of the female is typical for a denning female. So there's no other reason she would be doing what she's doing. So we will continue to monitor this den and any associated rendezvous site. And since wolves breed once per year and have pups in April, this will be the only den for 2024. So we're getting a lot of questions about that. So some terminology in biology that is probably just good for everybody to get used to. There's a term of home site, and that's sort of a catch-all term for natal den sites and rendezvous areas. So a natal den site, or you often hear called a den site, are where pups are born and spend the first weeks of their first weeks or months of their life. You also hear this term, and I just said it, about a rendezvous area. And so those are similar to den sites, with access to water, cover, and lack of disturbance being a priority. But they usually lack that central hole of the natal den site. Pups are often moved to a rendezvous area at about 8 weeks old, depending on access to water, thermal cover, disturbance, among other factors. Wolves can move to just one rendezvous area or move to several sequential rendezvous areas throughout a summer. The adults will leave the pups at the rendezvous area by themselves or with a babysitter, and the pups will start to travel further with the adults in later summer or early fall. So we're getting a lot of questions about that. We'll also talk just briefly about weaning. So weaning is a gradual process that starts when pups are about 5 weeks old and should be completed by the time they're 8 to 10 weeks old. So if the whelping date in Middle Park this year was around April 11th or 12th, we don't know for sure, the pup should be about 8 weeks old now, and probably older than that, probably 8 to 9 weeks. So after the pups are weaned, the female will spend the same amount of time at the den as the male, meaning she will travel further than she has yet, which is, it seems, that we are starting to see now. And so people are asking about the size of those pups. We are just approximating that they're about 15 pounds right now. So they could be carried or actually follow the adults for short distances to a new area. So that's just some of the biology of things that could be occurring on the ground. And our biologists in the field are working to confirm what's going on there. So obviously more to come in future updates. So I briefly want to talk about conflict minimization and what we've been up to in that field. So we've had 4 successful deployments of flatteries during the 2024 calving season, and that total of 5.5 miles of flattery up for 67 days. We've trained 14 full-time staff on how to deploy flattery, so they're getting more accustomed to that, and we continue to train staff on flattery deployment. We've had a lot of assistance with that flattery deployment, and thank you to everybody who's done that. Obviously, livestock owners are a big help with that. We've also had help from Wildlife Services, the Colorado Department of Agriculture, CSU Extension, Working Circle, Defenders of Wildlife, and the Rocky Mountain Wolf Project have all been assistant with putting up flattery. And some of the things we've seen with flattery, we've had wolves detected within 400 yards or less of 3 locations of flattery, and no losses had occurred at that time. And in one location where we had wolves that were detected once every 6 days for 42 days, and once every 3 to 4 days for 2 weeks outside the flattery with no loss occurring. So that's a good sign that it is working. We've also deployed 60 Fox lights out there. Numerous cracker shells have been deployed by our DWMs at their discretion. And then we've also issued 9 potentially injurious non-lethal hazing permits. We're getting questions about that. And so those potentially injurious non-lethal hazing permits allow the use of rubber buckshot, bean bags, those type of things to haze wolves when they come into contact with livestock or people, which is an important aspect of non-lethal wolf management. And so just a reminder, non-injurious hazing like yelling, noisemakers, lights, those type of things do not require a permit. So we've collaborated or partnered with 10 different organizations to provide resources on the ground for assistance with conflict minimization. Just some other things that are of interest, I would say, that I give in my updates is the Born to be Wild license plate, which is helping to fund this deterrence and non-lethal conflict and provide resources, has generated over $200,000. And so it's continuing to sell. I looked at the numbers, and it's roughly around, I would say, just roughly around 1,000 plates a month or so. So it's a good funding source, and we're grateful for that, and we'll continue to use that. Other things that we've been doing, we've worked with producer organizations who've partnered with the CSU Wolf Conflict Reduction Fund to deploy cameras in areas with wolf activity, just to learn more about what's going on. We've also collaborated with a group called Working Circle to demonstrate successful range riding practices in areas with wolves. Almost to the end of the wolf update itself. Happy to say that we've hired 2 conflict specialists with special concentration around wolf conflict in the Northwest region, and I know the Southwest region is in final stages of those hiring processes as well, so that's a great addition to the team. We've also done some restructuring of the wolf unit, and I'm happy to announce, and of no surprise I would assume, Eric Odell is officially in charge of our wolf unit. He's been promoted to that. So underneath him would be Brenna Cassidy right now, and Adam Baca as well. And so we're looking to hire another wolf conflict coordinator that will handle more of the claims and the processing of claims, those type of things. So definitely growing our bench and our team there. So, and Eric's doing a great job running that unit. So I'll stop there with the update on wolves themselves and open it up to any questions before we move into the ad hoc group, if that's okay.
Thank you, Reed. Commissioner Bailey. And I will like to interrupt. Please, commissioners, go ahead and queue in, and you'll be in that, and I'll be able to get to you rather than us having a pause between. So as you're ready to comment, put yourself in the queue, and that's the order that you will come up. So Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May, and thanks, Reed, for that update. It's just good to have a better sense of what's happening ecologically and biologically, and then also with agricultural producers across the landscape and the hiring. You said a lot of things as it relates to conflict minimization and non-lethal tools, Fladry, Foxlights, hiring, training CPW staff, hiring additional staff, and a lot of work with agricultural producers. And then we heard from CDA yesterday, additional efforts around range riding. And so we've gotten a lot in our inbox about how non-lethal mitigation and minimization practices are not being used. And so it's helpful to have that be made clear, right? All of the things that CPW and partners are doing to make that happen. So my question is there anything you feel like we need more support to do, or any additional sort of strategies that we might be considering or looking into that are kind of on the horizon?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would always say yes to that question. I think that's always a growing field. We need as much as we can get. And so looking at new opportunities, additional range riders on the land, we're looking at the use of technology and things like drones and harassing wolves with drones, that are monitoring those type of things. So yes, to your question, and we're open to any and every idea right now. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Touchton. I'm sorry, Commissioner Haskett got in on that.
Let him go.
Yeah, there you go. Yours is up.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about my button pushing errors. Thanks, Reed, for the update. I was wondering if you could speak to depredation investigations and compensation, and whether we're able to do those promptly and getting folks paid for their losses.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I think promptly is probably in the eye of the beholder, because it is a government process, so it does take time to issue the payment, to investigate and issue the payment. We're responding very promptly within hours of the initial call, and then once we receive appropriate paperwork, we're processing that as quickly as we can. Sometimes there's a little bit of delay in actually issuing the payment and check, but we're pushing as hard as we can, definitely.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Just out of curiosity, Fladry is not really a workable deterrent in forest lands, treed areas. What do you recommend for that? Because what we have isn't practical everywhere for different applications.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner. I think in that case, definitely, that's when we would utilize range riders, and that's the best option. I would say there's, and guardian dogs, those type of things, but there probably a human presence at that time is most important. I know that can be impractical, and that's where we hopefully have enough adequate funding to put those folks out there and fund that with that partnership with CDA as well.
Okay. And the dens, the original den site is on private land. Are the rendezvous sites also on private land?
Let me see if Eric can answer that one and be more specific on that one. I think he's on.
Yeah, good morning, Director, Commissioners, and Chair May. My name is Eric Odell. I'm the Wolf Conservation Program Manager. Thanks for the question. Commissioner Haskett, the question about the location of dens and rendezvous sites, it's a little bit tough to be entirely sure because we're really focusing on the GPS points, and they're a bit scattered in the area, so we don't have a super precise location. The den hole, the den area, we do believe to have been on public land, and the animals are moving around a bit as Reed described in their kind of natural biology. So we think that they're moving to a rendezvous site, but we don't know the real precise location of that. And the important thing to understand is that the rendezvous site, whereas the den is a real specific point on the landscape, the rendezvous site is more of a shape, a polygon. They're not tied to a really particular location, and that rendezvous site can move around over time as well, those rendezvous sites. And so the den site we believe to have been on public lands, and that the rendezvous site is kind of moving around a bit on both public and private.
Commissioner Haskett, do you have any other further? Does any other commissioner have any comment or questions? We will be moving into public comment, but one question I have, Reed, and we discussed this for, 2 years now, but we talked about, and the SAG did get into the rubber buckshot and beanbag and allowing that as a non-injurious hazing. Potentially, but we had the debate, and I remember specifically in Lamar 2 years ago about the fact that it was a potential for injury, and the discussion that we had around it was the fact that, well, what would we prefer? Would we prefer to cause injury to a wolf, or would we prefer that the next day that wolf, after chronically being defined as a predator, was killed? So I think that that's some of the discussion we had, and my question is based around the fact of all the reports we have of cracker shells being ineffective at some point. Would it not be advantageous to that point to exchange cracker shells for rubber buckshot?
Thank you, Chairman May. I would agree with your point and your question. At some point, they need to kind of learn that there's a negative association being around people or being around livestock, and that potentially injurious part of it. Just to make sure folks are clear, we're mainly talking about bruising and those type of things, and especially if they're deployed to a large muscle group, that's what we're talking about. So there needs to be a continued negative reinforcement of being around people not being a good thing.
Yeah, thank you, Reed. Any other commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to our next agenda.
I have another part of my update
Oh,
talking
very
about
good.
the ad hoc.
Please proceed, Reed.
Okay. Director, do you want to say anything before? Okay. So yesterday, Director Davis talked about the ad hoc group that we're convening, and I'll just go through some points just so there can be some clarification around that. So we're convening or establishing a temporary ad hoc working group to build relationships among our agency implementers, so that would be CPW and CDA, livestock producers, and wolf restoration advocates. And that would be to provide input to CPW staff in specific areas related to implementation of the plan. And so it's not a rewrite or anything like that. It talks about this in the plan, of further input as we implement the plan. So that's what we're doing here. So to accomplish this, we've hired an experienced facilitation team, a third-party neutral team called the Consensus Building Institute, and they'll help us facilitate this working group. So this working group will provide input to CPW on three different things specifically. The first one is to build trust and decrease tensions. Second would be to address conflict as it arises while the implementation of the plan continues. And then the third one, and this is the part I know everyone's probably especially interested in, is to explore potential alternatives to address chronic depredation and determining when an agency-directed control action or issuance of a depredation permit should be considered to help ensure CPW understands the relevant pros, cons, and considerations from each stakeholder's perspectives. We will present themes and takeaways from these discussions at least twice to all of you later this summer or early fall. So you will get at least 2 updates from us and probably with the facilitator as well, similar to we did with the SAG reports, the continual reports. And so just a little bit more about this group. The working group will consist of 4 individuals representing the cattle and sheep ranching community, 4 representatives of wolf restoration interests, and then 4 collectively representing CPW and CDA. So it's not a big group like the SAG or the technical working group. And so individuals from within the ranching and wolf restoration advocacy communities were invited based on the following criteria, and there's a list of them. So credibility among constituents, well-networked among their constituents, ability to represent interests of and actively communicate with networks, relevant geographical representation where applicable, interest in Colorado's successful implementation of the Wolf Restoration and Management Plan as developed through the consensus stakeholder advisory group process and technical working group process, which you're all familiar with. Also, the ability to listen and consider as well as discuss and propose ideas, willingness to participate in honest, difficult conversations in keeping with group norms, and then experience working across sectors and interests. So folks are obviously going to ask, well, who are these people? We're not releasing those names just yet because we have not started the process and we don't need to get in front of the initial conversation. But once those meetings are underway and we have an established charter, we will confer with the working group members about communication as to who these folks are. So they're going to roughly meet 3 times in person over the summer, and they're coming up quickly. Roughly half-day meetings on the western slope starting, like I said, between June and September. So also, what authority does this group have related to wolf management? So they'll help to lay the groundwork for decreasing conflict, increasing collaboration, and working together on those areas that I talked about moving forward. The working group's role will be explore different interests, jointly consider options and ideas and their pros and cons, and provide input to CPW across the topics listed above that I just went through. Since the ultimate goal of this effort is to address tensions, provide a range of ideas for addressing future challenges, and share insights with CPW about chronic depredation, it is not necessary for this group to reach consensus nor make recommendations or decisions. Rather, we're interested in understanding the breadth and depth of potential ideas, challenges, and opportunities associated with different points of view. And I don't know, Director, if there's anything additionally you'd like to add, but that's sort of our next step.
Yeah, thanks for that, Reed. The one thing I'm hearing folks interpret is that somehow, some way, that chronic depredation piece of the working group is a change to the plan. And I just want to make it clear from my perspective, the plan says that CPW will come up or make those decisions about when lethal management should be exercised by situation. And so I just want to say, like, the conversation that I'm anticipating will rely on the expertise of both the staff and the members representing the rancher community and the wolf community in providing more clarity and feedback to CPW to better determine kind of like what is that criteria and when would we exercise the process of sitting down and reviewing each situation and determining when lethal management may be appropriate or not. So I just want to say, in my mind, this is not a change of the plan. It's just providing further clarity as to what the plan said.
Thank you, Director. And I usually mention this in every meeting, but something that I think is important to know and keep in mind is, as we develop the plan, we talked about the fact that this would be adaptive management, situational analysis. We knew that we wouldn't know everything that came up, and we would have to adapt ourselves to that. And I think this is a prime example of that. The only thought I have on the group that's going to come together, and I've raised this question, is I don't know if 4 ranchers, 4 Pro Wolf, I don't know if that's a adequate group to represent. I personally would like to see more, maybe 6 of each. I know staff is stretched to the limit. I don't think it would be necessary for there to be additional staff, because the 4 that will be there will be the ones that are experts in this. But I would like consideration of there being more ranchers and Pro Wolf, just so that it was an unbiased and less chance for bias. So that will be part of the discussion that maybe we can have, but this is probably the place that I would like to talk about this. And as we developed the plan, I talked quite a lot about the fact that I thought something that would be beneficial to everybody would be to have, and I'll go back, I'll give it a little history. This entire process is something that was asked for by the state of Colorado through the voters. So in my opinion, any costs should be borne by that group, should be borne by the state of Colorado. So there should be no cost put on livestock producers that is additional to that. And I think a perfect example of what I've asked for, what I think would be beneficial, has happened now in the situation we're in. I think rather than relying on putting pressure on local staff, local CPW staff to deal with these issues as they occur, I think there should be strong consideration given to having a group such as 3 experts that are devoted solely to this conflict mitigation, to conflict prevention, and would be able to be deployed as, if not a task force, a rapid response team. Something similar to our MERT team that goes on marine recovery, that when we have a potential drowning or somebody missing, that group of people is deployed immediately. And I think in the future, as we have something like this come up again, there should be that group, 2 or 3, preferably 3 people that are totally devoted to working on the situations and seeing what the situations are, working with producers, but being on scene, not relying on already overburdened local staff to deal with something that they haven't dealt with before. But I would like consideration of that there is a group that could go rapidly and go into this area and stay in the area and work with the producers to try to come to a resolution. So those are 2 things I wanted to throw out for discussion if anybody has any interest or is opposed to that. So that being said, I'll open the floor back up to discussion, and Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May. In terms of the size of the working group, I don't think I have strong opinions and would probably defer to the sort of recommendations of the facilitation group. It's hard to organize. It's hard to sort of facilitate larger groups. So yeah, and then I certainly think there's value in having folks who are on the ground who can respond quickly and start to build those relationships and partnerships. And I guess it sounds like CPW and the hiring that they're doing is kind of working towards maybe not a rapid response per se, but increased capacity on the ground. I did have a question for Reed about the working group. I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of public interest in this process, and so I wanted to ask, will the meetings be public? Will minutes or sort of summaries be presented afterwards? Just curious about how we're going to be reporting out to the general public on that, or if there are ways for the public to engage.
Yeah, thank you for that. Right now, they are not open meetings. They're to build that trust and collaboration between the team. We need them to be more closed. And I think after the first meeting, we'll discuss how we report out. I don't really have the answer to that yet.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, Reed, I had I guess two questions. First, on the group as you described, and looking back to when we had the SAG and the twig or whatever we call the expert, will the 8 citizen members or however many, who will give them expert advice? You know, if someone has an idea like this will work, is CPW representatives, is it like Eric or someone who can say, well, that's not consistent with what we know about wolf biology or?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, both Eric and myself will be in the room.
Okay, perfect. And then my other, in this effort to define chronic depredation, it strikes me that a fixed definition might not be the best idea. I view it more as a series of factors, and that it may change over time. In a situation where we have 11 known wolves, maybe 1 breeding pair, it seems to me it behooves us to be less liberal. And you know, if we had 200 wolves, we could be more liberal. And so is there a conversation that says, you know, maybe a list of factors to think about, including where our population is, and that, you know, these are expensive and difficult to get animals, and that, you know, when we have more of them, we might be able to change those criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Touchton. That's right along the line of this thinking of what the task, one of the tasks of this group will be, is to look through it through that adaptive lens of what we have now, where we're headed, and then the opportunities or challenges that will present based on the number of animals on the ground. So right in line with what you're saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. And Reed, I should probably clarify, I realize Department of Ag has hired a conflict specialist. CPW is in the process of that. But the team that I'm talking about is maybe outside of that realm. And I know that you, Eric, all staff are not able to travel the state and stay for days in an area, but something you could oversee, that there were actually people went on scene and stayed there to work through the process. So I just wanted to clarify, I realize that the state's working on these things, but what I'm talking about is additional to that. So Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I would like to agree with Dallas. I had thought about something along those lines, but having a rapid response team I think would be a fantastic idea. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. And in response to that, I would just say, I mean, all of us saw the things that happened and the immense pressure that put on not only producers, but CPW staff. And I think we need to find a way to alleviate that. So, and I understand we're adapting to that, but this is something I think that would be very helpful and would create a trust between the agencies and producers. Those are my comments on any other commissioner have any thoughts or comments for Reed? I seen them. Reed, at the end of your presentation, we'll ask Hillary to come up with the next agenda. This will be agenda item 13B.
Good morning, Chair, May, and Commission. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're on agenda item 13B, covering final regulations to chapters W10, non-game wildlife, and chapter W17, damage caused by wildlife. These changes are in step 2 of 2, found on the yellow paper. The first change can be found on pages 4 and 11, to expand the definition of livestock to include bison and bison hybrids with cattle for depredation permits and gray wolf-based compensation claims. The second change, on page 6, adopts regulations for the use of artificial light, electronic night vision equipment, electronically enhanced light gathering optics, and thermal imaging devices, collectively referred to as nighttime aids. These changes have been revised since the May Commission meeting, where they were presented in step 1. The changes now clarify that nighttime aids can be used to conduct non-injurious hazing, which can be done without a permit, In addition, the changes authorize the use of nighttime aids when used, 1, with a permit for intentionally injurious, non-lethal hazing, 2, with a permit for the injurious and lethal take of wolves caught in the act of attacking livestock, and 3, clarifying that state and federal agents can use nighttime aids where authorized by law. Also, as revised, nighttime aids will not automatically be authorized under chronic depredation permits. Instead, the revised rules allow CPW discretion to authorize the use of nighttime aids on a case-by-case basis for chronic depredation permits. It is also important to remember chronic depredation permits will only be issued to landowners if state and federal agencies do not have the capacity to carry out the timely implementation of necessary lethal control measures. The third change on pages 6 and 7 clarifies that pooled livestock owners may also qualify for any of the gray wolf permits authorized in Chapter W10. The last change is on pages 20 through 22. These regulations will allow pooled livestock owners who have not experienced a confirmed wolf depredation to file for missing sheep, calves, and yearlings they believe were lost to gray wolves if another owner in the pool experiences a confirmed wolf depredation to their commingled herd. A pooled owner claimant is eligible to obtain compensation under this rule provided 3 conditions are met. First, there has been 1 or more confirmed wolf depredations to the livestock pool. Second, the confirmed owners did not apply for an itemized claim. And third, if the confirmed owner applied for a ratio claim and they did not receive compensation for the full number of eligible missing sheep, calves, or yearlings. This is an action item, and I can take questions on this one, or we can move on to agenda item 13C, which is the emergency regulation change to Chapter W10.
Commissioner Touchton. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you put in. Actually, I don't have any. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. I mostly like these. I think it's a little unfair to put the burden of chronic depredation on the producers, and I think we should do it. So I don't know if you have a comment on that.
So
we should take care of that problem ourselves.
Yeah, so in regulation that was adopted when all of the regs were created, it does say that state and federal agencies will conduct the chronic depredation, and it will only go to landowners if the state and federal agencies do not have the capacity to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. Any other comments or questions? Are you? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, this might be for Travis, but you're on the hot seat. When Travis explained the use of the nighttime aids, one of the arguments paraphrasing what you said, Travis, was that it's not like hunting. We generally disfavor these type of things for hunting, but this is something different than hunting. And to me, that seems true of what I would call the in the act aspect. That that's not hunting, that's defense. But the chronic depredation permit seems different. That's a 45-day permit potentially, and it would look more like hunting. It would be like going hunting for a specific wolf. So I'm less sanguine about the use of these nighttime aids in a chronic depredation situation, especially by non-CPW or non-federal actors. As Commissioner Reading said, I think that burden should fall to the agencies and not be placed on as stressed and busy as the producers probably are. I don't know who would have 45 days to go out. But my question is, which I'm getting to, is a chronic depredation permit is for presumably a specific offending animal. And it may be harder to identify the specific offending animal at night. And I'm very concerned about non-professional, and I don't mean any disrespect, but our wildlife agencies have the GPS collars and the tracking equipment, and I would just rather have us do it. But I'm worried about getting the wrong wolf and allowing the use of these devices in a context that looks more like hunting than defense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Travis Black, Northwest Regional Manager. So to try to answer your question, Commissioner Touchton, I understand your concern. Looking at the future of wolves in Colorado, and as the population grows, they are not all going to have collars to specifically identify, that individual. You're absolutely right in that the intent with the chronic depredation is that it's an agency action first and foremost, whether that's working with our own staff or with other entities to deal with a problem wolf, if you will. Existing regulatory language does allow, though, that if CPW or Fish and Wildlife Service staff do not have the capacity, then we could issue a permit for up to 45 days for a chronic depredating wolf. In that permit, we would write very specific language on which wolf that would be. And in the case where you have collared individuals, that makes it a little easier. Your point is valid, though, that at night, identifying that specific individual may be more difficult. But I would foresee if we went down that path, issuing a permit, it's because one or two specific wolves are coming into a known location, and the likelihood of any other wolves coming into that location are relatively small. Certainly now, with the number of wolves we have on the landscape, that's a little more predictable. In the future, if wolf populations expand and grow, that might be a little more difficult. If you had a pack of 8 individuals and you were trying to target one, that may be more difficult to identify that one at night. So your point is certainly valid, but I just want to reemphasize that first and foremost, it would be an agency action, and lacking the capacity would be the only time we would go down that path of issuing a 45-day permit.
I'm sorry, go ahead and keep clicking and I'll get you on. There you go.
In the current year or two, do we have capacity so that we wouldn't have to issue these permits?
Yes, I believe we currently have that capacity. Like I said, whether that's working with existing CPW staff, as Reed DeWalt mentioned in his updates, we have two new depredation specialists in the Northwest region that are in the process of getting trained and up to speed on all things wolf related. So working with the new staff, the existing staff, and then the potential partnership with other agencies, I think we certainly have that capacity now.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Haskett.
May. I'm in support of everything that is in front of us, but I do have some questions and concerns. So all of these depredations that to date have taken place on private land. And I also I'm concerned that our staff isn't going to be able to be in the right place at the right time for some of this stuff. It's hard for a landowner to be where these are happening all the time also. Part of the proposition said there would be no land use restrictions, and we would resolve conflicts with persons engaging in ranching and farming in the state, and we would assist the owners of livestock in preventing and resolving these conflicts. I think these changes help with that. And artificial light is not new to CPW. We do have it in state regulation already for different things. And it's a practice that's livestock owners do daily during calving, lambing season, that type of thing. So, and caught in the act, I think they definitely need to be able to have artificial light. That's a whole different thing than chronic depredation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that we maybe remind everybody what caught in the act means. So I'm going to read the definition. In the act means the actual biting, wounding, grasping, or killing of livestock or working dogs, or chasing, molesting, or harassing by wolves that would indicate to a reasonable person that such biting, wounding, grasping, or killing of livestock is likely to occur at any moment. It goes back to the earlier point of distinguishing hunting, if you will, from a wolf caught in the act. And the use of these devices, artificial light, thermal imaging, and night vision, would allow that producer the ability to deal with a wolf that is caught in the act. Lacking that definition of chasing, biting, harassing, attacking, it's not an in the act situation. And the lethal removal of a wolf in that scenario technically would be illegal. So I just want to try to clarify that there's a very specific purpose of allowing those tools to deal with an in the act type situation. And I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. I think you might be able to answer this, Travis, and maybe you kind of already alluded to it in your last answer, but when it comes to nighttime aids, it's kind of a regulatory history question. I noticed that there are already exceptions, as Commissioner Haskett mentioned, for artificial light and night vision. This was also mentioned in the May issue paper. There are CPW regulations don't currently regulate any exceptions for specifically electronically enhanced light gathering objects or thermal imaging devices. So I'm curious as to why in this case we're making that exception. And maybe it has to do with the Caught in the Act language or what, but I'm just curious how we're making that exception in this instance and we haven't in other instances.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. And just so I can clarify the question, are you asking, and let me take a step back, and I tried to explain this at the last commission meeting, there's existing statutory language that allows the use of those devices for a whole list of species, coyotes as an example. In that statute, 336107.9, it does not specifically list wolves. So then we have to go back to the statute 336127 that prohibits the use of those devices unless the commission creates an exception. And council can correct me if I misquoted any of that. So there is an exception that allows the use of those devices, and it's very common. When a livestock producer is checking their livestock, if they catch a coyote, as an example, attacking a sheep, they have that authority to use those devices and protect their livestock. This issue paper was trying to provide that same courtesy, if you will, that statutory language allowed producers to take for other species. And I don't know if I'm kind of dancing around your question or not, but if I'm not, please correct, or if I am, please correct me and I can try to further answer.
Yeah, I guess I was mostly curious as to why, because there are 4 nighttime aids, and 2 of them, there are already statutory exceptions for other wildlife. But I don't think that there's a situation where any wildlife can be taken through thermal imaging devices. So I'm just curious why we're bringing in thermal imaging devices as an additional aid for wolves when we haven't used thermal imaging devices for any other wildlife in situations. I guess sorry.
No, thank you for clarifying, Commissioner Beaulieu. So to clarify, they can use thermal imaging for those other species as authorized under 336107.9. So any of those nighttime aids, artificial light, thermal imaging, night vision, can be used for that purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. Go to Councilor Matter. Did you have?
Officer Black just clarified, I think, and I'm happy to further address it. So there's 336107.9 provides a blanket exception for all 4 nighttime technologies for various species which are causing damage on private land when released. There are additional regulatory exceptions which expand that in different contexts, and those are spelled out in the issue paper from Montrose. The artificial light exception extends to terrestrial invasive species, fish, fur bearers, hunting in certain SWAs, and damage caused by small game and fur bearers. there's a regulatory exception for the use of night vision for terrestrial invasive species, and there are no regulatory exceptions for electronically enhanced light gathering optics or thermal imaging devices. Yeah.
Commissioner Bolyard, is that? Okay, very good. Commissioner Bailey.
Sorry, just to be clear, so currently night vision or thermal imaging rather is not allowed under any of the circumstances that you just described, Councilor Matter.
So 33.6.1079 allows the use of all of those nighttime aids on private lands where various species are causing damage. Okay. Wolves are not specifically listed in that statute because likely at the time there were no wolves in Colorado. So I think.
Okay. Okay, so generally allowed under on private land, but wolves just aren't under that statute, and then no additional allowances for any other circumstances.
Correct.
Okay. So essentially kind of bringing wolves under that existing statute allowance.
Exactly.
Okay. I think there is maybe a public-private land distinction that probably warrants a bit more discussion, but I guess I just want to note that. So thank you for clarifying, because that's something that I was unclear on as well. And I think others that submitted comments, it might not have been clear either. I wanted to talk about the sort of caught in the act reality, and this is something that I had a great deal of discomfort with when we were finalizing the plan. Just the reality that every time I tried to get an answer on like, how do we actually prove after the fact caught in the act, I didn't get a great answer. And eventually, the commission as a whole decided it's not okay, right, to allow a producer to sit by idly while it's happening. And so we voted for it and moved forward, recognizing that in the absence of a preponderance of evidence or whatever language we might use, don't hold me to that legal language, Counselor, the person that decides to act if they believe to be caught in the act is sort of liable, right? And if there isn't evidence, can be, treated as engaged in illegal activity. Again, discomfort around that. And I guess even more uncomfortable when we think about it happening at night and how much more difficult it might be for someone to know for sure that a wolf is in the act, even with the various aids. And I guess my question is, how will we address that? Do we feel like we have a strategy for making sure we are able to demonstrate that there is evidence of this happening at night? It's not a good question, and maybe it's actually more of a comment. So, yeah.
Regional Manager Black.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bailey, every situation is going to be different, correct? So it depends on the time of year. Is there snow cover out there where tracks or blood is easily visible versus in the middle of the summer in dry conditions? So it's difficult to answer your question because there's so many circumstances that weigh into that, correct? But if you go back to the definition of in the act, the grasping, the attacking, biting part, there would be then physical evidence on livestock showing that occurred. And in some situations, the evidence is going to be pretty sparse, correctly? But every wolf, if you will, that's lethally removed for whatever reason would be investigated, both by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CPW. That's why I've tried to caution producers, that if they do shoot a wolf caught in the act, make sure there's evidence of that, correct?
I might add, I came into this for the last couple of months totally against night vision thermal optics because I've seen nothing but abuse of them in my practical life. I've gone from the point, and I made this point in Montrose, not to get too in-depth, but for years, well, my whole life, I've battled spotlighters on the ranch, and that's somebody coming through at night spotlighting, just shooting animals. So I battled that, and I actually have worked for 30 years with Regional Manager Black when he was in the Southeast region. We crawled on our hands and knees for 2 days to find a shot buck that had been poached. So I've worked with staff multiple times on poaching incidents. just did one again this past year on the Bobcat, which staff for 3 months investigated and finally found the guilty parties. So CPW, I have complete confidence that CPW, when they say they're going to only issue this in extreme cases, and it's very well defined what those cases are, and there's a real strict protocol that that's going to happen. So all that being said, I came into this really skeptical about night vision, and I knew I was going to be against it. I had the privilege of being in Middle Park 2 days ago at the invitation of Tim Richard and Doug Brochet with Middle Park Stock Growers, spent the afternoon there with them, and actually got firsthand knowledge of some of this. So firsthand knowledge of some of this technology is there is actual recording as it goes on. So scopes, binoculars, actually real-time record what is happening. And I think that might be something that could be made a requirement of this, but that definitely would be irrefutable proof of caught in the act. So I have gone from being a skeptic to this to I think that it is a tool that will not only benefit producers, it will benefit the wolves, because innocent wolves have much less chance of for example, and I heard for years stories of in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Washington, Oregon, of wolves actually going through people's cattle and never harming them. So that's the thing that I am afraid of, that the wolves that are actually beneficial on the landscape and not hurting will be taken out, and that vacuum will be filled by wolves that will come in and kill livestock. I think that this discussion and all of the protocol that's been put in place by, thankfully, Regional Manager Black and his staff alleviates those concerns. So I just wanted to add in, out of turn, and apologize for that, but this technology does have the aspect of real-time recording, and I think that we can require that to be part of it. And I don't see any producer that would want to do this and put that liability and burden upon themselves without that tool. Because nobody, and we don't want to put anybody in a position of becoming a felon. No producer wants that. And that's another burden that has been placed on producers that I think we have to find a way to remove. One more thing. I mean, there's going to be a whole list of things to go through before this ever reaches the producer. It's going to go through all of the agents before it gets to that point. So it's an extreme case. So, Commissioner Reading.
You can come back to me. Come back to me. Oh, you got me. Okay. Thank you, Chair May. Just a couple comments. I agree with Commissioner Haskin and Chair May about the use of these technologies in the act. I still have concerns and want to echo what Commissioner Tutchin said about chronic depredation and the use of those aids for that, because we have time and we want to make sure we get the right wolf. And I think what I would do is tweak the rule there and say those aids are not used for chronic depredation. That would be my recommendation, because we have the time. We can get the right wolf, and at night, identifying, especially later when we have less collared animals, as Travis said, I think it'll be hard. Thanks.
Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank you for that clarification. That was really helpful for me. I just wanted to get clarification. In our current proposed rulemaking that's in front of us, is the recording requirement part of it? It is not. Okay.
I think that's something, as we work through this, could be part of it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I think I can say for all these people out here, they don't want to be the first one to shoot a wolf. But wolves hunt at night. They need protection also. It's their livestock. They've already lost a lot of livestock. I don't think we can put more cost on them either, of saying you have to have this certain technology and you have to purchase this. We've already put enough burden on them. They're not the ones breaking the law either. They use spotlights regularly, all kinds of night vision stuff. That's part of their daily activities. At WAFA, I had quite a few talks about this. I asked about the wolf, and I have several concerns of if we don't help these people, they're gonna take things in their own hands, and probably not these people, others are. Oregon and Washington have a huge problem with poisoning. And that poisoning in an Oregon case that we listened to in our commissioner meeting, they talked about one case that affected, it poisoned a stream. They had to decontaminate a helicopter. They had to decontaminate staff. It killed a lion. It killed an eagle. It killed a lot of other things, a lot of things. And that's happening regularly there because they're not getting the help that they need. I don't want Colorado to come to that point. So think about what happens if we don't help.
I agree with you, Commissioner Haskett. And that goes to my thought earlier about the state of Colorado asked for this. And that's a cost that producers should not have to bear. I'll leave it to Doug. I think Doug Brochet is up for public comment, but what he showed me was a bottom entry point for these recording binoculars is $8,000. Producers can't afford that, but that's a cost that in our mitigation, we're talking about Flattery, we're talking about Fox Lights, we're talking about everything else. I think that at some point there should be a means for the state to have some of this equipment, whether that's CPW, Department of Ag, whoever that is, has this equipment, and it's issued to producers in a point of need whenever, just like we're issuing the other non-lethal things that we're working on. So I think this discussion has to be had. Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what other people have already said, but I am a little uncomfortable using night vision for chronic depredation. I do have a night vision scope, and if you're looking through that, you can't tell if it's a wolf or the neighbor's dog. And so that makes me a little nervous there, but if it is going to be done, I would prefer it being done by the state agency or by the feds, because there you have a professional doing it. They probably know better what they're looking for. And if you're real uncomfortable for the general public to get a 45-day permit to do that using night vision, who would authorize that? Who in the agency would authorize someone to use night vision for chronic depredation?
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy, for the question. So my understanding is that application is required to be turned into the Area Wildlife Office. That is forwarded to the regional manager, and in consultation with the director would issue that permit.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, well,
Director Davis.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that permit, if issued, would have, we have the ability to condition so that, as Regional Manager Black said, we can say this wolf in particular, or the types of conditions or circumstances when the permit would allow removal.
Councilor Matter.
To follow up on Commissioner Murphy's question, agree that the decision in the first instance as to whether allow the use of nighttime aids in a chronic depredation permit context lies with the regional manager. And let's say that the regional manager said no to nighttime aids, but otherwise granted the permit. The livestock producer could appeal that partial denial to the commission. So in other words, if it was that important and the producer wanted to use the nighttime aids, there's still an avenue of appeal to the commission.
And that being said, Councilor, in my opinion, that's when we would call for a special meeting of the commission. We wouldn't wait 2 months for the commission to meet to do that. We have the prerogative of calling a special meeting, and I think that would be called for in that situation. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for this discussion. It's been really helpful for me. I definitely want to just echo some of the sentiments that have been said. I'm in full agreement of what Commissioner Haskett said, and that we need to provide the available tools to minimize conflict and support ranching communities. I do appreciate the comments by Chair May as well on the sort of specifics and what we might expect. And yeah, my concerns about sort of nighttime activities are to the points that were made, both in the interest of those who are using the permits and the wolves and the sort of success of the program overall. Yeah, last points I wanted to make. It does sound like we have a fair bit of discretion at any point in time to say, if a scope is present, right, recording is expected, or we're going to maybe provide these additional resources if they're available. And so it doesn't necessarily sound like we need to set a blanket requirement, for example, for recording right now, but on a permit by permit basis can make those decisions and get that input from the agency, which is helpful for me. Yeah, I know there's a lot of public comment on this, so I guess I'll maybe leave it there. I guess the last thing I'll say is the other parts of this are related to pooled grazing and listing domestic bison. We did receive a letter from the Southern Ute Tribe in strong support of listing bison, and so I think that's a good idea for producers across the state as well. So yeah, I just wanted to note my support for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I have some points of agreement, and then I have a question. But my experience with nighttime aids has been similar to Dow's. I've had a bison shot by spotlighters. I've found deer shot where a road turns, and people have used their headlights. And so, my own experience has been negative with allowing these things. But that said, and a minor point of disagreement with Commissioner Bailey, I would probably require recording now, because we're talking about an after the fact in the act permit is where someone's already shot something and then we're going to legalize it. I think it's prudent for both sides of that equation that we get that recording. And if that, the devices I'm familiar with have that as a feature. And I think it would be protective of both whoever did the shooting and the resource we're trying to protect. And I think I would put that in place before we're requested to issue an after the fact permit. But I do think they're expensive. They're more expensive than the cow you're trying to protect. And so that's where we should be able to step in and maybe like we do with life preservers, have a few of these we can lend out to people who may need them. I still am worried about chronic depredation, allowing this stuff for chronic depredation by non-state or federal actors. And because again, what I wanted to ask is, in the act is going to occur where the person's herd is. But chronic depredation could, if you're going after the wolf, it could be 10 miles away by the time you get to it. So is there a geographic limit on that? Or, these wolves have moved so dramatically at times that the guy could be a county over in completely unfamiliar territory. And so I just want to know, how far does one of those things follow an animal around?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Touchton. So two things I'd like to touch on in your comment and question there. First and foremost, to your last question, yes, there could be a geographical limit, if you will, on where that permit is authorized. I believe the way it's currently worded is on lands owned by that producer. So if we issued a permit, it would be specific to that ranch, as an example. The second thing I want to touch on a little bit here, in requiring them to record it, as an example, I want to remind everybody, and I'll look to the counselor to help me answer this, but the burden of proof is on the state or the federal government. As with any violation of law, the burden of proof is on the investigating agency, not on the producer to prove their innocence. They are innocent until proven guilty. So making a requirement, and this is where I'm looking at counsel, that would require them, in essence, to prove their innocence, I'm not certain, and so I look to the counselor to help answer that maybe.
So there are two different burdens, and Regional Manager Black is certainly right. In the criminal context, the state has the burden to prove a criminal violation occurred. But in this permitting context, the producer, as the proponent of an order, and an order is the issuance of the permit. So in order to obtain a permit, the permit applicant must prove that they're entitled to it, must meet all of the regulatory criteria. So it depends on the context, which I think is a big check on behavior, right? And that's what we're talking about. You need to be pretty sure that you've met the entitlements or the requirements of the rule in order to get the permit in any of these contexts. So it depends on the context. And if the question is, may the commission condition the availability of these permits on a recording device, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Councilor Matter. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I have a question. So when you talk about state or federal personnel, does that include wildlife services?
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. It certainly could. As an agency, if Colorado Parks and Wildlife entered into an agreement with Wildlife Services to assist with management of wolves, yes, it would include them.
Do we not have that?
We do have a cooperative service agreement with Wildlife Services to assist with bear and lion damage and other wildlife damage. Right now, in my opinion, and I look to council again, I don't believe that covers wolves. We have been in discussion with Wildlife Services about that potential moving forward. They certainly can bring some assistance to the field that would free up staff time. We talked about capacity right now. Mm-hmm. That would help provide some capacity if we enter into an agreement for that purpose.
I think we need to look into that. I think that's something we need, because some of these producers have Wildlife Services already that help them. I have some concerns as the population continues to grow. Are we going to have to go back and change the plan if we're asking, because it's so low right now, that they can't do this? Then are we going to go back and change it? I don't believe the livestock producers are the one that are going to break the law. And I really don't think that we need to put additional burdens on them. I don't think any of them are going to shoot a wolf that's not caught in the act. They don't want to be that person. They don't want to be the first person to do it anyway. You need to put yourself in their shoes.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I think that the idea of, if we're going to issue a chronic depredation permit to someone in the public, they having a requirement of recording, and maybe the state could have equipment to loan them if they're doing that, because otherwise, if they don't do that and they shoot the wrong wolf, they're basically killing two wolves, the wrong one, and then they're going to have to go kill the right one. And would they be held liable if they kill the wrong wolf? So I think recording would be a valuable resource to be able to provide them.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Murphy. I certainly think that could be a potential. I'm not certain we have the equipment right now to do that, but utilizing some of the wolf funding, that may be a potential, and I would look to Reed Shop to assist in getting funding to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. And I think that is something that, we have to be able to provide whatever the producers need. We can't put liability, we can't put cost. The margins are already gone. We have to do everything we can, and that's by state law, do everything we can to help that. So I think that's the discussion we're having. Director Davis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also, listening, want to caution us as a lifetime public servant who's overseeing a lot of regulatory programs, I think agencies could have a tendency to go to the worst case scenario, and that's a little tiny fraction of people that choose not to follow the rules. And I would hate to cast the broader folks that we're really talking about here into the lowest common denominator, because that is not my experience in all the ranchers I've spoken with. They take this very seriously. I think Commissioner Haskett's right. None of them want to be that person, and they, quite frankly, also don't want to be in that situation in the first place, right? And Chair May, I agree with you. Meeting with these folks, they're under a lot of risk and uncertainty every single day. This is just another risk and uncertainty, and I do believe that the voters wanted the state to carry the burden on this restoration. And so we'll continue to kind of lean into that and make sure that we're doing everything we can, that we're reducing to the greatest extent practicable that risk and uncertainty and the costs that are associated with that. I think you as a body adopted a plan. I think if I remember correctly, staff were talking about $8,000 up to $8,000, and you as a body in your consensus adopted plan raised that to even up to $15,000, right? Recognizing that this can't be something that runs our ranchers off the landscape. So we'll continue to kind of lean into this to the best of our ability, but I just want to caution us not to go down the all ranchers are this way or all wolf people are this way, because there's so much that's just not even accurate. Yes, there will be people who choose to not do things according to the laws and regulations, but that is not the people sitting in this room, and I've talked with a lot of them.
Thank you, Director. I think the discussion we're having right now is something that should be obvious to all sides, whichever side you're on, whichever extreme you're at. This discussion we're having is a common ground that ought to be able to bring us together. Is going to be a benefit to both sides, because the conflict's already there. What do we do to reduce that conflict? Well, I think this is one way to reduce that conflict while not creating more problems. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. And I guess, I agree with everything that's been said. I don't think anybody on the commission expects this to be the norm by any means. And we recognize that all of the producers that we've been working with and many on the landscape are fully in support of non-lethal mitigation approaches. And same as the agency and the commission want these to be a last resort. And I think there's value in sort of talking through process and policy so that, if and when it happens, we feel comfortable in the same way that we have policy and process for all the relevant things. So I did, especially as we're going into public comment soon, want to just clarify and maybe ask for other commissioners who have said things, potential proposed changes here. There was, I think I heard from Commissioners Touchton and Commissioner Reading and possibly Commissioner Murphy about removing nighttime aids in the context of the chronic depredation permit. Was it a specific proposal? So I just want to clarify, and again, for public commenters to think about as they're making comment. And then also, there was another proposal, it sounds like, with respect to requiring recording for the Caught in the Act permit, and it sounds like Councilor Matter, that burden of proof to get a permit would be then on the person requesting it. So yeah, I guess just sort of trying to make those explicit for as folks are making public comment. And then I will say, maybe this is a question for Commissioner Touchton, who proposed this. I agree that the cost of, and so I guess the question is, when we're talking about recording for Caught in the Act permits, is it you're required to record if you are using something that has a recording feature, or you have to have something with a recording feature? Because I do strongly agree the cost and the burden and all of the other things we're asking folks to do, to share the landscape with wolves could be, preventative. And so I guess I'm wondering what you were anticipating with the recording request for Caught in the Act permits.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of artificial light is just a light. it doesn't have a recording device. So I think the more reasonable thing is if it records, record it. And that we should get ourselves in a position where we can provide to likely candidates a device with a recording feature for the after the act. So I think you correctly identified the two things we've kicked around. One was, should we require recording for public commenters to give us feedback on? And the other is, should we allow these things for in the act by private individuals, but not for chronic depredation by private individuals?
Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't see where recording would be necessary for caught in the act, because there's going to be evidence. But for chronic depredation, I think that's kind of dangerous because, like I said, I've used night vision. I actually read an article about a week ago down in the southeastern United States. Two guys were coyote hunting, and they split up, and it was right around at dusk. And the guy saw something moving in the bushes, so he turned on his thermal, saw the bush, and shot his buddy. So he couldn't tell the difference between a coyote and his friend. And so, gee, I'm a little leery of that for chronic depredation. But if professionals are doing it, they would have a better knowledge rather than having just the general public do it. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. And I will say this, based on my visit with the Bouchers and Tim Richard, there is no doubt. I mean, it used to be with old technology, you couldn't tell the difference in a dog, a coyote, a wolf, but there's no doubt now. I mean, it almost amplifies it to the fact that you can see them better with that than you can in daylight. So it's pretty amazing what it does, and I think it's a tool that should be utilized for, as I said, both sides. The pro-wolf, the rancher side, it can be utilized to the benefit of both, I think. Any other commissioners with any comments for our seated panel? Reed?
Thank you. Just for the record, Reed DeWalt, Assistant Director. I just want to make sure that everybody's visiting the taking of an animal correctly. Right now, we have very few animals on the landscape. We probably can tell which is the offending animal, but as we get packs with 10 plus individuals, it won't be targeting a specific animal. I just want to make sure, folks, you're going to target that pack and members of that pack. You may not know which animal is the offending animal. It may just be the pack. And so it changes once we develop packs. Right now we have single or pairs, but when you get a pack of multiple animals, you're going to target the pack, not just specific individuals in most cases.
But Reed, as I understand it, that will still have to go through the filter of all the protocol.
Yes, exactly. I'm talking to the thing of making sure we get the offending animal.
Right.
We may not have the ability to know who the offending animal is as we go forward. And I'm not saying we would remove the entire pack, but you might not have that ability to know the offending animal.
But you will still go through the protocol to, I mean, that will be a last resort. You will.
Right.
So we're all clear. And I think it's very important to define terms so we know what we're talking about. It's very specific what we're talking about. Very good. Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to add what Reed said, like wolf management, at least for us for a while, it really is all about animal behavior and changing animal behavior, right? So that's why we talk about that. All the non-lethals, we talk about that non-lethal potentially injurious permit that we issue. It really is trying to alter the behavior of either the individual animals or the pack itself. So I just wanted to add that in there.
Very good. I see no other comments. And Hillary, are we ready for 13C? Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. All yours, Hillary.
We're on agenda item 13C on the blue paper covering an emergency change to Chapter W10 non-game wildlife. Effective December 8th of 2023, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service adopted rules designating Colorado's gray wolves as an experimental population under Section 10J of the Federal Endangered Species Act. The 10J rule authorizes the take of wolves caught in the act of attacking livestock or working dogs. In May 2023, the Parks and Wildlife Commission adopted a state regulation defining in the act of attacking. In doing so, the commission inadvertently omitted the phrase "or working dogs" from part of the state definition. The purpose of this emergency rulemaking is to align CPW's rule definition of "in the act of attacking" with the federal 10J rule definition. This is an action item, and I can take questions.
Any questions for Hillary on this? Seeing none, then do you want to wait and do our motions at the end after public comment on this, Hillary, or do you want to do this now?
We can do it after.
Yes, okay, so no action right now. We will now, I guess we're ready to move into public comment. Is that right? And yeah, well, what I was going to say, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break and maybe make the room better for more people. So let's take a 10-minute break right now. We will return at Oh, I'm sorry. Please, we won't be recessed yet. Commissioner Vardy.
Sorry, everybody. Just real quick. I noticed in the changes that we did not include bison for the alignment of these of this change. If we do that consideration, can we include that, assuming this previous measure passes?
Yes, when we get to those motions, we'll make sure to get it very clearly written out and see what that is.
Okay, very good. Let's recess until 9:36. Meeting will come. If everybody can please find a place to seat. Thank you, everybody. We're going to now begin agenda item 13D, which is our Wolf public comment, and I'll turn it over to Katie Lanner. I will say because of the volume we have, we are limiting to 2 minutes, but we have some different presenters that will be going a little bit longer, but we'll use discretion on that. But if you can, please contain your comments to 2 minutes. If you're in the middle of a thought, we're not going to shut you off, but we'll try to keep it concise. So thanks very much, everybody. Katie, all yours.
Thank you, Chair May. I'm Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. If I could go ahead and invite up Commissioner Merritt Linke, just while I go through some of the procedures. As the Chair mentioned, we will have 2 minutes per person with a warning chime at 30 seconds and then a gong at time's up. As an elected official, Commissioner Linke will have 5 minutes. We'll start with our in-person comments. If folks just, again, because we have a very high volume, could basically line up on this side of the room as we go. So we'll start with Commissioner Linke, followed by Don Gittleson. We'll do our in-person comments, and then we'll also do our virtual comments as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Linke, welcome, sir.
So some of y'all know that I got ran over by a cow and spent Memorial Day weekend in the hospital, so I'm a little slow. I got some things broken and some new parts put in, so we'll stop with that. Thank you for having the meeting in Grand County so I didn't have to travel very far because it's not super comfortable traveling in a car. Again, I am Merritt Linke, a Grand County Commissioner. I'm also past chair of Club 20, which exactly coincides with the region where wolves are dumped off. I'm also on the board of CCI, Colorado Counties, Inc., and I'm also part of a 5-generational ranch family, literally just about 20 miles down the road. I'm on about my 4th version of comments. So if I don't hear the buzzer, somebody will probably have to come up and tap me on the head because I'm not exactly sure how long all this is going to take. I think the biggest thing here is, number one, I do want to agree with the testimony and the comments about using night vision and thermal optics. That is critically important that CPW and the producers have the effective tools for this process and problem. The other thing I wanted to bring up is kind of a big picture, and that is tools in general, and that is also a plan in general. It feels like that we don't have a solid plan, and it bothers me somewhat that we formed this ad hoc group, which is good, and it feels like kind of a check the box thing, and I think we heard earlier that it's not even going to make recommendations. So I'm kind of wondering what the purpose of it is, if it's just a feel-good thing or a check-the-box thing that says, hey, we reached out. And the other thing that kind of bothers me about that is that shouldn't this have been done before we dumped off wolves? And on that note, we're literally 6 months away from dumping off another 15. Is that a good idea when we have all of these unclear things that we're working on? We have unanswered questions. We don't have clear definitions. We don't have a goal defined. We don't have a plan clearly defined. We don't even know what success for the wolf is clearly defined. Isn't that somewhat of a problem if we don't have answers to those questions? What is the big picture goal here? Let's take a look, and hopefully we can learn from some of the surrounding states, from the problems that they're having in Montana, the problems they're having in Idaho, the problems they're having in Washington, the problems they're having in especially Idaho, where there's so many wolves in Idaho, they don't even know what the number is. Some people say 1,200, some people say 1,400. Their goal is to try to get to 500. They're having limited success and even ability to do that. They're allowing hunting, they're allowing over-the-counter tags, they're allowing leg hole trapping, and they're having limited success to get to a point where they're manageable. Is that the road that we're on in Colorado? Is that where we want to get to, where it's a runaway train, where it's an unmanageable problem? Is that where we're headed? How about we take steps to get ahead of this problem now before it becomes a runaway train, before it becomes unmanageable, before it becomes something that we simply can't deal with without drastic measures? I'm asking those questions. You guys are the ones that hold the cards. CPW needs the tools. The producers need the tools. And we need effective tools. We talked about 5 miles of flattery. Really? When we're talking about thousands of miles of boundary for fences, when these guys start turning out their cattle onto summer pastures, some of it private land, some of it Forest Service land, some of it BLM land. We're going to put up thousands of miles and hire hundreds of range riders? Logistically, let's try to solve this problem before it becomes a runaway train. Thank you. Perfect timing. I'll stop, but I would take questions if anybody has any.
Any commissioners have questions for the commissioner? Sir, I see none, so thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Don Gittleson, followed by Darlene Kobelbell.
Hello. Thank you for listening to me. I'm the one that was stupid enough to ask the question about thermal, and at times I wished I hadn't. I did not intend it to be for a 45-day permit or chronic depredating. I meant it for caught in the act. And I thought I was going to get an answer to that question much sooner than I have. But I'd like to leave enough time that you can ask questions of me, because if I was sitting in your seat, I would have a lot of questions. One other thing I want to bring up is with the buffalo, you should also be considering elk, the reindeer, and the yaks. And I can tell you that buffalo do not require a brand inspection to travel from place to place. Elk do. They are controlled more like cattle and horses than the buffalo are. So those animals are also used in ranching operations, and I think you should consider those too. I'll give you time.
Thank you, Don. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Don.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got Commissioner.
Go down. Thank you, Don, for coming up. And just to clarify, for the nighttime aids, you would be happy just to have it as a tool for caught in the act, but for chronic depredation, that was not really your intention.
That was not my intention. I honestly don't see a rancher getting a 45-day permit. CPW should be able to handle that themselves. And if they can't, I would think that the next place they would go would be Wildlife Services. And I can't see where between the two of those that is not going to, you're not going to achieve what you want. So yes, I didn't foresee that I was going to get a 45-day permit.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Commissioner Touchton, did you have something? Okay.
I was going to ask the exact same thing.
Very good. Okay, anything else? Thank you, Don.
All right, thank you.
Next, we'll have Darlene Kobelbell, followed by Callie Strickfield.
Good morning. I think it still is. Commissioners. Wolves have been reintroduced to less than 6 months, and now we are requesting tools to kill them. We released 10 young wolves to a new landscape, knowing that they would need time to learn about their new environment and establish themselves. We were aware that conflicts might occur, which is why the CPW, the SAG, the TAG worked together to create a plan that offers producers generous compensation for any losses. Now we are considering using artificial night vision equipment to kill wolves, which are still an endangered species. The problem is at night. You see an image of an animal loping through a field of cows, and that wolf is shot. What proof? What proof do you have? Was it the right wolf, or was it even attacking? Non-lethal methods such as shooting in the air or to distract a potential threat are utilizing all the available tools that CPW has on the website should be used. We are far from having a stable wolf population, and without any incentives to use these tools, it sets the wolves up for failure. Cattle have no defenses because it has been bred out of them. Therefore, producers need to work harder when you have domestic animals in wild territory where bears, coyotes, lions, wolves, and even dogs can be a threat. What about carcass removal, which can attract and teach all predators that an easy meal is available? States with wolves have had success when attractants are removed. If this is a requirement, then why? The people of Colorado voted to reintroduce wolves because they were missing from our native habitat, not to harm ranchers. We knew that change would take time. However, if we could work together, both sides could benefit. The wolves have little chance of survival if we keep making rules to eliminate them. Colorado is supposed to be a role model state that respects wildlife, and the world is watching. And I am against night aids for chronic depredation. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Callie Srickfield, followed by Callie Ford.
Good morning, Director Davis, Chairman May, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to visit with you today. My name is Callie Scritchfield. I'm the Executive Director for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts in Rio Blanco County. The districts support the proposed changes that you have discussed. Wolves are a daily topic in Meeker, and we don't even have them yet. I've had the privilege of talking to people for the last 3 months as I walk the streets, and it's the most passionately discussed topic of all. I'm not here just speaking for myself or the conservation districts, but for the 6,500 people. I would say nearly 100% of those 6,500 people in Rio Blanco County that are truly fearful for their business, their livelihoods, and their safety. The fear and the frustration in the community is vividly clear if you actually go to the community and sit and listen. The last few months, I've had that opportunity, and I would encourage any of you to go spend a couple of days in these communities and out on the ranches, but not just the ranches. The local Main Street businesses understand the impact this is going to have on them. After so much time and energy in developing a plan, I believe you have a plan. You just need to follow it. Help our governor get out of the way and let the CPW management and staff follow the plan and remove the wolves, the depredating wolves. If you don't want to kill one of them, take them to a sanctuary, because once they've started killing, as this pair has, they're only going to teach that litter of pups to do exactly the same thing, and you're going to have a lot more problems on your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Callie Ford, followed by Rick Silverberg.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Callie, and I am 15 years old. I've loved wolves since I was a young girl. I'm a Girl Scout of Eastern Oklahoma working on my Gold Award. The Gold Award is the highest honor that can be given to a Girl Scout and is focused on an issue that you're passionate about. I learned about the declining wolf population and the reintroduction of wolves in the state of Colorado after visiting a wolf sanctuary last year. I chose to bring attention to the declining wolf population for my Gold Award. I just recently learned about the amendment to the wolf management plan in Colorado, which allows the use of artificial light scopes to hunt and kill wolves. Not only is this disturbing to me, it's also disappointing. The wolves of Colorado just got reintroduced and they haven't even been established yet, and now we want to pass an amendment to give the public the tools to kill them more effectively. Ranchers are reimbursed with a generous amount of money for the loss of their livestock, and instead of making non-lethal deterrence the priority, the state of Colorado is giving the okay for residents and ranchers to kill wolves. Currently, there are 11 recorded wolves in the wild, or 11 recorded wild wolves in the state of Colorado. Sure, wolves are fast, but 11 wild wolves are not the main cause of the majority of livestock deaths. Don't you see how that's statistically impossible? Ranchers, I understand wanting to protect your livestock. It's how you make a living, but there are so many other non-lethal deterrents we could use instead of killing the very wolves that people voted to reintroduce. I believe both sides can find common ground if ranchers were to make using non-lethal weapons to deter wolves a priority, thus protecting their livestock and our wolves at the same time, while the wolf sanctuaries continue to educate the public and clear up myths and misconceptions. Ecosystems that depend on wolves will collapse if they're all killed off, as proven from Yellowstone. Based on all of this, I don't believe that this is an issue driven by solid proof of what the wolves are actively doing. There are only 11 wild wolves on the 66 million acres of land that makes up Colorado. Again, it just isn't possible that 11 wild wolves are the root cause of most livestock deaths. I instead believe that this is an issue driven by misplaced animosity for wolves. I will ask you and the public to please gather more information regarding how to distinguish wolves from each other and the lethal use of night vision and thermal scopes before coming to a final decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I seem to do this in every meeting, but I'm going to do it again. In the interest of clarity, I would like to state that the $15,000 compensation for a lost animal is a maximum value. If I lose a heifer calf that I've worked for my whole life raising that line of genetics, and tomorrow I lose one of those replacement heifers, the market value of that heifer is about $1,500. To me, it's much more, but fair market value is all I'm going to get. And if any producer loses an animal to a wolf depredation, they're going to get fair market value. They're not going to get $15,000 for every animal they raise. So I want to make that point clear. Sorry, Katie.
Thank you, Chair May. Next, we'll have Rick Silverberg, followed by Mark Eckhart.
Am I on? All right. Thank you, guys, and thank you for all of your time and the effort that you put into everything you do on this every month. I'm a seventh-generation Coloradan. My family is in Sedgwick County since 1881, and I'm here representing the other side of the Coloradans who use the mountains not to run livestock, and we have a right to have a safe forest. We have a right to have a safe place to go. I'm a little surprised that I'm even sitting here right now, but I felt like I needed to come and say something because this proposal that you guys are considering is going to get somebody killed. My family, so the proposal goes against all of the training in your hunter safety class, things like knowing your target, knowing what's beyond your target. We have rules and etiquette that I've grown up with here in the state for being in the mountains, like it's illegal to shoot off the road. You're supposed to wear orange. You can't hunt 30 minutes before daylight, or you can only hunt 30 minutes before daylight and 30 minutes after daylight. Those are things that are supposed to keep the public safe. So for me, when I'm camping and it's hunting season and people are moving around at 4 o'clock in the morning, that's something I expect. For me, if it's June and it's the middle of the night and I'm camping and somebody comes through all garbed up with their military gear, that's not something I expect. And when that happens, the potential for something bad happening right then and there is really, really high. So I think you guys have a responsibility to public safety first. I don't think a cow's life is worth more than a human's life. And I don't agree with any of this handing out permits to have citizens go trouncing through the woods, all garbed up in their military stuff, to wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Mark Eckhart, followed by Conway Farrell.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Anyway, I have a passion for conservation and natural resources, and that's why I'm here today. I want to stress the importance of you guys considering the artificial lighting and all of these things to aid in this. But more than that, I want to reiterate what Callie said about the distrust that has been created between landowners and CPW, and probably the rhetoric that with the local CPW officers that they are facing, because we feel that we've kind of been slapped in the face going forward with the wolf plan because we're not following it. And I'm really nervous right now. So excuse me for that, but I think that policy from Broadway Street in Denver is really hindering what is happening with the local producers and the landowners. And I think that we need to do anything in our power for the landowners and the cattle producers, the sheep producers, all producers, to compensate them and give them the fair tools that they need to battle these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Conway Farrell, followed by Doug Bruches.
How's it going? I'm Conway Farrell. I'm a fourth generation Grand County rancher and an outfitter. Many of you may know who I am by now, due to the fact that your wolves have been causing nonstop damage to my family and livestock for the last 5 months. First off, I want to tell you how disappointed I am in the upper management of CPW, the Department of Natural Resources, and the governor for how all this has been handled. In Grand County, where these wolves were released, we have 30 to 40% of the elk and deer we had 5 years ago due to the management by CPW. Secondly, on a chronic depredation issue, 5 separate events, 7 kills, 4 preemie calves in 6 days, 2 dead calves 30 yards apart, 2 missing calves, 1 missing ewe. If this ain't chronic depredation, what is? In the last week, we've had 4 different sightings of the wolves within 300 yards of people in broad daylight, guys out irrigating, guys out fixing fences. These animals are not afraid of people, and they are focused primarily around livestock. If CPW was not ready to follow the wolf management plan, why did they release these animals? I'm here to encourage CPW, DNR, and the governor to follow all of the wolf management plan, not the pieces that they want to. Define chronic depredation, let producers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the USDA, and CPW use artificial light, electronic night vision equipment, electronically enhanced light gathering optics, and thermal imaging devices in the removal of depredating wolves. The mismanagement of all the wildlife in Grand County has caused a ton of stress, mental anguish, distrust, and to put it plainly to you, has made my family life hell. The stress on the CPW employees, the ranchers, and this community is something that cannot be fixed. This has now led to locked gates and an end of lifetime worth of relationships. We feel like a lot of this stuff with the Hawk Group is a delay tactic. It's just keep putting the can down the road till we see these pups. And then the comments about the thermals having to have recorded. When you're using these things, if you go sit there and you're in the heat of the moment, there's something attacking your animals, and you're excited and you're pushing a button, all of a sudden, if that's a requirement that it has to be on video, and you hit the button twice, think you're recording, have to put this animal down, I don't think a guy can do that and make that a requirement. People got to be able to, the evidence is going to be there one way or another. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
And Conway, we want you to finish your thoughts, but I'll ask any commissioners. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Conway? Feel free. Commissioner Haskett.
Can you comment on your use of non-lethal deterrents and what you've seen, what works, what didn't work, that type of stuff?
Yeah, so we've used everything from the fox lights to the critter getters, the range rider. We've moved cattle continuously from pasture to different areas where they where we would never be doing and stressing these cattle that time of year. Usually when we're calving, you kick the pairs out of gate, you don't want to move them. We've had to move these cattle 5-6 times to different littler pastures trying to get them away from where we're having these issues. That's been tough. The range rider's been shooting the cracker shells at him, shot 8 cracker shells one night at 60 yards away. And that's how many it took till the 8th shot before the animal ran away, before the wolf ran away. The thermals are huge for us with being able to see where things are at, because when we can go down into a valley and we can see a wolf coming across the hill, you can see their collars. You can see with the thermal, you can actually see the collars on them and see them better at nighttime than you can in the daytime. And it sticks out like a sore thumb. And you can see where they're headed. We can haul butt around there, get in front of them, try to keep them away from the cattle. The thermals are huge for our operation. The carcass management, we've buried carcasses, we've removed them. We've had the local CPW guys have took carcasses to other places. Like, we've tried everything to keep these things away. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Conway. I don't think anybody else has anything, but thanks for coming today.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Doug Bruches, followed by Chris Salmons.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm a little nervous right now, but my name's Doug Bruchet. I would like to thank Chairman May and Director Davis and representatives from CPW and CDA that took the time to come out on Tuesday and see what's been happening in Middle Park. Would also like to welcome the commission to Middle Park, kind of ground zero right now for this topic. I'm a 5th generation rancher in Colorado, and my family was the first to have a confirmed wolf depredation on livestock in Middle Park on April 2nd. Since then, the same 2 wolves that killed our calf have been wreaking havoc in the Williams Fork. I cannot fully describe the efforts taken to minimize more depredations. Many of us were physically living and sleeping with our cattle. Protecting our livestock became a 24-hour-a-day job. This has taken its toll on many producers, both mentally and physically. I myself was put on blood pressure medicine due to lack of sleep and acute stress. I'm here to talk to you about the law-abiding citizens that need to have the tools necessary to defend their livestock and their private property. Producers use spotlights, and many of us utilize thermal cameras as a tool to ensure health and safety of our herds. Thermal cameras are one of the most effective tools I have found. Animal husbandry is an important part of what we do, and being able to see what is happening with our herd without having to disrupt them has been a huge game changer for us. The use of these tools is vital for our operations. Thermal cameras are equipped with the ability to record videos. If there was a situation with an event of a wolf in the act of a livestock depredation, thermal cameras would provide the best evidence that a producer was acting within the rules of the 10J. Thermal cameras can be used both day and night. And as I stated earlier, my livestock are my responsibility 24 hours a day. It's important to note that the current rule only negatively impacts law-abiding producers. As I asked the commission to change this rule and allow the use of artificial light and thermals within the 10J, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the lack of collaboration to find solutions from CPW about the 2 chronically depredating wolves in the Williams Fork Valley has created an atmosphere of distrust and more conflict. CPW has not held up their end of the bargain. The concept of coexistence cannot exist when management is non-existent. Thank you.
Doug, I do have one thing. Could you tell us what that technology costs for you to get the equipment you need to make that viable?
There's several different levels. The minimum that you would probably spend is around $5,000. For a really good one, you're in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Any, Commissioner Haskett?
Thank you for your comments. I have a question of, I also heard that you had what you thought were wolf depredations before the actual confirmed one. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you. On January 16th of 2024, I came across, and this is in the middle of the same place that the Farrells and us have been having problems with these same 2 wolves. Came across one of the strangest cow deaths I've ever been a part of. A cow had just laid down in the creek, put her face down. There was no sign of a struggle for her to try and get out of the creek. Her hind quarter had been eaten off, and I called CPW to come do an investigation to see if this was a wolf depredation. CPW did come out, and they did look at the animal with me. We pulled it out. I have pictures that I will be happy to share with all of you. The basis of this not being called a wolf depredation was based solely on the collar data. And to my knowledge, he stated that there was not a wolf within 2 miles, known to be within 2 miles. We did not even skin the carcass because at the time I did not know that that was protocol for investigating a wolf depredation, and neither did the DWM that was responding. So we had wolves on the ground with DWMs that were not even trained to investigate these situations. And that's the point that I wanted to make, was the DWMs were unprepared for what happened.
Thank you, Doug. I don't think there's any other questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Chris Salmons, followed by Lee Boucher.
Good morning. My name is Chris Salmons. I live in Kremling. Like many of us that you're hearing from today, multi-generational ranchers. But who are we really? Who are these multi-generational ranchers? As far as I'm concerned, and based on my 63 years of experience, we are the largely unrecognized, mostly uncompensated co-managers of the People's Wildlife Trust. On my ranch, we have every species except bighorn sheep and goats. A couple mornings ago, I looked out my window, there was a cow moose and 2 calves walking across the meadow. They were generally headed in the direction of the big cottonwood trees where the eagles are nesting. And I said to myself, we must be doing something right here because we're supporting all the people's wildlife and earning a living as ranchers. So along with CPW guys on the ground, women and dedicated staff, we are the keepers of the public's wildlife trust. And right now, that trust is in a very precarious balance. We are begging, we are asking, we are pleading, now we're kind of even demanding help in this situation. We have a plan, we have the tools. Ranchers and CPW are pointing out more options available for us to manage the wildlife trust. We need your help. We need quick decisions. We need the bad apples removed from the barrel of wolves that are destroying the wildlife trust. Those bad apples, removing them would go a long ways to restoring the trust, making sure that this program that the people are so adamant about will be successful, but we can't do it if one or the other of these co-managers are out of balance, and we're out of balance right now. Need your help. Questions?
I don't see any, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lee Boucher, followed by Dennis Carpenter.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I thought I had 3 minutes, so I will do my best to get through this. I hope I can reproduce the eloquence of my middle brother. Hello, my name is Harold Lee Boucher. I'm a Grand County rancher and professional firefighter. My 3 daughters are 8th generation Colorado ranchers. Because of the current danger imposed by the wolves living on the Williams Fork, my daughters are not living their normal agriculture life. They're not out fixing fence, riding horses, and checking cows without an adult. Additionally, my family is one of those dealing with wolf depredations. Several months ago, I watched my father stand above a calf killed by a relocated wolf. It was as if I watched his entire life flash before him. It has all come down to CPW, Colorado government, and uneducated voters directing my family's lives and future. This is unacceptable. Approximately 1 month ago, we attended the State of Wildlife meeting at the Grand County Board of County Commissioners. While there, I asked the biologist what data was used to make the decision on the location of the wolf release. The CPW wildlife biologist was unable to answer my question. Hundreds of questions remain unanswered to the data points currently being utilized to make wildlife decisions. This can only lead me to one conclusion, that CPW, under Jeff Davis's weak leadership, has now become a partisan political machine. Because of the continued decision-making without data and facts, I'm beginning to believe there is wherever there's Colorado government, there is corruption. I demand decisions be made on facts, not feelings. To all of you sitting on this commission, I ask you to evaluate your personal values. The effort to reintroduce wolves to Colorado was defined by coexistence between public, property owners, and wildlife. Will you take the position of an elitist sitting in your ivory tower, or will you do the hard work and take time to truly understand what is happening on the ground right now? Thank you, Commissioner May, Director May. The efforts at building trust from CPW and leadership and reducing tension are failing. I want to be clear, this is not the fault of CPW officers on the ground. To all of you great, hardworking folks at CPW who want to make a difference for wildlife, I know your supervisors are asking you to do things that you don't agree with. And for that, I am truly sorry. Consider me, Lee Bruchet, an advocate for you. Anytime you want to talk, I'm here for you. Compromise is difficult. Finding solutions that work for everyone is difficult. What is most difficult is maintaining your convictions and finding compromise. I ask that you be willing to take the hard road and find these solutions of compromise. I'd like to leave you all with a quote from G. Michael Hopp. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Unfortunately, I think currently we are at the weak men and women create hard times part.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Dennis Carpenter, followed by White Gates.
I had 3 minutes here, so I've dropped the first 2 paragraphs and I'll read fast. I'll just use my English because I understand the words. I don't want to go back over how we got to this point with the imported domestic killer wolves, but to say I understand to be an experiment how man and wolf might coexist together in western Colorado. But I've also been taught that if an experiment is going bad, to turn off the gas, or in this case, to do something to bring it under control. I live with my family about 8 miles from the imported domestic killers. And that have been slaughtering, maiming, and eating alive livestock. It has changed the way we live as far as letting out animals at night, going to the shop, or knowing where your grandkids are at. Which brings me to my concern. Starting with one of my neighbors sharing at one of these meetings that her range riders are 8 and 11 years old. I found myself praying for protection and wisdom for these little people. Then last week, when one of the imported proven domestic killers walked up to within 30 yards of the back door of one of our local ranches, it has very small children that play all over the yard, I felt I had to say something. I'm not only concerned about somebody getting hurt or maimed, but for those that have the power or the vote to control the domestic killing as we do with other wildlife. Where does this responsibility lie if someone gets hurt by an imported known killer, felon? I do have a couple of thoughts to possibly help with the present situation, but I'm not sure this is a forum for that. And thanks again for letting this time to listen to my opinion.
Thank you. Next, we'll have White Gates, followed by Boyd Meyer.
Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. My name is Whit Gates. I'm from Toponas, Colorado. On December 27th, we had the first encounter with 2 wolves going through our livestock. At 6:30 that morning, I found the tracks, called my wife. She called the Division Wildlife. The Division Wildlife officer didn't show up until approximately 3 o'clock that afternoon. I'd called a lot of the neighbors, had them come out. We'd all looked at it. When the division guy showed up, he was a new guy on the block. He thought he was meeting with me. He met with the community. When he got out of his truck, I said, "You kind of feel like you've been fed to the wolves, haven't you?" And he said, "Literally." We went and looked at it. Him and my son collected hair samples off the fence. There was 2 different kinds of hair samples that they got. One come back as DNA as 100% mountain lion. The other one come back as canine, but could not be determined whether it was a wolf, a red fox, or your ordinary domestic dog. But they damn sure knew the other one was a mountain lion, not your ordinary house cat. So that brings me up to, what is chronic depredation? How do you identify it on chronic depredation? There's 11 wolves in the state as of today with tracking collars on them, but they could not identify that that was 100% sure that that was a wolf or a pair of wolves that went through my livestock that morning. Although there was a plane and a drone over our house within hours from when I'd called the Division of Wildlife. So that's my question. What is the definition of chronic depredation? That's what we all need to know. And if the DNA is inaccurate enough that it cannot identify out of the 10 that you guys collected DNA samples on, that's where you're going to have the thermal imaging to identify these wolves and to be able to keep track of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Boyd Meyer, followed by John Faulkner.
Thank you for having me, Commissioners. My name is Boyd Meyer. I have a ranch. It's Azure Valley Ranch over by across from the pump house along the Colorado River. We were actually, our location is about 2.5 miles from where the first 5 wolves were dropped off. I had something that I was going to read, but not having my glasses and not being able to read quick enough, I guess I passed on that. One thing I wanted to address was the compensation. You know, a speaker earlier mentioned it, and I've read a lot of comments about compensation for the livestock, and for some, they feel like, oh boy, they're just getting paid, you know, handsome amounts of money for these livestock. In my case, I run purebred cattle, so the values can vary, and I'm curious exactly how we're going to be able to establish those values. I know what they cost me in cases and what their values can be, but you know, the compensation for the cattle is one thing. It goes way beyond that. I mean, between a loss of pregnancies, a loss of gain, the cattle changing their habits, you changing your habits, the dealing with, you know, if you have to have range riders, the flattery, all the different things that we're trying to do as a non-lethal deterrent is, you know, a cost and time. And then that's not even to mention, you know, the mental pain and anguish. I don't think it's a matter of if, it'll be when I have to deal with wolves at my place. And it's, I can't even tell you. I mean, the place for me is my paradise, and it's literally being run by these wolves. And I don't believe voters for the state of Colorado had any idea what this was going to cost. I mean, we're into the millions. What will it be 5 years from now? It's going to be insane. And I don't believe the voters had any idea that was going to happen, and many of the voters that actually passed this by 0.8%, I don't think had a clue what's going on, nor were they going to be affected by it. But I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Faulkner, followed by Allie Henderson.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is John Faulkner. My wife and I are first-generation ranchers outside of Yampa, Colorado. And I just wanted to give you our sort of interactions with CPW regarding the measures that we've been able to take and the ones that we still can't take. 2 months ago, I had the DWM out for a site visit. We were proactive. We requested every single non-lethal deterrent that CPW offers. We applied for the injurious non-lethal hazing permit. We applied for the flattery, for the crackers, everything like that. The day the DWM came out, he did not have a single item on the truck to be able to show me, to leave me. He did not have a brochure. Not that that would do anything, but He proceeded to come out 2.5 weeks later upon receipt of our injurious non-lethal permit. He was able to give us the rubber buckshot and the beanbag rounds, information regarding their deployment. Here it is, June 13th. We still do not have an approved flattery permit, which is worthless at this point. We're well out of calving. What has been done with the delay, not only with, I asked him April 13th or 12th what the definition of chronic and habitual depredation was. He said this commission would be defining that. Here we are 2 months later, and we've spent the majority of this meeting dancing around that definition. It has still not been clarified. Ranchers still do not know what that exact term means. I still do not have my red flattery, which at this point we can just go on and kick over to next year. But the lack of support and clarity from CPW does not feel very good from this side. I'm not a multi-generation rancher. Like I said, this is our first go of it. We have made every step to be proactive, and the state has continually dragged their feet. I ask you to define chronic and habitual depredation and to empower landowners with the ability to use artificial light, night vision, and thermal to protect their animals. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Allie Henderson, followed by Lenny Klingelsmith.
Good morning, Chair, May, and Commission. My name is Allie Henderson. I'm the Southern Rockies Director for the Center for Biological Diversity, and I'm based in Gunnison County. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comment. As an initial matter, the state should not authorize wolf killing unless the livestock operator first demonstrates their use of appropriate preventative and reactive measures to address conflicts. Prioritization of non-lethals is necessary to restore gray wolves as the state law requires. The abundant science and experience from coexistence projects shows that non-lethal measures are more effective and economical than killing wolves. We commend CPW's and CDA's swift work to deploy resources to livestock operators, and we commend livestock operators that are being leaders, adopting these measures and accepting state resources and assistance to do so. We're also very encouraged to see recent press stories that are highlighting these efforts, and we're hopeful that these are going to be the stories that carry the day. We appreciate the challenge CPW, the Commission, and the livestock operators are navigating. The use of nighttime aids as proposed for killing wolves, however, is not the solution and presents significant risks and challenges. We propose instead permitting the use of nighttime aids only to haze. With presently incredibly small wolf population, the regulation as proposed is not consistent with recovery. We are very concerned of the ability to properly regulate and enforce, as after the fact confirmation is a recognized challenge. The regulation could also be seen as disincentivizing removal of livestock carcasses or other attractants, as then they could be monitored at night, essentially resulting in the baiting of wolves. Additional sideboards, as has been discussed, mandatory recording for caught in the act, not allowing nighttime take for chronic depredation permits would be ways to reduce risk. We ask those measures be adopted in the regulations if the Commission moves forward. We agree that chronic depredation permits should only be issued and utilized by state or federal agency, and that these permits should not allow for the use of nighttime aids or take. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lenny Klingelsmith, followed by Philip Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioners, Director, Chairman May, Lenny Klingelsmith, livestock producer, and I'm here representing Colorado Cattlemen's Association. I would like to just simply support the regulation change and point out that it is simply bringing the regulations in line with the Colorado Management Plan and the 10J permit. And as you all are aware, there were hours and hours of open houses, public comment, stakeholder groups, technical working group, and even this commission that put, 2 years of effort into creating that plan. And the caught in the act lethal is a part of that plan, and so this regulation change simply honors that process. It does not grant any other rights for killing wolves, and it will not affect the current abuses that may occur with night vision. Those are going to happen whether this regulation occurs or not. So that's why we support this regulation change. I guess my closing comment would be, in watching the comments today, I see the negative sentiment towards wolves increasing as the depredations increase. And it's unfortunate that the spotlight gets focused on the small percentage of wolves that are having a negative impact, and it's being taken off of the majority of the wolves who are simply out performing the ecological effects that the voters wanted. So I'd just like to keep that in mind, that the longer depredations go on and the more severe they get, the more negative sentiment there's going to be towards wolves. And that's somewhat unfair to the 70% of wolves who are not causing any problems at all. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I don't see any, Lenny, but thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Philip Anderson, followed by Andy Spann.
Hi, I'm Philip Anderson. I'm a rancher in North Park. My family and I have lived there pretty near all of our lives, not counting my ancestors that came there a long time before I did. We operate the ranch where my grandparents homesteaded back in 1919. I've had the opportunity to meet many of you commissioners and also some of the people that are in the audience today. And I just want you to know that, yes, we are a family that has accepted the challenge from CPW to try to utilize non-lethal controls. And I think we've been very successful at it. And I thank the CPW folks that have been at our ranch, putting up ladgery fence, encouraging us to go forward with cooperation and communications with CPW. However, a couple of things I want to leave in your thoughts before I leave. First of all, 2 letters you've been delivered in the past month, one from the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, specifically identifying some things that you need to be taking serious consideration of, and chronic depredation is one of them. Another is pooling of cattle, with several ranchers being involved in a grazing association. The other is this idea of caught in the act and the use of night vision or some thermal imaging. The other things that Holy Cross Cattlemen's Association also sent you a letter that identified several things. So if you have had the opportunity, please pick up those letters and look at them. My final thoughts are North Park received as a gift from Wyoming probably the migratory wolves. And we feel like even a couple of days ago on Sunday, we lost a calf up there in the park to an uncollared wolf. And we ask the CPW to not forget that there's more than 11 wolves in Colorado. There are constantly wolves in the northern counties crossing that border. And there's not a lot we can do about that. However, we do need to have some kind of management control and the ability of producers to take and protect their livestock. And if that means some lethal take, that's what we need to have. We need to have that opportunity to do that. And I would agree with what Lenny said. We may be talking about 1 or 2 really chronic depredating wolves, and we have proved that with some evidence because of the collared wolves that are present in North Park. We know which ones they are. We asked to have them removed. We asked that probably more than 6 or 8 months ago, and we still have those 2 wolves depredating in Jackson County.
Thank you, Philip.
With that, thank you very much for the opportunity to work with CPW. Moving forward, I hope that we can make some decisions before nightfall today.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Andy Spann, followed by Gary Skiba.
Good morning. My name is Andy Spann. I'm the current president of the Gunnison County Stock Growers Association. I have a few straightforward remarks for you this morning regarding the use of any and all nighttime aids for wolf caught in the act of biting, wounding, grasping, killing, or otherwise harassing livestock. Producers currently have the lawful right to use any nighttime aid we deem necessary to run our operations. This can mean lights or thermal imaging tools to fix fences, maintain water tanks, check calving cows, operate farm and hay machinery, move snow, and importantly, provide security, deterrence, and protection for our cattle, family, and property. Additionally, under the 10J rule, producers currently have the lawful right to lethally take a wolf caught in the act of biting, wounding, grasping, killing, or chasing livestock. Caught in the act means caught in the act, whether it's at night or during the day. We therefore support the proposed rule that clarifies that producers have the right to use any and all methods of artificial light to lethally take a wolf caught in the act. This means this is not about fair chase. This proposed rule upholds what Colorado Wolf Plan already states, is consistent with the 10J rule, and follows precedent set under Chapter W17, damage caused by wildlife. I'm authorized to state, and am present here in my official capacity to make a record in this hearing. Gunnison County Stock Growers Association takes a position on advice of counsel that the commission voting on and not adopting this proposal would be a final agency action directly inconsistent with its statutory mandate in Proposition 114 to resolve conflicts. That's the standard. We urge you, therefore, to adopt this proposed rule. Thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Gary Skiba, followed by David Tausig.
Thank you, Chairman May, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Gary Skiba. I live in Durango, and I am the Wildlife Program Manager for the San Juan Citizens Alliance, and also a member of the Board of Directors of the Rocky Mountain Wolf Project. RMWP submitted written comments on the proposed regulations to allow the use of artificial light and other techniques for the lawful take of depredating gray wolves. We'd like to reiterate those comments. Both the federal 10J rule and CPW's Wolf Restoration and Management Plan allow lethal removal of wolves that have been proven to be depredating on animals. The 10J rule states that any landowner may take gray wolf in the act of attacking livestock or working dogs if the landowner provides evidence that I wish I could follow this a little better here. I'm losing my place, sorry. Evidence that allows the service or designated agents to confirm that there was an attack underway. The language for take on private and public lands is similar. We support this allowance for lethal take under the defined conditions. We know that the vast majority of livestock producers and livestock owners are law-abiding and ethical, and we expect that few, if any, individuals would violate the law by taking a wolf who was not clearly in the act of attacking. Livestock owners and those investigating the take of wolves under this allowance must clearly understand that wolves are known to travel past livestock with no attempt to harm the domestic animals. That behavior must be clearly understood by everyone involved. Lethal removal of such wolves, that is, the ones that are not in the act of attacking, is not only illegal, it would also remove individual animals that are not prone to livestock depredation. The use of these methods would allow more efficient removal of wolves that would be targeted due to their individual behavior and lead to reduced losses of livestock as well as eventually reduced losses of wolves. We recommend that CPW make concerted efforts to inform livestock owners of the nuances of wolf behavior to ensure that lethal removal, both with and without the methods being considered, is justified. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have David Tausig, followed by Tim Richard.
Thank you, Chair May and the commissioners. My name is David Tausig, and I'm a fourth-generation native of Colorado. I grew up on the Williams Fork Valley, and I know the Farrells, and I know Tim Richard, who's coming next. I know Merritt Linke, who spoke. The Bruchers ranch where my grandfather put the Big Lake Ditch out there. Fantastic project. I'm also a water attorney, 35 years, And I got involved with these guys because I care about them more than anything, and saw what was happening to them. And it really disappointed me, because I've represented a lot of governmental entities in my life, and it's important for governmental entities to have transparency, to be responsive to their constituents, and to follow the law. And what I was seeing is that wasn't happening. The transparency, these wolves were dropped into this county without any knowledge of the county commissioners beforehand. It was only after the fact they were notified. It's a big publicity stunt. There has been no transparency in responding to these letters that have been written, asking in real time, why aren't you removing these 2 wolves? And the response is, under the circumstances, we can't do it now. It's not appropriate. Well, what are those circumstances? No one is telling these producers why we can't get rid of these wolves. Are the circumstances because we have a governor and a first gentleman who are pro-wolf? We don't know. We have no clue as to why these wolves aren't being removed. So I would ask you, as a policy group of this thing, to solve this problem, get rid of these 2 wolves, and get the trust back between the producers and the ranchers. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Tim Richard, followed by Ryan Sedgley.
All right. All right, good morning. Most of you know now I'm Tim Richard, president of the Middle Park Stock Growers. As you can see, we have many of our producers from the area here, and so kind of heard some of their background and what's been going on. And so I wanted to give you kind of a daily update of what's been happening for them. You know, we've been seeing the wolves day to day right now, and they've been chased off and then come back. And so it's getting to be the same thing all the time. A couple days ago, we'll go sometimes where we won't see them for 2-3 nights. Our range riders out at nights from 10 o'clock to 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, depending on how it's going. I communicate with our range rider almost every day and have been in contact with them. And so, like we said, the range rider deal is working, but at the same time not working. Irrigators have been out moving water during that day, seeing wolves there. So, you know, I think the big thing I have is our producers have had chances to eliminate these wolves. I mean, if you talk to any of our producers back here, they've seen them 15, 20 times before April. And so we've had that chance to eliminate them ourselves, but we are law-abiding citizens and we are trying to follow the law. And so we feel like our confidence with CPW is falling by the day. Producers and landowners are starting to shut the gates and say no more. And it's not just in Middle Park. Talking to other producers from across the state, it's happening there too. But like I say, we could have done this ourselves, but we have not. I also want to say thank you to Director Davis, Commissioner May, and Wayne Easton guys for coming out and seeing the area the other day. I hope that was very beneficial in understanding the lay of the land, because I think that was a misunderstanding of how the Williams Fork Valley lays out and how populated the area is. So we've now reached the time where cattle are out, and we'll see what's going to happen in the summer. And so if there are any questions, please let me know. Thanks.
Tim, I don't see any questions, but I do want to especially thank you, because in Montrose, you made a special invitation to the commission to visit, and due to certain things, the entire commission was not able to, but we did all we could to do that, and I appreciate it. I gained a lot of valuable information, and appreciate you and Doug, everybody taking time to have us there. So thank you.
No, thank you for making that time to come out and see it. I think that was very beneficial to us and our producers seeing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ryan Sedgley, followed by Kathleen Curry.
Morning, Commission. My name is Ryan Sedgley. I'm Southern Rockies representative for the Endangered Species Coalition. I live in Montrose, Colorado. I urge you to resist the temptation to create a definition for chronic depredation right now. It's an unnecessary drastic action that's only going to lead to wolves being needlessly killed. At last month's commission meeting in Montrose, y'all talked about being patient with the process. I'll point out that it's only been 6 months since reintroduction. That's far too soon to be thinking about increasing opportunities to kill wolves, especially considering that the taxpayers of Colorado have made significant investments in each of these wolves and have made generous compensation available to ranchers when livestock is killed. Out of the roughly 2.6 million cattle in Colorado, 11 calves were killed by wolves this year. What is needed now is patience. Let's continue to let CPW, the Department of Ag, do their work to help ranchers learn practices and deploy resources that are proven to work in wolf country. It is understandable to be upset about livestock deaths, but let's remember that ranchers are generously compensated for losses, and the losses incurred by wolves are tiny compared to all the other causes of death. Additionally, the Endangered Species Coalition supports the use of nighttime aids for legitimate parts of ranching operations, but strongly opposes any night vision or thermal optics that are used in or as part of a rifle or other weapon. Allowing these devices would open a loophole for circumvention of preventative work and encourage bad actors to simply kill wolves without having previously engaged in conflict prevention. It's also extremely dangerous to shoot a rifle at night, and the public and our pets should not have to be at risk from people attempting to shoot things in the dark, especially on or near our public lands. Again, what is needed is patience and practicing conflict prevention. If a livestock operator can pick up a rifle to kill a wolf, they can just as easily deploy non-lethal techniques, cracker shells, bean bags, rubber shot, noise, dogs, lights, or drones. At a minimum, if you do allow nighttime aids on weapons, please require the recording event and have the equipment available for this. Please do not be baited into helping wolves get killed. Wait to define chronic depredation and ban the use of night vision and thermal optics on weapons. Be patient. Let this process work and remind people of all the incredible preventative resources that are available and generous compensation when a rancher does experience a loss from wolves. This is how Colorado takes care of its wildlife and its people.
Thank you, Ryan. And once again, I'm going to state the fact that when the term generous compensation is used, it's quite the opposite. I referenced a replacement heifer that I've spent generations raising. And if I go out there tomorrow and that heifer is laying there dead, and up here in this country, if that heifer is laying there dead from a wolf depredation, there's no way there's going to be generous compensation. I now am going to have to start beginning proof of that. I'm going to have to begin filling out paperwork. I'm then going to have to prove the value of what that heifer was. Then I'm going to have to dispose of the carcass. All of that instead of just going out there that day and enjoying that heifer out in that pasture and what her future potential for me. So I'm sorry, but I'm always offended when I hear generous compensation for losses, because there is no generous compensation for losses. It's a loss, and you're going to get the bare minimum for what you lost when the things that you are missing out on, the future production of that heifer, can never be compensated for. So sorry for that, but I have to say it.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen Curry, followed by Delaney Rudy.
Good morning, members of the Commission, Chairman May, and Director Davis. I'm Kathleen Curry, and I am speaking on behalf of our family cow-calf operation in Gunnison, as well as the Gunnison County Stock Growers Association. The association is located in the area that was indicated as a future release region, the southern release area. I would like to comment on several wolf-related topics today. First, it would be helpful if the proposed ad hoc committee would solicit input and be transparent to the public by providing a YouTube video feed of meetings. That's really great for folks across the state, and I would hope that we could do that. Secondly, we believe that the language in the plan specifying the criteria for managing problem wolves has already been met up in Middle Park and Jackson County. Third, we appreciate Chairman May and Commissioner Haskett's remarks yesterday regarding the need for multiple range riders as the best means for reducing conflicts with producers. It is our view that the cost of preventative measures, including range riders, should not be borne by these producers. And lastly, we would note that in our view, the requirement of the proposition passed by the voters and codified into law to resolve conflict is not currently being met. Minimizing conflict is not the same as resolving conflict, which is required by law. We ask that you establish and implement an enforceable definition of chronically depredating wolves as a tool for resolving conflict. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Delaney Rudy, followed by Greg Peterson.
All right, Director Davis, commissioners, staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Delaney Rudy. I'm the Colorado Director with Western Watersheds Project, and I am commenting on behalf of our 14,000 members and supporters, many of whom are Coloradans. I also speak for myself as someone born and raised in Colorado and who lives on the western slope. I first want to commend CPW and the Commission for their commitment to conservation and the restraint shown in not authorizing any wolf killing in these first months of introduction. This restraint is made possible in part by a wolf plan that intentionally did not define chronic depredation, therefore allowing dynamic management strategies that befit the complexity of the effort. The proposed regulation changes that broaden the situations and tools with which wolves can be killed in Colorado raise significant concern. We especially oppose the use of aids in the context of chronic depredation. We understand that the proposed rule change would authorize use of nighttime aids only when the livestock operator has existing legal authority to kill wolves. Even so, this authorization would surely facilitate wolf killing, and the tools have a high potential to be abused or for misidentification to lead to the death of innocent animals. We have concerns that the permitted use of nighttime aids for the general public would encourage baiting. A 2011 study in Alberta, 85% of wolves scavenging occurred at livestock boneyards, mostly on private land, and this eventually led to wolves in spatial proximity with cattle, increasing encounter rate and likely increasing probability of conflicts. For those opposed to wolf presence, this disincentivizes the proper removal of carcasses in order to draw wolves in to kill them. We are also concerned that the inclusion of chase within the Caught in the Act language opens the door to killing of animals just passing through. I understand that CPW is under great pressure from the livestock industry to loosen the restrictions on wolf killing, but urge the Commission to keep in mind the investment that Coloradans have made in these wolves. Even excluding the ecosystem services or their intrinsic value, and just accounting for the human hours and costs, each wolf is incredibly valuable. Our taxpayers are deeply invested in the success of this plan, and killing the wolves that CPW has worked so hard to get here is fiscally irresponsible. 15 years of data indicates that wolves in the Mountain West killed just about 1 out of every 10,000 livestock, or 0.01%. This is not sufficient justification to kill wolves and undermine the reintroduction effort. Broadly, the state should authorize no wolf killing without evidence of appropriate measures used to prevent conflicts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we do have one question for you. Sorry I'm so late on getting that. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. I've been hearing, I heard this a couple of times, that the use of nighttime aids would lead to increased likelihood of baiting, and I guess I just was unclear on the relationship and if there were any research to demonstrate that.
Yeah, that came from some of our conversations with biologists when we were reviewing this proposed regulation, and that concern was the highest thing that came up was, I think that we've heard from a lot of folks on both sides of this debate that the opportunity to shoot a wolf at night is very slim, that chance is quite low. The one instance in which the chance becomes more elevated is in a situation where it's kind of staged, if that makes sense. So the idea that you can use, sorry, so the idea that there is evidence to show that carcasses and different management tools change the distribution of wolves on the landscape. So in a situation where wolves could be kind of brought in close within range at night within the herd, I'm sorry, I didn't prepare for this question, but I think that kind of like line of logic holds. I'm sorry, I think I kind of danced around that answer. I apologize.
Yeah, and I would just add that carcass management was a major part of our plan. So carcass management is already in there, and we understand if not managed properly, it could be an attractant, and that is something that the wolf plan addresses. So if any other questions or comments, otherwise we'll go on.
It is also my understanding that some carcass management has needed to be improved throughout the depredations we've experienced so far.
That I don't know, but I do know as a general act of animal husbandry and good ranch management. I mean, I reference again, sorry, that heifer calf I might lose, I now today have the job to go bury that heifer rather than let her be in that pasture watching her. So carcass management is a practice of good management of any ranch. Of course, there are outliers, but as a general rule, carcass management is enacted by everybody I know.
We appreciate CPW's role in facilitating that as well.
Very good. Thanks very much for your comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Greg Peterson, followed by David Thoreau.
Good morning. My name is Greg Peterson, and I'm representing Gunnison County Stock Growers Association today. We support the creation of the new rule authorizing livestock owners to use nighttime aids to injure or lethally take gray wolves where doing so is otherwise lawful under current permit requirements, including caught in the act. Remember, these current lawful permitted acts of lethal take were enacted under the 10J rule designating Colorado wolves as a non-essential experimental population. Being able to manage wolves at night with nighttime aids only makes sense as wolves are nocturnal. We also support the proposed rule for pooled ratio grazing claims. This clarifies livestock management within a pool and again makes common sense. We also support the revision of CPW's existing regulations to clarify pooled livestock owners are eligible to receive the 3 current permits for gray wolves. Finally, we feel the parameters have been met within the wolf plan to what constitutes a chronically depredating wolf in Middle Park. No lethal take has been taken place for various reasons stated by CPW. Also, in the wolf plan, it says program managers will make these decisions as to when lethal take occurs. We respectfully ask who the current program managers are that are making these decisions and believe the clarification of these decisions and whom they're being made by specifically would help clarify for producers. Also, we would ask, is there an appeal process when a permit for after the act or caught in the act is not issued, and who will be making the decisions to actually issue this permit or not? And can this decision, if a permit is not issued, be appealed? And if we could have answers to those questions today, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have David Thoreau, followed by Jennifer Thoreau.
And Greg, I'll add, I think that we will have answers. The director has addressed some of it, but we'll do our best to get to that.
Hello, I'm David Thoreau. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. First off, I just want to pray for wisdom for you guys and thank you for what you're doing. I just want to reiterate, there's only a couple wolves that were having trouble with the killing and whatnot, and nothing's being done about that. I would argue economics, we talk about what it's costing for these wolves to bring them in. If we allow these wolves to keep reproducing the ones that are killing, it's going to create more and more financial trouble down the road. And thank you, Chairman May, for reiterating the value of livestock. We raise seed stock bulls, and to lose one of them is the fair market value is not going to be even close to what they're worth and what we put into them. And also, too, I have 5 young kids. This has completely changed the way we do things. I have wolf tracks right above our house, and they usually come out and are playing all around the ranch. And these wolves aren't afraid of people. And what are we doing to we need to be taking steps to make them more cautious when they're around people. This is a well-populated area, and that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jennifer Thoreau, followed by Katie Schneider.
Katie, how far are we through our blue slips? Because I know we have virtual also.
Looks like we have 7 more after Jennifer.
Okay, and I respect everybody, but we'll just try to expedite as best we can because we may end up being here yet tonight. So everybody's consideration is appreciated. Thank you. But that being said, with everybody also having ample opportunity to say what they wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. For better or worse, we as Colorado voters have released a new apex predator into an ecosystem that was not prepared for them. So we now have the responsibility to steward this situation well and to manage it, both ranchers and CPW alike. Depredation is defined as an act of attacking or plundering. This entails much more than just a single act, or the compensation of a single act on a single animal by a single animal. It involves so much more, just like David just said, it affects health and productivity. You have calves that are now, or animals that are stressed. Like it's not just one animal, it has a long-term effect, as you've spoken to, Mr. May. It also affects our families. If any other predator depredates, we take action, whether it's an animal or a human. It could be something like a moose or a mountain lion, or it can be someone coming into your home, but we take action right away. We don't wait for agency action. We don't wait for a rapid response team. So why should it be different in this situation? I understand it's an endangered animal. I think it's more essential now at the early onset that we're watching what kind of animals we're allowing to breed. Like, what are we encouraging in them? If there's no negative impact to them attacking these animals that we've said, the domestic animals, it's been bred out of them to be afraid of the wolves. It has been bred out of them, but now we're going to breed it into these wolves that we've brought in, and that needs to be considered. If we want animals that are living the way that they ought to, we need to make sure that we're managing that well. No matter what laws and regulations are put in place, you're going to have unethical people doing unethical things. We're asking for the tools to allow responsible individuals to manage the situation that's placed before them. I don't know about you, but I can't see very well at night. So having a nighttime vision is going to be crucial if we're going to manage it responsibly. I have 4 kids that are 8 and under. Number 5's on the way. They're free-ranging mountain goat Colorado kids, but it's changed the way that they live. They now have dreams. They have fears, and we're working on that. It's not anyone else's responsibility but me as a parent as well as my husband. But proper management is going to be essential, not just for cows, sheep, and bison. It's essential for people, families, and children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Schneider, followed by Kirk Thoreau.
Thank you, Chair May and members of the Commission, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Katie Schneider, Rockies and Plains representative for Defenders of Wildlife, and I live in Berthoud, Colorado. I lead our program to help livestock producers in Colorado access and implement ways to reduce their risk of predation to wolves. With a busy field season still underway for everyone, the ranchers I've met who are seeing success with these approaches do give me hope that we are moving in a positive direction, though obviously we have plenty of work still to do. The examples CPW listed in their update is evidence of these important early wins. That said, Defenders continues to oppose the use of night vision and these other nighttime aids as proposed at this time to lethally remove wolves, largely due to the concerns that all of you discussed earlier. We share those concerns given that no measures are yet in place to mitigate them. Even for those not trying to take advantage, again, agreeing that most people are acting in good faith and law-abiding citizens, using these aids to spot wolf depredation may only lead to more sleepless nights, misunderstanding of wolf behavior, and misidentification of depredating individuals or non-target animals like discussed earlier. If a wolf was killed at night in the act of chasing a yearling, what evidence could a producer provide in the federal investigation that would follow? Recordings are one example, and I'm eager to hear more kind of ideas on how we can set people up for success. At this point, the use of nighttime aids, when every wolf presents about 10% of our current population, does have the potential to slow that recovery and doesn't yet protect the people or the animals on the landscape and doesn't present a sustainable solution to conflict. To the issue of whether to define chronic depredation, we stand behind the existing policy and recommendation of the SAG that CPW should evaluate these situations on a case-by-case basis. In our experience, specifying metrics for chronic depredation, or in particular defining chronic depredation as a certain amount of losses in a certain amount of time, can lead to an expectation of lethal measures as soon as that threshold's crossed. The real trouble is that there's a multitude of factors, in addition to the number of losses, that influence whether a situation should be considered chronic, and these do not fit neatly into a reliable formula. Determining and addressing the root cause of why conflict is occurring in the first place and working cooperatively to assess risks before they begin has the greatest potential to save livestock and wolves in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kirk Thoreau, followed by Mike Garrett.
Hello, thank you for your time. I just agree with a lot of what the ranchers have said here, Conway Farrell especially, where the wolves have really changed not only the way we run our businesses, but our lifestyles. It's affected our children. It's affected our sleep. We already have long days, which I think a lot of you know. And so I would agree with the fact that the people that voted this in really are undereducated as to what they've done. So I'd like to encourage you guys to push for removal, like lethal removal of the wolves that are attacking livestock and those ones alone, but also to consider stalling or not even reintroducing more, because as Philip said, they are coming in from Wyoming and other states as well. I think repopulating the wolves is not going to be an issue, but we do need to control the ones that are issues. I think that's all. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Mike Garrett, followed by Dave Hammer. Thank you. Then could we please have Dave Hammer, followed by Charlene Whaley?
It's a maze navigating your way back there, isn't it?
Hi, I'm Dave Hammer. My wife Karen and I own the Peak Ranch northwest of Kremling, Colorado, and we're a cow-calf operator. And in my case, I'm sixth generation Coloradan, and dating clear back to the turn of the century in far western Colorado. We may very well have the most recent depredation. We lost a first calf heifer just a few days ago. I just got a message from my wife that they could not make conclusive results that it was a wolf hit, which I don't understand. But my foreman met with one of the representatives for the CPW, and they said it couldn't be done conclusively, even though there's wolf tracks, wet wolf tracks in the mud, away from the heifer. The heifer's perfectly healthy. She's just about ready to have her calf. So it's the most valuable, most expensive animal you can have on your outfit, because she's getting ready to have her first calf. So you've raised her, you've kept her going, climbing up past 2 years, having her calf. And I'm not surprised at the response. I don't doubt that when I get back and hear the rest of the story it's pardon the French, but ass covering, not to jump right in and say, no question, this is a wolf kill, so you should be compensated. I'm sure they got to think it through and everything, but the only tracks around this heifer was laying right on the edge of the stream, and there's wolf tracks all over it. And the comment that was made by the folks that came down from North Park, which I am very active in North Park, and Middle Park stock growers. I'm one of the oldest members of Middle Park stock growers now. It was surrounded with wolf tracks, and it was a wolf kill. And the kind of response we just got this morning was, we wouldn't be able to prove it was a wolf kill. So, you know, the politics are this. I think it's in my best interest, not only legally, but for all intents and purposes, I need to get off the Habitat Partnership immediately, and for at least an extended period of time. I've been very active for a very long time, and I appreciate everything that our relationship has been in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Charlene Whaley, followed by Aaron Carney.
My name is Charlene Whaley, and I live in Grand County. I live in Hot Sulphur, but I have property above the Williams Fork, and I only have 3 acres. But we had planned to put a couple of cows this summer on our acreage. We normally supply our food with deer and elk. And for the last 50 years or so, our hunting has been good. But the last 4 or 5 years has been horrible. So we were thinking about putting cows, but unfortunately for us, we have a wolf den about 1/4 of a mile away from us. The same wolves that have been killing my neighbor's cows. And you're not going to do anything about it. I'm told because she has pups. Well, they have pups. Well, they're going to teach their pups to hunt because they're good parents. And they're going to, and since they're cow killers, they're going to teach them to kill cows. So I can't put livestock on my property because I can't be there 24 hours a day. And with the wolves there, the hunting is going to be nil. So you're taking food out of my family's mouths. But not only that, you're going to, you're threatening my neighbors' livelihoods. You told me that we could scare away the wolves. Well, we can, but then we're just going to scare them away to our neighbors, and they're going to kill their cows. What kind of neighbors does that make us? I live in Hot Sulphur, and we have 7 or 8 deer that walk right next to my house all winter long in the evening. I even have a fox that comes by every night. Well, I know that the population of the wolves are low now. They're higher than you think, though. But when they populate, and they're going to populate fast, what's going to keep them from not following my deer across in Little Hot Sulphur? I worry about my dogs being killed. They don't know about a wolf. And I worry about my grandchildren because, like it said, everybody said that the wolves don't fear people. And I really think that you don't need to put more wolves in, especially in Grand County. We have enough problems as it is.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Aaron Carney, followed by Amber Holloman.
Commissioners, Chairman May, thanks for allowing me to comment today. I'm Aaron Carney, representing Colorado Cattlemen's Association as their Executive Vice President, which CCA is the oldest state cattlemen's. We were founded in 1867, and we represent ranchers and livestock producers, landowners owning and operating in all 64 counties of Colorado, including Middle Park, North Park, and Gunnison. I want to highlight that we can hear about research that's happened in other states, but today you've heard from ranchers that are living out the reality of wolves on the ground every single day. Encountering wolves almost daily, day and night, and the stories they have of how close they're encountering them I couldn't even fathom. Please elevate their experiences and those being impacted. You should have received written comments from CCA, but I want to highlight a few points. 1, caught in the act. I believe this is a nuanced issue and oversight when we pass the wolf management plan, and this is just aligning the wolf management plan and the 10J rule. And I believe Travis Black, Regional Manager, said it best at the last commission meeting that this should not be confused with other issues of hunting wolves, but this is protecting livestock and a tool to protect livestock. Secondly, chronic depredation. CCA would argue that chronic depredation is laid out and the criteria for that is laid out in the plan. and that the wolves in North Park and Middle Park are meeting that criteria, and CPW needs to follow that criteria. We are supportive of that working group, but also realize that we have the criteria laid out, we just have to follow it. Ranchers are fixers, doers, and problem solvers. The frustration that you're seeing today is this community is wanting to do and fix and problem solve, and they're having to wait, and sometimes 90 days to allow to hear an answer from the government to manage the problem, and that's the frustration you're hearing today. Thank you.
Aaron, we have a question for you, Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chairman, and thanks, Aaron. I read your letter. I just wanted to clarify what I think you're saying, but is that we do in the plan have a definition of sorts of chronic depredation, which I think you're saying is okay, and your complaint is we're not implementing it. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Touchton, yes, I would agree. And also further written in those comments are that we would not support opening up the wolf management plan, but if there's additional internal or external guidance that needs to be developed, we are supportive of that.
Thank you. And no other questions. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next we'll have Amber Holloman, and then we'll be switching to our virtual comments, starting with Aaron Johnson.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm here for the support of NightAid Vision. Agriculture in Colorado contributes $47 billion annually to its economy and is made up of 30 million acres of producing land. Between 2017 and 22, the number of farms in the U.S. declined by 141,000 or 7% according to the USDA census. I am not a generational producer, but going into a first year of hobby farming, producing enough for my family's livelihood. With the declining number of producers, we need more people joining this community, not more backing out. But I am asking myself if it's worth it when I'm risking the safety of livestock and my family. Every day there are more regulations placed on the ag community. Producers already face enough challenges, disease, drought, and now the added stress of wolves. The time spent gaining these permits, having to carve out time to meet with CPW and other organizations. Producers already work from sunup to sundown. Producers have the right to defend their business, their livelihood, and their safety, but even more than that, their way of life. Allowing for NightAids gives our producers one more tool to protect that way of life. Our producers are law-abiding citizens who believe in living peacefully, not taking more than we need, and always giving back to our community. This tool would not be abused, but used with discretion and with respect for the ecosystem that is vital to our way of life. Our livestock are more than a bottom line dollar in our bank account. They are part of our family, sometimes getting better care than we give ourselves. Producers commit themselves to the safety and protection of their herd, so let's please stand behind them and help protect that. These producers grew up generations strong in recognizing wildlife, so to say, how can you tell the difference from a wolf to your neighbor's dog or one wolf to another is a nominal chance. We know our neighbors, we work hand in hand to ensure each other's success. We know their children and their animals like our own. To say that producers are compensated, or to even use the word generously, I'd ask, is there a dollar number that you would feel comfortable with to allow the death of your cattle or even your family pet? How can you put a dollar amount on life? The value on a wolf's life is a fine up to $100,000, jail time and loss of hunting privileges, but the life of a cow is worth $1,500. The opposition speaks of the investment of Coloradans into wolves or the possibility of baiting. What about the thousands of producers' generational investments into agriculture? If they were looking to bait wolves in to kill them, then would we be sitting here attempting to discuss this and act within the letter of the law? Thank you to all of Colorado's producers for what you do, and I leave you guys with this question. When did you decide to value the life of a wolf over any other life? Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have Aaron Johnson, followed by Delia Malone.
You know, Katie, I think we're a long way from getting through this yet. I think everybody needs a break. And we're not going to keep waiting to get done for the break. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break right now. In all due respect to our virtual commenters, I think we need to do that. So let's take 10 minutes right now. We'll come right back because pushing forward is not as productive as taking this break.
Thank
So
you,
we'll
Chair
be
May.
back in 10 minutes. We'll go into recess. The meeting will come back to order. For a point of clarification, I'd like to tell people that we think we have probably 45 minutes, maybe an hour of virtual comment, and then the commission will have discussion on these items before a vote. So we're probably looking at an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours before we get to the vote. We are not going to stop for lunch. We're going to get through because I know most of you, once we break for lunch, would like to be able to leave. So anybody's welcome to stay, but we're going to push through, try to get to the vote, which I think what most people are interested in, and then we'll break for lunch. So bear with us. One thing I might suggest, if somebody needs to go get lunch now, we're having virtual comment. I mean, we definitely have 45 minutes before we get to any commission discussion. So just everybody note that and make your own plans. So I'll turn it over to you, Katie.
Thank you, Chair May. Next, we'll have Aaron Johnson, followed by Delia Malone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman May, directors, Parks and Wildlife commissioners, and staff. My name is Aaron Johnson. I'm the Wildlife Division Head at the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the tribe to reiterate the tribe's strong support for CPW's proposed rule change to add bison to the definition of livestock for purposes of providing compensation for wolf depredations. The tribe is a sovereign nation with reservation lands in southwest Colorado, set aside for the exclusive use of the Ute people. The tribe's wildlife division is primarily responsible for managing, protecting, and enhancing the diverse and abundant wildlife and fisheries resources of the Southern Ute Indian Reservation. This includes managing the tribe's bison herd, which typically fluctuates between 60 and 100 animals, and this time of year is adding vulnerable calves each day. The tribe historically relied on bison for day-to-day survival, and this tradition continues today. By harvesting the herd, the division offers bison meat to tribal households and robes and other bison parts to the Cultural Preservation Department, who distributes them to tribal members for ceremonial and cultural purposes. As you're all aware, wolf reintroduction planning began long before wolves were released in December 2023. Early in the process, the tribe opposed wolf reintroduction in part due to concerns over the impact that wolves would have on livestock, including bison. The tribe's sovereignty makes it different from other stakeholders. As a self-governing entity, the tribe is responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of its members, just like the state is responsible for providing the same for its citizens. This includes a sovereign responsibility to protect and preserve its bison herd. As a sovereign government that operates on a government-to-government basis with the state, the tribe is asking CPW to adopt the proposed rule change. It is extremely important to the tribe and its members that bison be added to the definition of livestock for purposes of compensation for bison losses brought upon depredations. Thank you for your consideration of the tribe's position on this important matter.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Delia Malone, followed by Allison Dahlman. Delia, we can hear you. Would you like your camera on?
Sure.
Go ahead, Delia.
Okay, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for hearing my comments. I'm Delia Malone, live on the West Slope in Redstone, Colorado, surrounded by our public lands where I've worked as an ecologist for several decades. When Coloradans voted to restore wolves to our public lands, we thought we would be different by learning from the livestock producers who have successfully worked over the decades to perfect non-lethal coexistence strategies. Instead, what we're seeing is an immediate reach for guns. What we are not seeing is robust, practical, and monetary support for non-lethal coexistence strategies, especially range riders. What we also know is that killing wolves to resolve conflict with livestock can increase conflicts with livestock by disrupting the stable social structures that wolves rely on to survive. Further, science also informs that allowing legal killing does not improve tolerance for wolves and only results in devaluing wolves, which has led to illegal killing. The Commission is currently considering allowing livestock producers to use nighttime aids to help in the killing of wolves that might or might not have predated livestock. This proposal ignores the facts provided by the science of non-lethal coexistence that unequivocally informs that non-lethal methods are not only more effective, but are also ethical. Only after all appropriate non-lethal coexistence measures have been suitably implemented should lethal take of a wolf that is documented to continue to prey on livestock be permitted. The use of nighttime aids or a definition of chronic depredation should be tightly linked with coexistence. Specifically, chronic depredation should be classified as one livestock owner experiencing 5 depredation incidents over a month. As described by Reed DeWalt, coexistence methods work. Give coexistence a chance. Give wolves a chance to do what only an apex predator can do: restore natural balance and native biodiversity to our public wildlands that have been severely degraded by inappropriate livestock grazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Allison Dahlman, followed by Rob Edward.
Hi, I'm Allison Dahlman. Non-lethal management tools, funding sources, and skilled trainers for their implementation have been provided to CPW and livestock owners. Yet we're here discussing more lethal tools. Colorado's compensation is the highest in the country, so they're unmotivated to use preventative methods that would benefit livestock, wolves, ecosystems, the public, and save money. Why pay extravagant prices to reimburse the preventable? Because a minority perpetuate falsehoods about wolves that began before America was a nation, including fear fairy tales. We've learned so much that contradicts these myths, but some resist current science and data out of ignorance and ego. We cannot go back and do better. We cannot unextirpate a species, but it's imperative that we learn from mistakes and make better choices with current information. We turn our backs on education, ecosystem balance, and future generations when we refuse to coexist with a keystone species who contributes so much. When non-lethals are used properly, livestock losses are often zero. Killing wolves tears their family apart, making it harder for them to survive. And hunting is very dangerous for them, with their success rate only being about 15%. If non-lethal methods are not appropriately applied, then lethal management should be denied. Governmental data show that wolves are the least concerned for livestock, with 98% of fatalities being from starvation, dehydration, poisonous plants, birthing difficulties, infectious diseases. Dogs kill 3 times more livestock than wolves. When owners are permitted to graze our public lands, they should be responsible using range riders and other coexistence tools, because we know the old ways killing predators harms all. No nighttime food. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Rob Edward, followed by David Hand.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioners and Director Davis. My name is Rob Edward. I am the president of the Rocky Mountain Wolf Project. I've been working to restore wolves to the Southern Rockies for over 30 years, and I'm dedicated to following the science and the data from areas where wolves exist alongside humans. I'm providing comments today regarding the discussion around definition of chronically depredating wolves, and a comment regarding perceived threats to human safety. The Commission continues to hear pleadings for a hard definition of chronic depredation, and I appreciate the pressure bearing down on you. However, we believe that CPW's current approach is extremely deft, adaptive, and science-based. As always, the emphasis should be on non-lethal preventative measures as the first line of defense. On that note, hundreds of thousands of dollars for non-lethal prevention tools, et cetera, are already flowing from the Born to Be Wild plate to CPW, and around 1,000 new plates come online each month. Regarding the definition of chronically depredating wolves, we oppose a static definition. The current case-by-case approach based on expert judgment is crucial, especially during the early recovery stages. Lethal control should be a last resort after considering all factors, including wolf population health and social and stakeholder interests. Our recommendations are that you continue to emphasize and prioritize non-lethal conflict minimization efforts, and CPW should implement additional diversionary feeding and aversive conditioning programs where the situation on the ground would benefit. Retaining the existing regulations, allowing CPW staff to make informed case-by-case decisions. Finally, one comment on the repeated statement of worries about human safety in the presence of wolves. It is important to follow the facts when fears arise. With that in mind, please remember that there are over 1,000 wolves in the Northern Rockies, and not a single human has been seriously injured or killed by wolves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have David Hand, followed by Kelly Murphy.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Do you want your camera on, David?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead, David.
Okay, thanks. My name is David Hand. I live in Fountain, Colorado, and I want to thank you for letting me talk. Let me just start out saying non-lethal methods used properly are more effective and ethical than lethal methods, but instead we're getting ranchers on social media using dead calves to bait these wolves to game cameras. Geez, what could go wrong there? Dead calves need to be removed. Nothing needs to be changed in this plan until this is addressed. Only after all appropriate non-lethal coexistent measures have been properly implemented should we issue a permit to lethally take a wolf that has been documented to continue to prey on livestock be authorized. Nighttime gunning of wolves will bring all kinds of problems too. The USDA data confirms that wolves have a negligible effect on U.S. cattle and sheep industry. By implementing non-lethal coexistence strategies, livestock losses can be further reduced to near zero. Grazing on public lands is a privilege, not a right. With privilege becomes responsibility to conserve the habitat and the native species who call our public lands home. Honor the vote of the Coloradians to restore natural balance with wolf reintroduction. Guided by best science, as informed by best science, non-lethal coexistent methods are more effective, economical, and ethical than lethal wolf management methods. Also, we need to see transparency on wolf depredation inspections and necropsies. Past U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director Ed Banks, who was over the previous Rocky Mountain wolf reintroduction, stated in a CPW webinar that CPW officials would be pressured to lie on reports. I think transparency would be appreciated by all sides. And last, I just want to remind people that nobody in the lower 48 has ever been attacked by a healthy wild wolf in over 100 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kelly Murphy, followed by Matt Barnes. Go ahead, Kelly.
All right. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Kelly Murphy. I'm a Colorado resident and an avid lover of our wild spaces and public lands. Although I truly understand the concerns that producers have about wolves sharing the landscape, I don't understand why we would employ more lethal tools without requiring non-lethal measures first. The goal is conflict prevention. The goal is not to kill wolves. If the desired outcome is to reduce conflict and restore wolves, then I think we need more solutions that support both of these goals, not just one or the other. Many people advocated returning wolves to the landscape with the understanding that the non-lethal tools available are the best way to mitigate issues with all predators on the landscape, not just wolves, and the data continues to support that. These methods should always be the first required line of defense, especially given the current population of wolves we have right now. Wolves regularly move through pastures and grazing allotments without causing conflict, as it's been mentioned multiple times already. I feel that it's unethical to target and eliminate wolves who may be passing through because there were claims of chasing or harassing cattle. And I believe that there must be a tangible way to require sound evidence that proves that. The concern that I and many others have is that wolves will be killed in error for simply existing on the landscape where they belong and where they were intentionally placed. I've read several complaints that non-lethal measures are expensive. Well, night vision equipment is expensive as well. It seems counterproductive that we'd be willing to spend the resources on thermal imaging and night vision rifles when that effort could be spent towards measures that strengthen herds and protect producers' assets more effectively. A feasible starting point would be creating community carcass pits that are burned and or lined with electric fencing to minimize the possibility of drawing wolves closer to livestock. Free food attracts predators, and if we inadvertently teach them, they'll just continue to come back. I ask that you reconsider the use of nighttime aids for lethal take and focus on the reasonable measures available that more effectively enhance coexistence, not just extermination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Matt Barnes, followed by Norman Bishop.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and directors.
I'm a rangeland scientist, human carnivore, conflict specialist, and former ranch manager here in Colorado. I was honored to serve on the stakeholder advisory group, and while I cannot speak for that group, a brief explanation of some of the reasons why we did not recommend a definition of chronic depredation might be useful. The ranchers and wildlife conservationists agreed on impact-based management, including that conflict minimization is of paramount importance. Conflicts should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, and non-lethal means should be explored and encouraged before lethal. There's no number of depredations that is defined in the scientific literature as chronic, or that was recommended by the technical working group, or that the stakeholders could have agreed upon. Montana, where I used to work, and where there are almost exactly 100 times as many wolves as there are currently in Colorado, does not define chronic. Other states do, but in different ways. I've talked with biologists in a couple of those states, and they generally don't find their definitions helpful. I recommend that CPW emphasize the stakeholder group's recommendations on conflict minimization, as noted in Appendix C of the plan. Also, some stakeholders were concerned that while it would be the point at which the agency would begin considering lethal control, it would likely be seen by the public as the point at which lethal control would necessarily happen. In my own experience, there's been multiple cases in other states where one or two ranchers have had the lion's share of depredations. That's obviously unfortunate, but it sometimes indicates a vulnerability issue at that location, as distinguished from a wolf problem per se. If that's the case and the wolves are removed, successive packs would likely find and exploit the same vulnerability. Finally, predation is a natural process just like grazing, and sometimes it can be a problem for us. Let's trust our agencies to implement the plan, restore native species.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Norman Bishop, followed by John Williams. Norm, you may need to hit accept on your end. We'll keep trying with Norm. In the meantime, let's go ahead to John Williams.
Thank you, Director Davis and Commissioners. I'm John Michael Williams, founder of Colorado Wolf Tracker, a Facebook site with almost 7,000 members since its inception about 6 months ago. I'm a Colorado native. Family's been here since the 1870s. I'm a conservationist, a hunter, and a retired reserve law enforcement officer. I'm not a lobbyist, and I've written my own script. Unlike other commenters, I don't believe that ranchers are egotistical, lazy, or trigger happy, and I think that kind of dialogue needs to stop right now. For context, there have been 30 killings of livestock since December of 2021, with 11 since the reintroduction of the wolves last December. 24 cattle, 3 dogs, and 3 sheep. We're exceeding the number of kills seen in Washington and Oregon, which both have many more wolves. It's been 6 months since the introduction, and we have had no illegal wolf killings, none, 0. No shootings, no poisonings, no illegal trappings. We're coming up on the 2024 hunting season. We're going to have about 236,000 big game hunters out in the woods, many of whom are out of state. There's a lot of anger over this issue, and many people are blaming wolves for the decreased number of tags and the loss of over-the-counter archery tags. If there's some movement in lethal management issues, that may help avoid illegal wolf killings. I speak in support of the use of artificial light, electronic night vision equipment, and thermal imaging. I've used these myself. They improve safety and give you a better chance of identifying what you're aiming at. Finally, I'm going to comment on the CPW's confirmed gray wolf depredation information page. Can we please differentiate between fatalities and injuries? And we would appreciate press releases when confirmed depredations occur. I know the CPW has multiple PIOs, and this has been done before. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Adam Krieger, followed by Deborah Taylor. Adam, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Adam.
Chair May, Commissioners, thank you for giving the public opportunity to comment today. My name is Adam Krager, and I'm a Colorado resident and a staff attorney with Friends of Animals. There's just simply too much uncertainty to approve the regulations as they're currently written. Many concerns raised today and requests for modifications to these regulations should be addressed before approval. In general, CPW should continue to focus on non-lethal methods and the compensation built into the law. Chair May has raised some issues with the compensation as it is being inadequate. Maybe we need to change that. I think the voters would rather see, and it would comply better with the current law, that livestock owners be truly fairly compensated for their loss than have wolves killed on the ground. And we shouldn't do night aids. We shouldn't allow night aids for lethal control in the first place, okay? Lethal control is cruel. Other people have also pointed out it's ineffective. Livestock losses due to wolves is vanishingly small, somewhere about 1/10 of 1% of the animals out there, okay? We've also heard from a lot of multiple generation Coloradans today. Well, the wolves were here first. The wolves were here before 1919. They were here before 1881. The wolves had already gone extinct by the time most of the people in this room were born in 1948. They're not the invasive ones. The domesticated animals who we're flooding the land with are the invasive species, okay? Regarding the two proposals today, there should be some distinction between chronic depredation and caught in the act killings if you're going to allow these night aids, okay? Commissioner May also brought up a great point about wolves going through livestock and not harming them. And I think requiring recording of some kind is only fair. That's going to help both sides prove what happened. These wolves play an important role on the land. We shouldn't just kill them on sight. I think Commissioner Bailey's discomfort is well-founded. Friends of Animals shares that discomfort. We should be requiring proof when these lethal takes are involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Deborah Taylor, followed by Jenny Harrington. Deborah, we can't hear you. Is there a setting you need to change on your end? You want to try again, Deborah?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but please speak up.
Okay. Hi, my name's Deborah Taylor. Thank you, commissioners, for your work. Currently, on private social media groups, a rancher has shared pictures and texts and stating it was okay to leave dead calves on the ground as long as removed 2 miles from their herd. Wolves, wrong. Wolves can smell up to 20 miles away, up to 20 miles away. Leaving the dead animals on the ground is called baiting in our book. With their high sense of smell, a picture was also stamped and provided with this of May 7th, showing the dead animal on the ground covered with ravens and a wolf approaching it. No good rancher would violate rules on animal carcass disposal. In our mountain community, a neighbor recently was caught feeding wildlife, including bears. He was reported, possibly fined. However, another neighbor then had their garage and storage broken into, causing them damage. Best management practice include burial of dead animals and covering them with 2 feet of soil. There may not have been any wolves or any other predator deprecating if all ranches had followed removal and burial of dead by disease, by weather, or other normal deaths. Please do not support any night vision weapons. Drones can be equipped with night vision and can scare wolves away. Ranchers are smart enough to learn how to use these drones even at night. Please use other methods from organizations like Wood River Wolf Project to deter not only the wolves, but the other predators that come in and kill livestock, like loose dogs, bears, and mountain lions. Don't lose the trust of the majority. Wolves will find the CWD animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jenny Harrington, followed by Carl Wood. Jenny, I think we need you to unmute on your end.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Jenny Harrington, a rancher's wife, Holy Cross Cattlemen's Association membership chairman. What is really at risk here if we don't provide some of these tools to the rancher? We have provided, the CPW and others have provided non-lethal methods at this point in time, but we need to consider others. What is at risk is losing these ranch lands. An American Farmlands Trust threat report reports that by 2040, we could lose 417,000 acres in Colorado of the ranch lands to development. We could also, if the worst case scenario occurred, 525,000 acres. So ranchers are taking care of the wildlife. They more and more reside on private lands due to increasing recreational pressures and other things occurring on the public lands. So I want to talk about, we are in support of using artificial lights. We use lights in our corral for calving season, lights on four-wheelers, spotlights on vehicles to check on those cattle that are in close to the corrals. So if we were to take an animal in the act, a wolf in the act of depredating, we might be fined if this weren't approved to use lights. We also support the pooled cattle regulations, both for public and private lands for all seasons, because as I said, the wildlife are down there all during the year, and we have scenarios such as fathers and sons, owners and managers, and then the pooled cattle associations. Is it fair to use the total cattle numbers in Colorado as an example of what the amount of depredation is? It's not fair. We should only use those numbers that where the depredations are occurring, where the wolves are. Not throughout Colorado. The wolves are not throughout all of Colorado. And the generous compensation piece always bothers me because of losing that animal in your production chain, and you've worked on those genetics for years and years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Carl Wood, followed by Rob Ross.
Here.
We can hear you. Go ahead, Carl.
There we go. Very good. I'm a producer and ranch between the Farrells and the Bouchers, and it's only by an act of God that I'm here without a wolf kill at this point. I want to speak towards the compensation program. To be eligible under stress compensation for my cattle, I have to have a kill. Having one on either side of me isn't enough. That's crazy. I ask that you address that. Secondly, for night vision, the analogy I'd like to make, this is not hunting. This is self-protection. It'd be like having a rule that says you can protect your family, but only in the daytime. If somebody comes in your house at night, you can't do anything about it. That's what you're asking us to do. Lastly, for costs, back in February 20th, I submitted a letter to CPW to build fencing around my calving grounds. CPW, while giving me a verbal through my local representative, has not even bothered to respond in writing. That's ridiculous. You just take stuff, what is it, a big black hole that you send things into and it just disappears. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Rob Ross, and then we'll try Norman Bishop again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Hello. Oh, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of the commissioners. I've been sitting, I actually had some notes and a statement that I wanted to make initially, and I've listened to most of the meeting all day. One, I want to say that you all have done a tremendous job in presenting our wolves to Colorado. The voters have said very clearly that you want wolves back on the landscape, that we recognize the importance of them. Unfortunately, what we have seen in our culture are those who do not have the education. Ranchers specifically Many do have the education, many want the education, but what we have not seen is the education of wolves and what they really are. There is still so much fear. I have worked with wolves. I have visited Colorado. I've been in Colorado. I am on the East Coast. So while I hear many Coloradans, Washingtonians, Idahoans, many people who claim that those of us on the East Coast have no clue, believe me, I do. My studies were under Dave Meach. We need to clearly educate people on wolves. I'm opposed to what you're doing with regards to the night vision. This needs to stop before it occurs. Wolves belong on our landscape. They are important to our landscape. They are beneficial to our landscape. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you. Next, we'll try Norman Bishop again. I also got one more blue slip, so if Lyle Seidner could please come up, please. Don't think it's working with Norm, so we'll take Lyle's comments, and then that will conclude public comment on this item.
Thanks, Katie. Lyle Seidner, Commissioner May, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, and Commissioners. I didn't come here planning to talk today, but after hearing the discussion, I felt like I needed to. I'm a retired CPW employee, 30 years, last 15 years as the AWM here in Middle Park. A lot of the people that were talking earlier are testimony to that job that I did. I look at a lot of the DWM, AWM job as working to develop relationships with landowners, and I see that faltering. This issue is kind of kicking my butt because I see it from those landowners that I worked with and those people wearing the tan shirts that were my employees. A couple of things that I felt compelled that I needed to talk to you about are trepidation on some commissioners' parts on allowing the night equipment. You're just extending this to wolves. This is already used. Your bad experiences were with the public on your property. You're giving this tool to the landowners to be able to use. Don't take that away from them. They already use it. Let them use it with the wolves as well. Another discussion was brought up was using a study in Alberta that baiting was going to allow for more killing of wolves. Well, think about that. Alberta has hunting of wolves. This is an entirely different thing. Don't eliminate a tool that these landowners can use. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this item.
That went much faster than I thought, Katie. Okay, let me catch up where I am. That brings us to 13E. Is that correct? This will be commissioner discussion. And this is an action item. So we will be conducting a vote. And I have spoken with regional managers and asked them for more clarification. I think it's important that we know exactly what we're going to be voting on, because I think the potential is there for multiple facets of this. And I think it's important that the commission gets the absolute direction from staff. So that being said, I would appreciate maybe if Regional Manager Black and Leslie, you would, yes, all four. This is great. I think this is important because these are the people who are going to have to deal with what this commission puts out. So I welcome that, and I think as commissioners we appreciate the fact that we will have the benefit of this input. I think it's important to keep note. All of the things that we have talked about, to me the most important thing is that it is going to have to go through this strict protocol of many layers of management before it ever is engaged. So with that, I'll turn it over to the regional managers.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Travis Black, Regional Manager, Northwest Region, along with the other 3 regional managers, Corey Chick from the Southwest, Mark Leslie from the Northeast, and I think Frank is over there from the Southeast as well. So yeah, we're ganging up on you a little bit here. I'd just like to take a moment to kind of readdress the issue that we're currently discussing, in particular with the use of nighttime aids. In relation to, mitigating wolf conflicts, if you will. I think I briefly discussed with the other regional managers that we as staff would like to recommend that the commission adopt the preferred alternative as written in the issue paper in relation to the use of nighttime aids. The discussion that was focused on the additional requirement of recording any in the act take of a wolf while utilizing a nighttime aid is, in my opinion, overly onerous. It adds complexity to the issues, and it's simply not necessary in this situation. Not every electronic device, those electronic or nighttime aids, has the capability of recording. Certainly some do. With the advancement of technology, I think it's getting better and better, but a particular rancher may not have a device on hand that could do that recording. Technology can fail, and I think we heard Mr. Farrell up here talking about that a little bit, in that kind of heat of the moment of trying to get something to record. You may hit the button twice instead of hitting it once, right? Or it's a mechanical device, it can fail. And what do you do then when there's not a recording of that? So I feel like we don't want to put them in a position automatically where they've somehow violated a requirement under a permit in this case. Even if CPW loaned out such devices, I think it's impossible that every producer would potentially have one on hand at any given moment. We know wolves move around. They cover some country. And if we acquire and issue, nighttime aids to a particular rancher that's having an issue, and 5 miles down the road, those wolves move, and that rancher catches a wolf in the act, he's not set up with that device in order to record it to begin with, if that makes sense. I think, it's granted that certain conditions make finding evidence in the field a little more difficult, as we discussed earlier. That doesn't mean that evidence doesn't exist, though. Our officers are trained investigators and do an exceptional job of ferreting out evidence and being able to determine the chain of events based on that evidence that we locate in the field. We understand that, that there's mixed emotions surrounding this issue on both sides. The intent behind the issue is to provide tools in a toolbox to mitigate potential livestock losses by allowing a producer to utilize nighttime aids in non-lethal hazing, permitted injurious hazing, and as a last resort, lethal take, but only when a wolf is caught in the act. That language is already authorized by the 10J rule. It is further authorized in commission regulation. The question really is can they do that at night? And the use of those nighttime aids allows them that opportunity to protect their livestock. And with that, I'll shut up and let the other regional manager speak.
I'd just like to add that there's been some discussion about use of artificial light at night and equating it with poaching. And in my mind, a landowner or their designee protecting their livestock from depredation should not be conflated with poaching. And as Travis mentioned, we know the difference. Yes, lights have been used for illicit activities in the past, and they're used for legal activities currently as well. But I just want to make sure that we keep that distinction in mind. So.
Well, I will respond. I was probably the one or one of the commissioners at least that had a problem with this because of my experience with this type of technology, but I try to have an open mind. I came into this with that thought. I've changed because I do see it as a tool now that actually will be protection for all. I mean, that's why I said in the beginning, I think this is common ground. I think both sides of this issue should be able to come together on this, because this is going to be what we specifically spoke about when we adopted the plan, and that is targeted lethal management where required, as opposed to such as phase 4, which we did not adopt into our plan, which would have basically been a public hunting season on wolves. So this is targeted lethal control, which is what we asked for. And I hope the gravity of this situation is not lost on people, because in my time on the commission, this is the first time I've ever had all 4 regional managers sitting in front of me giving me a recommendation. And I don't take that lightly, because they are the ones that this is going to go through. And that being said, I will open it up to discussion for the commission. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I have a lot of comments, and I've been making these as people have spoken. But the first one I want to start with, so at WAFA, which is, for those of you who don't know, that's the 20 western states. It's Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And at their recent meeting, we have a group of commissioners, and it's all the commissioners from those western states. Why they weren't all there, a lot of them were there. And I explained our wolf situation, our current situation, to them. And I asked them, I said, what would you do? And they said that we have to take out the problem wolves. And a few wolves are giving the rest of our wolves a bad name. This isn't about hunting issues, it's about following the proposition and resolving issues with producers. It's not an easy thing to do. Cameras, or any kind of electronic device. I can't even run my phone. I'll bet half the people in here have pictures of the ground, I have pictures of my saddle horn, I have all kinds of pictures that I didn't want to. I think I'm videoing it, and I didn't. I'd click it 2 times, don't know what's going on. But as Conway said, can you imagine being nervous and having to push a button when your livestock is being attacked or killed? That's not realistic, I don't think. Dallas really hit on this, but compensation, that really bothers me. Compensation does not make you whole. Money does not replace your time and emotions. There's many sleepless nights. How many years would that animal have carried a calf? Look at, and worrying about your children. I can't imagine having a wolf circling 30 feet around your house and having a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old out there. And wolves have attacked humans. This is not about hunting. Our officers are trained investigators. Livestock producers are not the lawbreakers. They do not want to be the first one to shoot the wolf. This is not about hunting. It's about giving producers the tools that they need in their toolbox. It's about helping staff. We have a plan. If we do not approve these fixes, I don't believe we are following it. Staff spent a lot of time. They didn't come up with these changes overnight. They spent, what, 2 or 3 months on this, at least, working on this. So, and I believe that they are trying to fulfill what the proposition said and help the producers. We need to reduce the conflicts for ranchers and assist the owners of livestock. Let's not put additional burdens on producers. Let's help them get through this. I believe if we do not do this, we are violating the voters' will in Proposition 114. Let's learn from what is happening in Oregon and Washington and not let poisonings happen or other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Go to Councilor Matter first.
I just have one sort of technical clarification for the record. Regional Manager Black said that the staff supports the light rules as framed in the issue paper, and I think you meant to say as they were presented in the commission packet. And that's an important distinction because these rules have evolved between Montrose and today as reflected in your packet. And I'm happy to talk about how they've evolved, but I just wanted to clarify and confirm that that was indeed the recommendation as presented.
Good with that, Regional Manager Black. Yeah, that's probably better for a discussion, if you would, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And council, thank you for correcting my error there. That's exactly what I intended to say in the commission packet that was presented to you.
Very good. Yeah, the current information that's in front of us.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Thank you, gentlemen, for your comments. At the risk of jumping the gun, I was going to make a motion, and I was going to accept the packet with a couple small tweaks that I think are going to be acceptable to everyone. We heard from the ranchers themselves that they didn't need the nighttime assistance with chronic depredation, so I think we could remove that, because I think we all agree when you're targeting an individual animal, it's really hard to tell which individual that is, especially down the line when we have uncollared animals. And I'd like to remove the onus. We've also heard about the burdens on the landowners. So I would say that we, as an agency or other agencies, would be responsible for chronic depredations. So with those two minor adjustments, I would make that motion. Yeah, Mark.
Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. I think, Commissioner Reading, you make some valid points. I'm thinking about what it looks like with 11 animals on the ground today and what it might look like with 150 on the ground and more chronic depredation permits where our staff might not be able to deal with that. I, for one, would still like to have that tool in the toolbox to be able to utilize if we could.
Do you mean the nighttime or the?
Yes.
I'm still going to stay with my motion as I posed it. Thank you.
Would you restate your motion, Commissioner?
My motion is to adopt the recommendations that we got in our packet with the minor exceptions of one, that the agencies are responsible for chronic depredations, and two, that chronic depredation amelioration does not involve the use of nighttime aids.
Any comments from region managers? As I understand it, that's a pretty major shift from the staff recommendation.
It is, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Reading, I appreciate where you're coming from on it, though. I think Regional Manager Leslie kind of expressed the same concern I would have, that that's easily accomplished with 11 wolves on the landscape. But when we have 200 wolves on the landscape or more, is that feasible? And I think that's his comment about, having that tool in the toolbox. We still have flexibility, I would argue, with if we issued a chronic depredation permit, putting specifications on that permit that may include not taking a wolf at night, if that makes sense. And like I said, every situation is going to be different. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Travis, I would like to say, I want to add on to that because every one will come with a specific set of conditions. And that gives you maximum flexibility, and it all will then rest at the feet of the director once you have made those recommendations. Is that accurate to say?
I believe you're absolutely spot on with
So
that.
not, in all due respect, Commissioner Reading, not to change your thought, but I want to be clear, clarify it.
I guess my feeling is that if we get to that point, we can revisit this issue.
Sorry.
I guess from my perspective, if we get to that point, we can revisit this issue, but I'd like to acknowledge that the burden should fall on us for the most part, and that the use of nighttime aids for chronic depredation only, I think it's fine for the use of in the act in every way, shape, or form, but in chronic depredation only, because you can't identify that individual well, that it's indiscriminate.
Commissioner, well, go to Councilor Matter first.
So I think this goes to the substance of how the rules have evolved between Montrose and today. So to eliminate the staff proposal right now, well, let me start in Montrose. So in Montrose, all three types of permits were automatically eligible to use nighttime aids. Between Montrose and today, that eligibility has been scaled back. And so injurious, non-lethal permits and in the act permits are automatically eligible for nighttime aids as currently proposed. But the third, the chronic depredation permit, was amended to, in the division's discretion, enable the division as one of those additional terms and conditions to allow nighttime aids on a case-by-case basis in the chronic depredation context. So to effectuate that portion of your proposed amendment, you would remove that discretion. So the rules would not enable the division in its discretion to allow nighttime aids on a case-by-case basis. So to enable that in the future, it would require a rulemaking. The statutory prohibition on the use of nighttime aids requires a rule saying just that. So if you were to scale back, peel off that discretion, it couldn't happen on a case-by-case basis until you amended the rule to plug it back in. So while I have the mic, it's on the yellow sheet in your packet on page 6. We added on the paragraph that says the permit authorizing such activities, meaning a chronic depredation permit, will contain additional terms and conditions, including a limitation on how many wolves may be taken under the permit. And what we added in the packet was, and may, in the discretion of the division, authorize the use of artificial light and the litany of those devices. So I read that first part of your proposed amendment to strike the red line at the end of paragraph D, which I just read, which is, and may, in the discretion of the division, authorize nighttime aids.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, first off, let me back up a bit. When I made comments about my own experiences with people using nighttime aids to the detriment of the nature preserve I run, I didn't mean any slight to ranchers. Those people were poachers, and I'm pretty darn sure they were not ranchers or my neighboring landowners. I also, I hear the comments on recording, and I think, it would be great if someone's able to do it, but I hear you that it should not be something that we require because of all the circumstances and, like as Commissioner Haskett said, our failures of our technology. So I hear you on those.
Commissioner Touchton, if I might interrupt, what you're saying is that by doing so, we would leave it as optional. A producer would always have the option of recording.
Yes, yeah, but we don't require it.
Please
But
proceed.
it'd be good if it happened. It'd probably be beneficial to the producer. On the nighttime aids in the act, again, I hear you guys, but I share Commissioner Reading's concern in the chronic depredation context. I think if he was first or second, I can't remember, but Mr. Gettleson, who's been the first person to experience this, said he wanted them for in the act situations, and that he hadn't really meant to open this whole can of worms with authorizing them for chronic depredation. I trust you guys. I trust your federal partners, but I do have a lot of concerns with sort of deputizing others to use those things on public lands. And I know all those things could be specified in a permit, and I hear you that you want all the tools, but I do think it's something we could revisit when you have that many wolves and you don't have the capacity. But right now we do have the capacity, so I'll second Commissioner Reading's motion on that front.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded, and I will ask Jonathan for a reading and clarification of the motion on the floor.
Afternoon, Commissioners, Chair, Director. Thank you so much. Jonathan Boyson with the Policy and Planning Units, and I just wanted to fill in for Hillary Hernandez briefly while she had to step out of the meeting. I did want to add a little bit of context to Commissioner Reading's motion. There is, as Councilor Matter said, a red line on that yellow paper on page 6 that talks about adding basically to the permit for chronically depredating removal the ability to use nighttime aids. That's the one red line. So to hearing Commissioner Reading's first point, your motion, sir, would be essentially striking that red line. However, if your second point that you made about sort of putting the burden more on the division to remove chronically depredating animals, that permit is already in regulation. So I just want to let you know that you would be revising current regulations that have been approved by the commission already. Not if you wanted to remove the part about nighttime aids for chronic depredation, just if you wanted to actually revise the language about the chronic depredation permit itself. That's already in regulation.
See, that's why we asked for clarification. Councilor Matter.
I think I can help a little bit. I have the same, really the same comment. So if you go to page 5 of the yellow packet, the existing regulation, there's paragraph 3 at the end of the page there. And Commissioner Reading, your motion said something like, I want to make sure that the division is responsible for any chronic depredation removals. And I think it already says that. It says at that paragraph 3, which has been in place since last May, if state and federal agencies do not have the capacity to carry out the timely implementation of the necessary lethal control measures, the division may issue a chronic depredation permit for the lethal take of wolves to a livestock owner, i.e. the permit applicant, consistent with the conditions below, sort of the rule as a whole. So I think the rule already addresses your second point.
Well, we'll move on. We still have more commissioner comments, so I'd like to give the other commissioners a chance to weigh in on this before we go and start changing that motion or voting for it. So I'll go to Commissioner Haskett.
No, dude, Carrie.
Okay. Then the next I have is Commissioner Barty.
Thank you, Chair May. First, I just want to thank everyone for coming out and making public comment. I know it's a very busy time of year, especially in the agriculture community, and your voices were really heard here today, so thank you for taking the time. I agree with a lot of what the commission has said, and I think a point that really stuck out to me was what Commissioner Haskett said, which came from our WAFWA discussion, and really for the long-term viability of what we're mandated to do here is to create a sustainable population of wolves. I believe that taking these actions is going to really increase the buy-in that we have from particularly our landowner community, which we are going to heavily rely on for a successful wolf reintroduction. So I think it's really important that we take this action to move that forward. A suggestion to Commissioner Reading's motion, maybe kind of a compromise, would be what if we explore the chronic depredation permit with recording equipment in that particular instance? Would that change anything for you? Because if those permits are released, hypothetically, we'd have the time to be able to provide that recording equipment in advance.
If I could interject, that's a great point in my opinion, because that removes the element of nervousness. If it's simply a chronic depredation, it's not caught in the act, it changes things. Right. And I like the idea of not requiring recording, but how we're going to do that. But recording with a chronic depredation permit as opposed to caught in the act. So I like that, Commissioner Vardy. Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Reading.
And we could potentially put in there that that the recording equipment would be provided by the Parks and Wildlife Office if the landowners didn't have it on their own.
That is a possibility. I mean, if we're going to, what do we think the prevalence is going to be of issuing chronic depredation permits? It's not going to be massive. I think we need to really investigate the division. Maybe it's one in each regional office, but look to that technology, acquiring that and providing that with a chronic depredation permit if that ever happens. I don't think that's asking too much. I'm sorry, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I can agree with what we were just talking about. The thing that concerned me, and on a couple of the breaks, I talked to a few of the ranchers out in the hallway, and my concern is laying this on a rancher to where like he's going to be responsible for taking care of chronic depredation. And a couple of guys I talked to said they don't want to do that. They would rather the agency do that. And I would think that between CPW and Wildlife Services, there should not ever really be a time where a member of the public would have to be basically like Commissioner Tishman said, deputized to go out and take a wolf. And that would be my concern, because if they make a mistake, then 2 wolves are going to die because they're going to take out the wrong one, then they got to take out the right one. And so that would be a concern of mine. But I think that doing the recording, if somebody has to be deputized in order to do that, if there's a recording, then that would eliminate a lot of doubt.
Okay, Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. I also want to echo Commissioner Vardy's comments about public comment. Yeah, we appreciate you coming out and sharing and all of the diverse perspectives that we got today. I think I'm struggling with this now because it feels like kind of a lot. And I'm thinking about some of the conversations we had yesterday about the need for incremental change, and the fact that this doesn't, I guess, what the nature of urgency is here with the low likelihood at this time of the chronic depredation permit. So I really do like the recommendation of, if we are to keep nighttime aids for chronic depredation permits and the potential for including recording as a requirement. And with everything that's been raised and sort of a lack of understanding on my part with the legal ramifications of an absence of a recording or an error if something goes wrong, just not quite sure exactly what's going to happen. So yeah, I guess I do feel like it might be worth taking the initial motion and evaluating how things work while the agency has capacity and doesn't anticipate issuing chronic depredation permits, and then revisiting nighttime aids and recording at a later time. I certainly understand everything that was said by the regional managers around wanting that available and that flexibility. And I think the concerns by the commission maybe point to putting that further down the line. I don't know, though. I could easily talk myself out of that line of thinking. One point that I did want to make to a lot of the commenters who were speaking about the need to require or prioritize or incentivize non-lethal methods, I do want to specifically just highlight it, since we're looking at the document, right? In addition to, nighttime aids and these other considerations, right? Allowing a chronic depredation permit also requires that the division must determine that the permit applicant employed reasonable conflict minimization techniques prior to receiving a chronic depredation permit, right? So again, this is far down the line, and it's very clear in the regulation that that's an expectation for those that have raised that issue again and again. And I think it's important the agency is committed to prioritizing those non-lethal methods.
Good,
Chairman.
Commissioner Bailey.
Commissioner Bailey, your comments, I agree with Commissioner Murphy as well. I think obviously in the short term and probably even a little bit longer, we're going to be the ones that are going to be doing the chronic depredating control out there. I think this is going to be carefully managed, and I just want to say to the commission and the public that we are going to be very judicious and diligent in any issuing of these permits should we need to do that in the future. So I think we're talking about an exigency that is going to be very controlled and deliberate in the future. So I think this isn't going to be something we'll be using on a case by case basis all the time. So
good, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I have some concerns because as we've heard, there's not enough staff. Having enough trained staff also concerns me. And wolves travel a long way. I mean, there was a wolf that came from near the release site all the way to my house, went back, went to Craig, then went to Steamboat within hours, like 8 hours. We don't know where they're going to be and where our staff is trained and where our people are going to be. And I know chronic is going to be after a few events, but I think we need to trust our staff and what they have come up with. They worked really hard on this. We also, if you look at the amount of time and the amount of people that have come here, and we've done this for how many years now? And this is, we've kind of, we're doing 2 steps on this instead of 3. So we're pushing this through, but how much time have we spent in this meeting alone? Why do we want to open this up to do another meeting where you're going to take over your whole agenda for another 4 days or something like that? We don't know how many wolves we're going to have in next year or the year after. We do have migrating wolves, and they do reproduce quickly. I don't want to plan for 2 years. We're going to have to look at this and we have too many problems again. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank all of you for the discussion. I think hopefully the public knows we're struggling with this and we're trying to reach a decision that, you know, serves all the interests. I still prefer what I understood was Commissioner Reading's original motion, which, as clarified by Councilor Matter, was basically to remove the red line from paragraph 3D on pages 5 and 6, which would just remove night vision aids from chronic depredation permits that could still be issued during the day. And the reason I prefer removing night vision aids from chronic deprivation permits issued to private individuals is that there was one gentleman who commented on the experience of other public land users. And, you know, things at night are always a little bit more frightening. When you encounter someone who's hunting during the day, it's no big deal. When you encounter someone at night, it's a little more nerve-wracking. I've had that experience. And it's one thing if that person is wearing one of your brown shirts or a federal uniform and you see them at night with night vision goggles on, you're like, oh, it's law enforcement. I feel comfortable. But if you see them at night, as that man said, with a military-style rifle with a thermal vision scope and they're dressed as a private citizen, you're like, what the heck is going on? So I do just have a concern with authorizing private citizens to do a chronic depredation take with night vision goggles, in part because of how that might impact other land users. And also, the shooting itself will be inherently more dangerous with, you know, if you're on your own land, you know probably where your backdrop is. If you're in a new area and you've been tracking something, you're not going to be, I mean, that thermal vision stuff shows you the glowing animal. It doesn't necessarily show you there might be a house with the lights off beyond it or whatever else is over there. So whether you're shooting downhill or into a ridge. So I just don't have I'm not sanguine on allowing the night vision aids for chronic depredation permits by private folks. So I still support the motion.
Councilor Matter.
I'm sorry to be such a stickler on this.
Please.
And I have an idea of the concept of the second piece, and as Commissioner Touchton just reiterated, we have the same view of what the red line means for removing discretion on the piece of the chronic depredation permit. What words are going to be used to address the second component of the motion, and where are they going to go? I think the concept was something like state or federal agents will be responsible for the removal of chronically depredating wolves in the first instance. Are those the right words? And if yes, where do they go?
think I have Commissioner Bailey first, Commissioner Haskett.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to propose at the start of paragraph 3 before it said, basically saying, these are the agencies responsible, next sentence, if they don't have capacity, then we take on these. That would just be a suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's the right place too, but I'm not sure the words that I just said are the right words or reflect the true intent, but.
Good.
Yeah, what I wrote down, my notes to myself, to state or federal agents will be responsible for the removal of chronically depredating wolves in the first instance.
And with all due respect, I've got to go to Commissioner Otero. He's had his hand up, and I've missed him multiple times. So Commissioner Otero, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair May. I was going to raise a point, and then someone would bring it up in their points, so that's why I lowered my hand a couple times. But couple comments on the chronic depredation. I also agree with the sentiment that's been put out there about allowing private citizens to go out and conduct that. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if it was professionals handling it while we have the capacity. I definitely hear the staff where, it gets to the point where we don't have the capacity, then I think we should definitely revisit this, follow the data and make those incremental informed decisions along the way. And also I just, I keep coming back on this issue about shouldering the burden, right? The burden should come down to the state. And so if even we do give out those permits, right, to the public, whoever those ranchers are, they're going to have to go and do those things, as Commissioner Haskett and Chair May and others have said. They don't want to be the first ones. They don't want to have to kill wolves, number one, and they don't want to have to be those folks to do that. And my fear is that even with that permit, they're going to be, attacked, whether on social media or whatever. And it would be a lot better, I think, as we're like transitioning from a couple wolves on the ground, to 15 more. So as that kind of rolls out, having the staff really and the professionals, Fish and Wildlife Service, overseeing all of those pieces. So just wanted to share my thoughts on that. And then as far as the tools, allowing night vision and those types of things, I would defer to the staff on that. They're using the tools they have to manage our wildlife, and I trust our staff when it comes to those things.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. And I would add on, I agree with your sentiments. I like staff recommendation because of the fact for this to ever go through all of the layers of, first of all, CPW not having the capacity, Fish and Wildlife Service not having the capacity, and then going to the director for the private lethal control permit is such a minuscule possibility to me that I don't see the concern, because CPW on that permit to a producer is going to apply many terms and conditions. And it's going to be so specific. It's going to be time limited. It's going to be geographically limited, that I think I'm leaning towards, with all due respect to the motion on the floor, I'm leaning towards staff recommendation because I think that they have deliberated this at length. So I just want to give my thoughts. I'll go to Commissioner Haskett next.
Thank you, Chairman May. Counselor, if we do that, does it violate the proposition? So we're supposed to help the producers, give them the tools that they need, all of that. By disallowing that, are we violating the proposition?
I think those are widely discretionary terms, and you have the authority to do the proposed amendments.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chairman. I was going to return to Councilor Matter's question when I originally pressed that button. I think paragraph 3 is the beginning of it is essentially okay, because it says if state and federal agencies do not have the capacity, which to me implies if they have the capacity, we don't get to the if. And so I think that I don't know that we need a sentence at the beginning of paragraph 3. I think it's fine as written. What I understand I'm supporting is removing the red line from paragraph D, which is something we were proposing to add, and I would prefer not to add that. The chronic depredation permit will still be available to private individuals. What we won't do is let private individuals have the nighttime, the suite of nighttime aids in a chronic depredation situation.
I agree with you, but I think that, as originally stated, Commissioner Reading proposed two sort of separate amendments. And the one of which my comment was, I think the rule kind of already says that staff conducts lethal removals in the first instance, which is the first paragraph, or the first sentence of the paragraph you just read.
Would it help if I revise the motion to just strike that sentence?
The removing division discretion to allow nighttime aids in the context of a chronic depredation permit, it would, yes, I mean, I think it would narrow and make it a lot more clear.
Yeah, that would be my motion.
I suggest let's let every commissioner comment, and then we'll revisit. We'll leave the discretion open for Commissioner Reading to present the motion. But any other commissioners with any, Commissioner Phillips.
Cool, thank you, Chair May. I just wanted to echo what you said a minute ago. And I support it as is. Our staff's brought it to us. You are the ones dealing with it. And it feels like if we pull part of it out, we're giving the ranching community who's asking for these things, you know, part of it, but holding some back and saying, come back to us if we need to do this again. It feels like if we vote this through as it's presented, we're empowering staff. You all know how to implement these things, and you've brought it to us, so I think it's really important.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. And I think it's important to note, once again, that if it ever gets to the point that that permit is issued, it's going to have a geographic. So the concerns about following wolves across multiple landowners, across the county, in all due respect, I do respect that, but this permit will not include that. If there is a herd of cattle, for example, as we're experiencing right now, if there's a pasture with cattle in it that is experiencing this problem, this permit will be specifically conditioned to that. It won't be to allow them to go over the next ridge. It won't be allowing that. It will be for protection of those animals that are being chronically preyed on. That's my understanding. But Commissioner Bailey and Commissioner Reading, I don't know where to go first, so.
Well, I guess I just had a follow-up. That does not align with my understanding, right? I don't know what the expectation is for the distance required to travel over a 45-day period to lethally manage for a chronically depredating animal. So I guess it sounds like you feel very confident about like the spatial scale, for example, and I don't, I guess. So, and I'm not sure that we know at this point what that would entail given the potential, right? Because it's not necessarily a permit to protect livestock, right? That's caught in the act. There is an organism, there is an animal out there who is chronically depredating. We need to find it and lethally remove it. And that could have a large spatial scale associated with it. At least that's my understanding of the potential for this permit. And the time constraints are pretty clear. The spatial constraints aren't. And I think that goes back to what the public commenter and commissioners Otero and Touchton were speaking to. But I also could be misunderstanding it. Yeah.
I think it all goes to the conditions that will be issued for that permit. And I think the only way we know that is the people who will be issuing the permit, what's their take on it? Regional Manager Chick.
If I can clarify just a little bit too, we're talking about just wolves. The producer can already be out there to protect their herd and utilize these tools. So really you're just looking at that wolf side of that. I also have to at least just throw out a comment. We have a lot of staff expertise, but families that have been on the landscape for a while, the amount of expertise they have as well has to be acknowledged. So, yeah.
Commissioner
Okay.
Reading.
So let me rephrase the motion as approving the staff proposal as written with the exception of 3D, the additions on 3D. That should simplify it, I hope. And I think I understand what everyone's saying, and I agree with Commissioner Bailey on this.
Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to like pull a little perspective. We're spending a lot of minutes talking about something that may never happen. We may never issue, like, because we have the resources and because we have the technical expertise. And when I say we, that includes our agents. We talked about Wildlife Service and establishing an additional agreement with them in these specific cases, and they have a lot of expertise too. So I feel like we're doing a lot of talking about something that may never happen, and even if it were to happen, it's way down the road. And I understand, even if we were to issue one of these, like I'll probably be dead. But I can't imagine we would issue a landowner the ability to use nighttime aids because that is not how we as technical experts even do that in my experience with wolves. These are daytime operations. So I just want to throw that out there, that it feels like we're wrestling with something that's maybe never going to happen. Now, that's not to say we won't down the road need the ability to potentially issue a chronic depredation permit to a landowner, but that, you can imagine, that will be conditioned. And with us as the technical experts not doing those removals, in my experience, at nighttime, we certainly probably wouldn't be issuing a permit that didn't condition that those would be daytime eligible. Also, my experience with some of these that have been issued to landowners, that 45-day clock comes up. I'm thinking of a few specific examples in a previous state that I resided in, and I can't think of one of those permits actually removing a wolf in that 45-day window. It's not to say it's not possible, but I just wanted to throw some perspective in this. And yeah, giving us that maximum flexibility right now is great. That means we don't have to necessarily come back and have that discussion down the road. And if and when that were to happen, this is going to be an entirely different commission and probably entirely different staff sitting around the table.
Thank you, Director. And I agree, this has so many levels of complexity. To ever get to this point is pretty far out that it may not ever happen, but we're charged with making sure that we know where we are. Go ahead, Director Davis.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to be also very clear that my comments that I just made are about chronic depredation, us issuing a chronic depredation permit to landowners. The Caught in the Act thing, I hope that we're all there. Like, this is about giving landowners tools to protect their livestock. Nobody, I think, wants to see, as you're checking your livestock, a wolf attacking it and you have no ability to respond other than yell at them. So.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May. This is just stating the obvious, but it's just helpful for me to kind of read back through the rules again and see that we still, as the motion has been presented, we still have the authority to give chronic depredation permits. The only thing that we're restricting now is that those chronic depredation permits that we may or may not ever make won't have the ability to have night aids at this moment. So it just helped me because we kind of started to get into the weeds of the discussion with spatial things, and none of that is really on the table right now, though we still have the authority to issue chronic depredation permits.
But I will say once again, even if that 45-day permit is issued, it will probably have a spatial context.
Right.
It will have, yeah. Regional Manager Black says it will have a spatial context. It's not going to be a wolf hunting permit, and not in the least. Commissioner, is that good for you, Commissioner
Yes,
Vardy?
thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, I have two thoughts. One is, Director Davis, I appreciate your comments. They kind of cut both ways. In other words, if it's never going to get used in your lifetime, which hopefully is long, why put it in there? And the reason I come to that point is I would like to vote for as much of this package as possible to show support for the landowners. But I'm not going to vote for nighttime aids for chronic depredation. And so my other sort of sub-request is that we do it one at a time so I can vote for the things that I support and only vote against the portion that I don't support.
I think that's acceptable that we split this up because, I mean, we're being bogged down by one thing. Most of us agree on multiple things. So, Commissioner Haskett. I'm sorry, I thought you were up. Okay.
Thank you. A couple things. So if you go down to 3C, it does give the spatial part. It's on the permit applications, private property, state, federal lease lands for livestock. Well, when you have a leased federal permit, it's a specific area. It isn't just the whole national forest, wherever. It's a specific area. So the spatial part is there. And I guess I'd like to ask staff, I believe that you use nighttime aids in some of the things you do right now, don't you?
Okay, that's a yes, in case for the recordings, everybody knows staff agreed with that.
Yeah, I think if our agency needs to use them on occasion, it's not a standard practice, I'm sure. I don't think we should deprive the producers of them either.
Okay, I think we've debated it at length. We do have a motion and a second on the floor that's proper. So in order to, pardon me? Well, what I was going to recommend is that that motion and second are withdrawn and a new motion is presented on a singular subject. And we go through these one by one. So Commissioner Reading.
Sure, I can do that. I'll make a motion for just one specific thing on 3D that we strike the added language as currently proposed.
Yeah, I'll wait for a second. Commissioner Touchton seconds. Jonathan, would you please clarify?
Yes, certainly. So the proposed motion on the floor would essentially be similar to what we would be accepting, if I'm understanding correctly, the nighttime aid for, not for chronic depredation permits, you want to strike that language, but for the depredation caught in the act still, correct? So just to clarify, so there's two, for the proposed regulation changes, there are nighttime aid provisions for both caught in the act, wolves depredating caught in the act, and then also the chronic depredation permit. You would only be removing the section for C. Let me double check that real quick. On page 6, let's see. Section D, only the section, you would only be removing that red line in that section D on page 6.
Right, so only for chronic depredation.
Only for chronic depredation. So you would still be motioning to allow the use of nighttime aids as proposed by staff for wolves caught in the act, but not for permits for chronic depredation.
Well, I mean, I support that, but we're doing this separately.
You can, okay, if you want to strictly vote on the motion for removing the red line related to chronic depredation permit nighttime aids, you can vote on that, and then you can either, to Commissioner Touchton's point, go through the other three proposals, excuse me, one by one, or you can vote if the commission desires on the other proposals all in one.
I think once we get past this one, we'll be able to lump the others together. But, Councilor Matter.
That's a fair statement. I agree, Commissioner May. You're proposing an amendment to the staff proposal. There may be 2 or 3 amendments to the staff proposal. You resolve those and then vote on it as a block. And your initial proposal is to reject the proposed red line, which would authorize the division to allow nighttime aids in the context of a chronic depredation permit.
So that would require a separate motion to remove that from what we were talking about. And then
So that's my understanding of Commissioner Reading's motion. You're moving to amend the staff proposal in an incremental way. You're addressing this first issue, and it would remove the availability ever of nighttime aids in the context of a chronic depredation permit.
if I might suggest, my opinion was when we started is to go through the others one by one with separate motions and then come to this one last. So they're all separate motions as to not confuse the issue. So we have, what do you say, John? We have 4 separate proposals.
Yeah, that would be correct. The issue is simply that for nighttime aids, not for chronic depredation, but for the staff proposal related to when a wolf is caught in the act taking a livestock, are nighttime aids. My understanding from the commission discussion is that that's not under debate right now, but that you would be willing, in other words, you're only trying to remove the red line related to chronic depredation nighttime aids. So if you want to vote, if you'd like to go through the other motions, we can do that. But the commission will also have to then vote on whether or not to allow the staff proposal to allow nighttime aids for wolves caught in the act. We can also start with the other non-nighttime aid motions, if that's easier to get the ones related to pooled livestock, bison, and then the emergency regulation change related to working dogs. The commission can start with those motions if you'd like.
I'll just throw that out there. Where are we at on the other issues? Bison, pooled livestock, working dogs. Is there any discussion on that? Or Commissioner Vardy?
Thank you, Chair May. It was brought up in public comment that we may want to consider, I believe it was reindeer. Yeah, I just wanted to see if we wanted to talk about those as part of the motion and maybe get some staff input on that.
My fear is including too much into one motion on things we have debate on. What I'd like to do is pull out the motions that we think we agree on, get those out of the way. So
certainly, yeah.
That's what I would like to do.
I would recommend starting with pooled grazing.
Okay.
Then.
So that being said, let's have discussion on pooled grazing. Do we? I thought it was removed.
Okay. May I?
Please.
So Commissioner Reading initially had that sort of two-pronged motion that was seconded by Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Reading subsequently withdrew that,
yes.
And Commissioner Touchton looked at me nodding approvingly that the first and seconder had removed that
yes.
motion. And I believe Commissioner Reading now has another motion on the table that has not yet been seconded. It was? Okay.
But I definitely need to know what that motion is because I don't think we have clarified that motion yet.
The motion on the table would be to amend the staff proposal to remove the nighttime aid provision for permits for chronic depredation only. On page 6 of your yellow paper, that would be section C3D of chapter W10, I believe. C3D. Section 1001 C3D, you would be removing the red line. The motion on the table would be to revise or amend the staff proposal to remove the suggested change related to nighttime aids for chronic depredation permits. So you're only amending that part of the staff proposal and voting on that. Then you would vote on all of the other staff proposals after this, though.
Very good. Okay, I think that's where we need to be. Let's, I don't think we need more discussion on it. I think we should call Commissioner Murphy. Do you have? There, go ahead and cue it in, sir. There you are.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just had a question just to clarify. That would be CPW staff or federal agents could still use night vision? It's only the general public that couldn't? Okay.
Well, and could still be used in caught in the act.
Right,
and
yeah, I
hazing.
was just talking about
Yeah,
chronic
we're just talking
deprivation.
about it. Very good, okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, any other questions? Well, that's a motion on the table, it's properly seconded. If anybody's unclear with it, please speak up. Otherwise, I'll ask for Diana to conduct a roll call vote.
I'm ready, okay. Phillips? Bailey? No. Otero?
Yes.
Vardy?
No.
Murphy? Yes. Touchton?
Yes.
Beaulieu?
Yes.
Haskett?
No.
Reading?
Yes.
Chair May? No. All right.
No. Can we have
5
a count?
noes and 5 yeses.
Well, that motion failed. If it didn't pass, it failed. So we will now ask for a new motion or more debate. Commissioner Haskett.
I would like to make a motion to accept staff's proposal as proposed, but add, what do you call them, elk that are domesticated elk? Alternative livestock, which includes elk, bison, deer.
Commissioner Beaulieu.
Chair May, I just wonder if that's something that requires public comment, or I'm new to something like that being brought to the table, so I don't know if, is the practice getting public comment on that, or staff recommendations or anything? Because I just heard it through one comment.
I agree. I mean, as a practical matter, I think that is something that we haven't advertised as a potential change here. We've not received feedback, and if it is the will of the commission, we can pick it up later, but we've not received any sort of public comment on, very little if we have. So I share that concern insofar as sort of the scope of notice and the extent of public comment we've received.
Okay, so the floor. Yes, you still have the floor.
I make a motion to accept staff's proposal as presented.
Commissioner Phillips, second. Commissioner Haskett has moved the motion to approve staff recommendation.
To my knowledge, my interpretation of that would be all staff proposals for these wolf-related regulation changes, yes, including for the emergency regulation changes for both agenda items, basically. That's the one related to the working dogs.
Commissioner Phillips, is that your understanding with your second? I'll say that's a proper motion and second on the floor. Any discussion? Councilor Matter, you have something? Okay. Your light just stays on all the time. Okay, Commissioner Touchton.
Okay, thank you, Chair May. Well, I just have two, I'll try to be quick points. I'd like to keep it to bison for now. We've kind of thrown out some random alternative livestock. I suspect we're still forgetting something, like I've seen people who keep ostriches and emus, and there's all sorts of things. So I think, and there were producers and the Southern Ute tribe that wanted us to deal with bison now, so I'd like to keep it that way. And then just for the record, Commissioners Haskett and Phillips have properly teed up a motion. I'm going to have to vote against it because of my objection to nighttime aids, but I just want everyone to know that I was in favor of all the rest of it, but except for the motion that failed, I wanted that change. So I'll have to vote no, but I was in favor of the rest of the package.
As a point of clarification, the original motion failed, which removed it from the table. So Commissioner Haskett has moved that we accept staff recommendation on this agenda item, which includes a broad range of things, and that has been seconded. So the motion on the table, on the floor right now, is to approve staff's recommendation on, what are we on, 13B? That's what's on the floor. So until that changes, we have discussion on that, approving staff recommendation on the entire package.
For 13B and 13C, which is the emergency regulation changes related to wolves, working dogs.
All put together. So that's the motion. Any more discussion, Commissioner Bailey?
Demonstrate. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. I was saying, basically, it sounds like Commissioner Touchton, if we were to go through these one by one, Commissioner Touchton would likely be 3 yeses and a no. And so I guess for the record, maybe it's worth breaking them out. And so I don't know if Commissioner Haskett wants to make any changes to the motion on the floor.
Well, Commissioner Haskett can either withdraw or we vote on that if it passes or fails.
Call the question, let's just vote on it and move on.
Okay, Commissioner Haskett's called the question, which requires a vote. Any other discussion? Now, to be clear, Jonathan, tell us what we're voting on, the entire package.
Certainly. So this would be for adding provisions for nighttime aids, for removing gray wolves, the lawful take of gray wolves, including also non-injurious hazing and intentionally injurious non-lethal hazing. Additionally, this would be for allowing pooled grazers to apply for wolf permits and damage compensation as presented by staff. Additionally, it would be for expanding the definition of livestock to include bison for wolf permits and depredation compensation as presented by staff. And lastly, for that emergency regulation change, it would be an emergency cleanup to the regulation 1000D2 as presented by staff relating to adding the working dog provision to that.
Duly noted. So I will, without any further discussion, Commissioner Beaulieu.
Oh, sorry, I was ready for the vote.
Okay. Commissioner Reading.
Yeah, just for the record, I want to also voice my support for all the changes for animals caught in the act and for bison, but I'll be voting no.
Very good. And Commissioner Beaulieu, did you have anything else? Okay, I will ask Diana, with the lack of any more discussion, to conduct a roll call vote.
Okay. Reading.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
No.
Otero.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. It wasn't clear to me.
Sorry. No.
Bailey.
Yes.
Touchton.
No.
Haskett.
Yes.
Phillips. Yes. Chair May.
Yes.
That is 4 noes, 6 yeses.
Motion passes. That concludes that agenda item. And refresh me, Jonathan, where are we now?
Certainly, we will go into one more regulation item, Chair May. That will be agenda item 14. I can present on that quickly. Agenda item 14, Commissioners, will be on your green paper today. These are emergency regulation changes related to increasing the price for the federal waterfowl stamp. which CPW does sell. We would be raising, I'll get into more specifics here in a second, we would be raising the fee from $31 to $33 for the federal waterfowl stamp. I'll give a little bit of background to this emergency regulation change and the need for it. Effective this coming July 1st, 2024, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service intends to implement the Duck Stamp Modernization Act of 2023. As part of that implementation, the Fish and Wildlife Service approved a $2 increase to the fulfillment convenience fee due to the rising postal costs beginning in August of this year. CPW currently charges $31 for a federal duck stamp. From that fee, $25 goes to the fee set by Fish and Wildlife Service for the stamp itself. $2 goes to Amplex Group for a fulfillment fee. $3 covers CPW agency costs, and the remaining $1 goes towards the North American Waterfowl Conservation Act. Beginning in August, Amplex fulfillment fee will increase from $2 to $4. When this happens, CPW will no longer be able to make enough money to cover agency administrative costs, nor contribute to the North American Waterfowl Conservation Act. By updating the price, as we're suggesting charged for the federal duck stamp to $33, CPW will be able to cover the administrative costs as well as continue contributing to the North American Waterfowl Conservation Act. This is an action item, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I think we can be pretty fast on this, so Commissioner Touchton.
I know you said fast, but for those of you who haven't been on the commission for a long time, we did this about 3 years ago, and at that time, Commissioner Garcia and I went back over $31 versus $32. But the main reason for that change was for about the preceding 20 years, we had failed to send any money to the conservation of wetlands. I can't remember the name of the exact act, but we decided we'd start sending $1 a year per duck stamp. And in my mind, that is sort of fundamental to the North American model, that the sale, I mean, the duck stamp is actually one of the original aspects of the North American model, was a stamp purchased by hunters to fund the conservation of wetlands that the ducks needed so that they would be available in the future. And we'll still only be sending $1 if we take the change as proposed. And so I don't want to just make an amendment half-cocked, but I would like to make up for the 20 years we sent nothing. And so I was going to throw out a number like $35. And also, then we're not so close to the line that, whenever these service fees change with inflation, which happens about every 2 or 3 years, that we wouldn't be in an emergency situation if we built ourselves a little cushion. And, if for whatever reason we didn't want to send the money to wetland conservation, it would just be retained by CPW. So I was asking, what is your view on a little cushion, so we're not just at the bare minimum to send $1 to this act?
Yeah, go ahead, Reed.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Reed DeWald, Assistant Director. I don't think you're recalling that conversation totally correctly. We send way more than $1 per stamp. We have an annual fall flights contribution, and I can't recall it off the top of my head. I wish Mr. Verstig was here. But it's over $200,000 a year that we're sending to fall flights, and we are meeting our contribution now. And it wasn't that we weren't sending money previously, we just weren't meeting our annual agreed upon contribution. So we have been contributing, just not the agreed part on the fall flights program. So I can't remember how many states meet that contribution, but we are meeting that, and we were actually recognized at the North American Conference for meeting that contribution.
Very good. Commissioner Touchton, you're good. Any other questions for Reed? I'll entertain a motion if there is none. Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I was going to move to approve staff recommendation for increasing the duck stamp cost.
Commissioner Tucson, second. Any other discussion? Proper motion on the table. Another discussion? I don't think we need a roll call vote with this. All those in favor of approving staff recommendation on this signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion passes. I think we are going to move into our awards now. Is that correct, Jonathan? Yes. Okay. We'll move to awards. As soon as we do awards, we'll break for lunch. So, sorry, I'm so lost in my agenda here. I can't find it even. Okay. So Ty Petersburg will come up for our awards presentation.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commission, Mr. Mock. My name is Ty Petersburg. You guys know who I am. I'm the Assistant Director of Field Services and Chief of Law Enforcement. So just to start, I am keenly aware of the time, so I'm going to do my very best. But I also want to give the gentlemen that we have here today their moment in the sun. So I'm going to be real cognizant of just trying to get through this and give them their moment and then get you all to lunch. If I could, Mitch Martin, Dawson Swanson, and Scott Murdoch, if you could come up. I got Scott's kids up here pretty quick. We had to get the water wings off of him and get him out of the pool, but he is here now, I think. So if you guys could just come up, maybe you stand up here for me. Today we're going to get to honor these guys in front of the commission for different awards that they received. And what I can tell you is that I've worked personally with all three of them. So this isn't just a neutral award for me. I'm super excited for these guys. I count them all as friends, and what I can tell you is as good officers as they are, they're better people. They're better human beings and dads and family men. So this is really an award about who they are as a person. So I'm going to start with Dawson. No, I'm going to start with Mitch. Mitch to begin with. Mitch is our Officer of the Year in the Parks world. He is our Park Ranger Officer of the Year for 2023. You guys know Mitch as the acting regional manager, as he was for quite a while. He and I got to share that duty for a bit in the acting role. He's our deputy regional manager down in the southeast, and prior to that he was at Cheyenne Mountain State Park and Lake Pueblo. He's been with us for over 20 years. I don't know if I can count high enough for you, but I wanted to read a few things from his narrative just in his recognition. Through it all, this is continuing through his narrative previously, Mitch's calm demeanor, dedicated leadership, and genuine compassion was a steadying force for the entire region and the agency. That's his time when he was acting. One thing is always apparent: Mitch cares about people first and foremost. And if any of you have spent time with Mitch, you know that that's really where his heart is the people of this agency. Under his watch, he completed one of the most iconic trails through the Front Range, the Dixon Trail. Mitch is not afraid of taking on new challenges. One of many lasting innovations was the initiative to create a combined law enforcement training program with Area 14 and Mueller State Park. The creation of this training system has carried on to this day and is the model for the agency moving forward, and has helped to solidify his role in making CPW one agency. And finally, Mitch is truly a servant leader and has found a way to do what so many others have failed to do: lead with heart and compassion in a way that creates success across the board. And I know everybody wants to clap. I'm going to ask you to hold for now, but Mitch is truly a gem for this agency. He's been incredible. He's really embodied the merged approach to CPW, and he is super well deserving of the 2023 Park Ranger of the Year award. Next, I want to just touch on Dawson. Mr. Swanson here won the J.D. Hart Wildlife Officer of the Year award this year for 2023, and he just also received, he's going to get this re-given to him, so we'll hold it up a little later. He just also received the Officer of the Year for the Midwest Chiefs Association out of Minnesota. So he'll get to hold this up for pictures a little bit later, but that was through the 23 states that are in the Midwest Chiefs Association, so it's a pretty big deal. A few things from his narrative. Dawson worked diligently to investigate several large cases, including a felony willful destruction case on a bull elk off U.S. Highway 285, which resulted in 2 defendants being charged with a total of 18 counts, 2 felonies for each suspect. In a separate case, Dawson made a case on an individual who had shot a deer out of season and off-road. Further investigation showed he had multiple firearms violations, including federal charges surrounding the illegal sale of unmarked suppressors. So he's made some tight friends with his federal counterparts. Dawson's been in Bailey for 22 years now. So he is really the pillar of what our local DWM does and how he's ingrained in the community. Dawson's been instrumental in developing an archery range at Staunton State Park and is ingrained in the community through 4-H, archery clubs, youth outreach, mentorship, and everything else in Bailey. People know him, they call him. In fact, he was supposed to be here last night, was leaving his driveway and got called by his neighbor to come take care of a lion, so he was a little slow in getting here. Working side by side with Dawson for about 15 years, I can tell you he never stops. He is the epitome of a hard worker and a servant for our communities. And then finally, Dawson is a constant in wildlife management efforts within Area 1. He works closely with his community of hunters, his ag producers, and is the go-to for any wildlife questions in his district. The hunters that come through his district seek him out. They want to have a cup of coffee and a word with him. And it's because of those relationships that he's developed, he's been so successful this time in district. And as far as a park ranger of the year and a wildlife officer of the year, you can't pick 2 finer individuals to represent this agency. And I can tell you, for our group of officers, almost 400, this is the highlight of the year, is get to celebrate our officers that are awarded. And they receive their awards in, I forget when we had in service, January or February. And it's voted on by their peers, so it's particularly special for what it means for them. So congratulations, you two. I want to just offer the floor to Mr. Leslie or Frank McGee. Anybody else want to say anything about these 2 individuals? Are we good? You want to come up, Mark?
Thanks, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. And I'd like to say something about all 3 of them, but I'm being asked to speak about Dawson. In my tenure working with Dawson and being an area wildlife manager and working with Mr. Lamb, his supervisor, and now the regional manager for the Northeast Region, this gentleman epitomizes a wildlife officer. He's a community member. He's a trusted staff member. He's a go-to mentor for his area, field training officer, as is Scott Murdoch here. Same. They're cut out of the same cloth. They're just bookends here. Sorry, Mitch, on each side of you. But I'm so proud of all these gentlemen up here because they show what our officers are made of. And Dawson, I'm proud of you for getting this award. And I will say I'll give a kudos to Mr. Lamb too, because I think Mark Lamb has developed a team of staff up there in his area that they're all doing a great job. Well, all of our officers and all of our teams are great. I think 2 of those members are right up here today, and so thank you.
And I know we're running short on time, so I'll just be brief, but I want to say I moved to Colorado Springs in 2014 from the West Slope and have gotten to work with Mitch ever since then. And I'll just reiterate that he's an amazing human being and a leader in the region and also statewide. He's been working on a lot of really important projects all across the state, and I think a lot of people look to him, and including myself. So I just want to thank you for your leadership over the last 20 plus years.
So I have one more. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Scott Murdoch is here with his beautiful family in the back, and if I could get Grant Brown to come up. I think most of you know Grant. He's our boating safety program manager, and we just recently got to send Scott to Portland. So I'm going to let Grant talk about that, and then we'll take pictures and get to lunch.
All right, thank you, Ty. Chairman,
It's right there. Chairman, directors, members of the commission, thank you for having me here today. My name is Grant Brown, and I am the Boating Safety and Registrations Program Manager with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. My federal designation is the Boating Law Administrator for Colorado, or the BLA. We're going to throw some acronyms at you, so we'll explain them. I am here today to present the Colorado Boating Educator of the Year Award. This is an annual award given to a boating education professional who provides exemplary educational outreach and training opportunities to agency personnel and the boating public. This award is sponsored by the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, or NASBLA. Each state and U.S. territory puts forth an award winner each year. NASBLA is broken up into 3 regional groups. Colorado is part of the Western States Boating Administrators Association, known as WESBA, which consists of 20 states and U.S. territories. The WESBA Award Committee reviews all member states and territory nominations and selects a regional winner. The regional winner then faces off against the other 2 regional groups winners for the overall national award, which is presented at the NASBLA annual conference, which this year is held in New Orleans in September. This year, Colorado's Educator of the Year was selected as the WESBA Educator of the Year, which is the first time that a Colorado nominee has received this honor and have the opportunity to compete for the national award. At this time, I would like to congratulate Scott Murdoch, who is our Colorado and WESBA Boating Safety Educator of the Year. And, yep, go ahead. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll go. And then with that, I would like to invite Area Wildlife Manager Mark Lamb to read the award-winning nomination written by he and his area staff.
Good afternoon, Chairman May, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, and Commissioners. Between you and lunch, I'm going to do this really quickly. So Scott's district is conifer and no boatable water, yet here he is getting this award. Scott came to Area 1 after his time down here in Grand County, and first off, he's a national, I'm going to read these, and this is I even wrote, this is a mouthful. National Safe Boating Council. He's a close quarters and open water boating instructor, as well as the NASBLA officer water survival instructor. And every year, Scott is the one who trains our trainees on boat safety and boat operation in Grand Lake. So he has a huge time commitment for himself and for all of our officers to keep safe. This includes classroom, time on the water. He's usually the first one that signs up for any of the shows down in Denver, whether it's the boat show or the Sportsman Expo. So he goes above and beyond, which cuts into his family time and his time with his supervisor saying, why are you not getting things done, although he gets them done. Lastly, his last accomplishment, which he just finished, was a grueling 5-day officer open water survival instructor course down in Arizona. And Scott passed it with flying colors. So Scott's dedication, and I'll read this because I just think it sums it up. Scott's dedication to boat safety is a big time commitment that takes time away from his family and his other job duties, but that doesn't stop him from promoting boat safety across the state. It is for all these reasons that CPW should recognize Scott Murdoch with the Boating Educator of the Year award. And that's what got him his second award. And hopefully we'll see him in New Orleans. So congratulations, Scott, and thank you for all you do.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I will offer it back to you. Maybe we grab some pictures after we dismiss.
Yeah, very good. If you want to get your pictures or get pictures, Ty, then after that, we'll recess for lunch.
Happy to recess, and then we can
I'm sorry.
Take some pictures,
Sorry, I didn't understand. Yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and recess now. Till When do you want to come back, Vice Chair? I don't think we need an hour. I think we can shorten the day up. 2:30. We'll return at 2:30. This meeting will come to order. We're coming back after our lunch recess, Winter Park, Colorado, June 13th, 2024. And we're going to take up, remind me, Jonathan, on which agenda item?
Agenda item 15.
15.
Yep, thank you.
All yours.
This will be actually Brian. Where's Brian at? Okay. You got me nervous, Chair, like I was going to present that. And I think Brian's more qualified than me on this topic. But I will.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Postumus, statewide. Chair May, Executive Deputy Director Mock, Director Davis, all the commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to be here. In response to a question that some of you had earlier this year, I'm going to address the Big Game Hunter Outreach Program and just kind of give you an overview of it. And if you have some time, be willing to answer some questions. First off, I want to just kind of talk about the... Talking. All right. All right. Can you hear me better now? All right. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Hunter Outreach Program here. And to start out, I just want to let you know that there is a R3 strategy that is behind our Hunter Outreach Program, especially these big game licenses. When I say an R3 strategy, this is a national strategy that a lot of states are using for outdoor recreation, trying to get new folks into outdoor recreation. And it's very strong in the hunting community. It's very strong in the fishing community as well. And basically R3 stands for recruitment, retention, reactivation. Recruitment is simply trying to develop an interest from individuals in a certain type of activity. So if we're talking about hunting, letting people know that this is what hunting is, and this might be something, a good reason why you want to try it. It's not just that interest, but it's also a trial period as well. So they try hunting. From there, they make a decision, and if they decide they want to continue hunting, they start to transform into that retention side of things. And that's where an individual will buy licenses. The funding from those licenses is really important for wildlife and habitat management. There's other things that they do as well. They also buy firearms, ammunition, hunting gear and equipment. They may join a sportsman's conservation organization. They spend their time and money giving back at some point as well. Some of the sales in the hunting, firearms, ammunition, that also comes back to help with wildlife management. The reactivation side of things is simply reaching out to individuals that maybe were hunters at one point. They have the gear, the equipment, but they lapsed for some reason. Is there some way that we can reach out to them and kind of help them get an interest? Or it might simply be someone that maybe was a whitetail hunter out east, and they're not familiar with hunting elk or mule deer in the West out here. And so we can maybe give them some programs and give them just information that they can then move on their own and they can engage. And it's basically just reactivating them as a licensed buyer and as a hunter. Our hunts are designed to be educational first and foremost. We are teaching skills, we're teaching ethics, we're teaching the regulations, we're teaching safety. That comes first. The harvest really is kind of a second part. It's a bonus. If we have anyone harvest, we get to teach how to field dress an animal, encourage them how to process it. Right? There's so much good that can come out of that as well. But it is educational first and foremost, and we design those. Again, that education is part of the R3 strategy. These are designed to be a mentored hunt. We are not grabbing these special outreach licenses and just handing them out to individuals to go hunt on their own. We have either a one-to-one relationship with a mentor per hunter, or maybe there's 2 hunters with 1 mentor going out. So we do have a bit of an investment in individuals going out in the field with these new hunters. These special big game hunter outreach licenses, they support our CPW outreach licenses. We have staff and some trained volunteers all across the state. They're spending a lot of time investing in these new hunters. Despite everything else that staff and our volunteers are doing, they feel strongly that this is a good thing, and they love doing the program. These licenses also support qualified sponsor organizations. So we have some, I'll show you a slide here in a minute with some examples, but certain organizations can actually apply to us, and we can provide license vouchers for them, and they can select their new hunters, and they can take them out on these mentored hunts as well. We've got 3 different types of outreach licenses in the program. I'm guessing over 20 years ago, is before I started working for CPW, we had the youth outreach licenses. Our focus was on youth. We're able to utilize other licenses to support some adults here and there, but our focus was on youth. Several years ago, we went before the commission. The commission supported an addition to the novice adult outreach licenses, and we're spending some of our time, in addition to youth, reaching out to new adult hunters. And then earlier this year, just thank you to the commission, you approved the addition of the disabled veteran outreach licenses. We have been supporting some disabled veteran partner organizations for a while with other types of licenses, but like some of them were game damage licenses. As populations go up or down, those game damage licenses aren't available to those groups. So this is an opportunity that we can support those organizations, and those organizations are supporting the healing and the support for disabled veterans. So thank you for your support of that earlier this year. One of the questions I believe you wanted me to address in this presentation was, why do we have so many excess outreach licenses compared to how many we're using? And the slide, if you look on the left columns, that's looking at our 3 big game species that we have outreach licenses for. We have a certain amount, a quota every year that's available in the program. And you see it's quite robust right there. There are fewer male or either sex licenses out there. There's definitely a lot more female or the non-antlered opportunities. Our program does typically offer hunts. When we're developing a hunt, we're almost gonna just start out, okay, it's gonna be a female hunt, a doe or a cow hunt. There are times though where the landowner that we're hunting on their property is requesting maybe an either sex license or a buck or a bull license. We have some local staff that are looking at the populations, and in some instances, they are recommending to us that we want to do a buck or either sex. So say for a deer hunt in an area that has high chronic wasting disease, we may want to be trying to take more of the buck population out of there. And in those instances, we can have mandatory tests. It helps us track the population. So it's not just taking someone out, but we can also kind of be a small part of managing the local populations as well. The columns on the right, I pulled some of the data from just our outreach licenses in the 2023 season. We had a total of 180 license requests. You can kind of see the makeup of it. Seems to be a lot of interest in pronghorn licenses. We have a lot of available elk licenses. However, we did not use too many of them last couple of years. Many of our elk hunts that we do, our outreach elk hunts, they're in the Northwest region. They happen to fall in the GMUs that had the high winter mortality. And just as we were cutting licenses to hunters, we were canceling our hunts in those areas as well. Our goal is not to impact the population. Our goal is to get people out and teach them how to hunt. We hope in a few years, as those populations come back, we hope to reestablish those hunts out there as well. We do have a lot of flexibility here. We earlier this year, with the addition to this disabled veteran outreach license, we now have a pool of licenses. Prior to that, we had half of that number were strictly for youth outreach licenses. The other half, exact same numbers, were for the novice adult licenses. When we added the disabled veteran, we did not increase that total pool of licenses. We are taking this new disabled veteran outreach opportunity out of the combined pool right now. So it's going to provide us a lot of flexibility to grow. The other thing it allows us to do is to work with more sponsorship organizations and help them to grow their outreach programs as well. So we're not using all of the licenses. Our intention is not to, our goal is not to use all of those licenses. We're spending a lot of time trying to develop a quality program. We're not as focused on the quantity, yet we are always looking for opportunities to grow the number of hunts out there. Like a good government organization, we have a process and checks and balances in our licenses. So just to kind of run you through this real quick, before we can do a hunt, the landowner has to give us permission. Most of our hunts are going to be on private property. Those are lands that we can control access, we can control safety out in the field. We're also not competing with public hunters. That's our goal to do that. We have opportunities to use these licenses on public lands. That was approved several years ago as well. The niche for that is going to be lands that are open to the public, but they probably do not have just the open hunting opportunities for the public. So if you think of some of the open spaces lands, most of them are not open to the public, but we may be able to engage with their land managers and find a way that we can help them manage some of their wildlife resources through these hunts and provide an opportunity to go hunt as well. After we make sure we have landowner permission, if it's going to be on public land, we do have to go through a preference point review in the GMU. And so we look at the hunting statistics. If there's any hunt codes for that species that draws out at 6 or more preference points, we're not allowed to use these licenses, any type of license for that species in that GMU. If it's on private property, we have a lot more flexibility with that. That preference point rule does not come into play there. After that, we run this request by our local field staff, so the DWMs and the area wildlife manager. If they want to, they'll pull in the local biologist as well, and they'll review that. If they approve it, then we move on. If they don't approve it, we try to address their concerns, see if we can find some type of a compromise and still move forward. If they don't approve it, then we don't move forward. If everyone approves, we have a form we fill out. It goes to the terrestrial section. It automatically sends out a approval notice to the regional manager and to myself as a statewide outreach coordinator. We have to approve it as well. Once it's approved, terrestrial section, they will create a voucher for each of the requests. We sign those vouchers. We give them out either to the hunters or to the organizations that distribute them to the hunters. They fill out those vouchers, they bring them into any place that sells licenses, and they purchase the license. The license is the same price as anyone else that is buying a normal license, so they're spending the same amount of money. When hunters are on one of our outreach hunts, we are not charging them any money. They buy the license, we don't charge them a fee to go out and hunt. We're providing food, we're providing lodging for them as well. And we're providing a lot of education in this. We are a bit limited on outreach staff across the state. You probably have heard that we sure could use a lot more staff across the state in so many different areas, and we're all trying to do the best we can. We've got several hunter outreach coordinators in different titles, different places. We've got 4 regional coordinators. 2 of them actually have hunter outreach or hunting in their job title. So Pepper and Kathleen, Northeast region and Northwest region. Part of their job is to do hunter outreach amongst everything else that they do. Tracy Predmore out of the Southeast and Catherine Dolder out of the Southwest. Their main jobs is to focus on education or education of volunteers, and they spend a lot of time also supporting the hunter outreach program amongst archery and fishing programs as well. There's myself there. I'm probably the only person dedicated full-time to hunter outreach. And then we have a program assistant that splits his time between hunter education and the hunter outreach program. So those are the individuals that are the coordinators, but I do have to recognize all of the staff, all of the volunteers across the state that help out with this program. There's just isn't enough hours in a year to actually pull off everything that we're doing already. As I mentioned before, I want to give you a sample of some of our organizations that we partner with. The first 2 of them are some of those public lands that we're able to establish a partnership with. We do some hunts on Jefferson County open space, and and also the Nature Conservancy. These are properties that the public isn't allowed to hunt on, but we're able to tailor a hunt that meets these landowners' needs and provide a quality hunt experience. With the Disabled Veteran Outreach Program, a couple of examples of partners we've been supporting for years: Veteran Affairs Hospital, Base Camp 40. They've been offering hunter outreach programs for years, and with this new license, we're able to actually support them longer term. Couple other programs, Outdoor Buddies and Special Youth Challenges, they focus on offering hunts to hunters with some type of physical challenge. They have the expertise and they have the special equipment as well. So we support them with these vouchers. And of course, there's several conservation organizations: Fence Forever, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Mule Deer Federation, SCI. Those are some great organizations. And there's some other, maybe some smaller ones, but Open Up Outdoors out of the Southeast region. We support them as well. They offer several hunt opportunities. In Colorado, a lot of hunters, they look a lot like me, an older Caucasian male. We are trying to break some of those barriers. It's not going as fast as we would like. I'll be honest with you with that. We are trying to find ways to listen to non-typical hunters. What do they need, and how can we support them? We have programs, but they might not be the programs that they want. So we are being patient, and we're trying to find opportunities. I want to point out a couple of organizations we've been working with. Hunters of Color is getting established in Colorado. They've been around in other states for a while. And this year we are hoping to support them on some big game hunts out of Golden Gate Canyon State Park this fall. We've also partnered with Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership a couple of years ago, and we're working on some guidelines on how to reach out to the Hispanic and Latino community in hunter outreach, and they had some really good good information that came out of that, guidelines that were shared across the nation as well. So these are just a sample of some of the partners that we're working with. We would love to grow opportunities with other conservation groups, other groups that have an interest in supporting new hunters. Big Game Outreach Program is not the only thing that Hunter Outreach does. We do a lot of other mentored hunts, so small game and waterfowl, spring turkey. We offer those hunts as well. And then other programs that we offer that doesn't take as much staff or volunteer time. We can reach out to a larger number. However, the engagement just isn't as personal, I guess. Seminars or webinars, we can offer some information to a lot of people in a short amount of time. We offer skills clinics and shooting clinics, so smaller groups, but we're still trying to get them involved in hands-on learning. And some of these individuals that attend these, that may be all they need, is just enough education. They have the confidence, they have some other skills, maybe they have some friends that can take them out, and they'll take what they've learned from our programs and get out there and hunt on their own. On the bottom left column of this, I just pulled some numbers on some reports that we have from the 2022-2023 program. In that year, we recorded 105 mentored hunts. Most of our hunts have multiple people in them. It's not just one person on a hunt. There's often 2 to 5 to 6 hunters that are out there. So in that year, we reported 484 mentored hunts. Now that's big game, small game, waterfowl, and turkey. That's across the state. That's CPW. That's our sponsor partners as well. With those hunts, we had volunteers that dedicated over 6,000 hours to hunter outreach programs. In addition to the mentored hunts, we offer all those other programs. And so in that period, we offered at least 131 outreach programs. I think we're missing several programs that just weren't reported. And we reached over 7,000 individuals just with those non-mentored hunt programs. So we are hitting quite a few numbers out there, but we are always looking for ways to grow those programs. We do have a few limiting factors in growing our programs, and just to let you know, if you probably heard me say this already, staff time. Staff are really busy. The fact that staff is able to find time and to dedicate to this is just amazing to me. We have volunteers that are oftentimes spending their hunting season time helping us take people out, and I'm amazed by the time that they dedicate as well. A big game hunt is probably going to be a 3-day hunt. That's a 3-day commitment, plus there's probably a couple of days before and after that they have to dedicate to getting ready and prepared and contacting their volunteers or contacting their hunters. So that's a limiting factor. Landowners is another limiting factor that we have as well. Some landowners want to support youth outreach licenses and youth outreach hunts, but maybe not the adult hunts. Some landowners are open to that. And we want to support those landowners and help meet their goals as well with the program. I mentioned the preference point cap. If we grow this on some of the public lands, we do have to keep that in mind as well. That has been a limiting factor in some instances. The other thing we keep in mind too is there's a public perception. We're out there using licenses that are over and above the licenses that the public applies for, draws for, hunts on, uses preference points for. There's potential for competition if we're on the same public lands and the same seasons as other hunters. And so we are trying to build a program where we are not in direct competition with those hunters as well. So that's a limiting factor. And sometimes the seasons are only so long. Our outreach licenses do have a lot of flexibility. We are not limited to the actual hunting seasons that the public is limited to. And so we can tailor some of our hunts on lands in between the hunting seasons or maybe after the seasons. So those are some of the limiting factors that are out there. I believe with our staff and current volunteers, we are limited on growing some of those programs, and we are hoping that our relationships with partners will only grow, and we'll be able to use more and more of those licenses in the future. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Actually, my cue is not right yet. Excuse me, is there something I need to do here? There we go, I got it. And Brian, I want to say, this is refreshing. This is the way I remember commission meetings. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Brian. That was a great presentation. And I've had the privilege to work with Kathleen many times, and she does a great job. But most of all, it's fun. I mean, I've been with youth when we've done youth stuff. I've also been with a group of women when she took on a mule deer hunt, and it's just a lot of fun. And she makes it fun. But just getting people out there is great, and I appreciate all that all of you do.
Yeah, I've been on a couple of hunts with her as well, and she's taught me a lot just riding along with her on those hunts. She's amazing.
Yeah, as Director Davis says, she just doesn't ever run out of energy.
Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Brian, for the presentation and all the work that you do and your staff does. This is it's very exciting work for me. I can't speak to enough when we've requested staff to show up for different events, they always show up. And Latino Conservation Week's coming up, Advocacy Day, all those different engagement points. As you mentioned, Latino community representation there isn't where you'd like it to be, but all of those different touch points definitely matter. Seeing you out there in the community absolutely matters. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And also I have some recommendations of groups that could continue to partner with that are doing that type of engagement, particularly with underserved or communities of color. So look forward to following up with you on that.
Great. I look forward to that too. Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. And thanks, Brian, for the presentation. I would just echo what Commissioner Otero said. The older white Caucasian man, is a perception, and so the more we can do with people who are different than the standard, I think it's great. So I encourage that. I did have, I guess, two questions. I expect a lot of people are similar. You start off with like squirrels, and they're a lot easier to field dress than an elk. And I was wondering if there's like a gradual, or, in terms of getting this to stick, if you've explored, like, do the small game hunters graduate to big game hunters, and then that is more lasting than just immediately taking them for elk? So I was just kind of curious about that. And then my other question, again, getting back to those 3 Rs, is because your mission of your program seems similar to the Wildlife Council, and if there's a relationship there.
Yeah. Yeah, great questions. In answer to your first question, our programs don't necessarily have individuals that we're tracking from, say, a small game hunt to a big game hunt. Hunters, in my experience, hunters come into hunting with different goals, different wants. So on a big game side, many of our hunters are looking to fill their freezer. Healthy, sustainable food source. That's kind of their primary goal in this. And while the harvest rates are higher generally on small game, if you can imagine, squirrel hunting or rabbit hunting, the harvest rates may be higher, but you're not gonna fill your freezer quite so quick. So sometimes a lot of those hunts are the reason for doing it might be a little bit different. It might be getting some exercise, some fresh air, spending time with friends and family. And so we're designing our programs to so individuals can pick and choose a little bit on that. We are turning a lot of people away that are applying for hunts because we just don't have enough hunts available right now. But you do have a good point there. I do think small game is a great entry point to hunting. It doesn't generally cost as much money to, when you're investing in it, you don't need as much equipment. Field dressing is a lot easier on a small game animal than a big game animal. Yeah, good points. Your second question, tying in with the Colorado Wildlife Council, we haven't done a lot of direct engagement here and there. Some of my coworkers on the Education Partnership Volunteer team are on the Wildlife Council, and we talk from time to time. And I'll have a lot of conversations with some of the temp staff that are working out of our office as well. Just that, but yeah, you're right. We are doing a lot of the same stuff, kind of the same goals. We're going about in different avenues, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Touch and Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks so much for the update. I know I was one of the people who was curious about how this works, so I appreciate the presentation, and it's great to see all the people reach through the work that you're doing. I was curious, maybe two questions. One is fishing outreach under your purview? Because I guess I've heard a lot of positive feedback about some of the community's reach via fishing outreach. And then the second question is, I guess it sounds like the limitation is largely the volunteers and the mentors, in addition to maybe some of the logistics around the actual hunts themselves and the land access. So I guess, what can we be doing to get and recruit more of the mentors who are already sort of engaged and maybe might have the desire?
Yeah, great questions. So the angler outreach side of things, we do have a statewide angler education coordinator. So yep, Andre's on that. In the Northeast region, Pepper Canterbury, she is her job title is hunting and angling outreach. So she's doing both out of the Northeast region, and most of those education coordinators that were on that slide, they have their own or they support angler education in so many ways. So there is a whole program part of that. Yeah, they're doing some great programs out there as well. I got distracted from your second question. Oh, yeah, what could we do? Yeah, yes. I ask that question of myself and the other coordinators all the time. We're limited on time. When individuals want to hunt, we've got to make programs available when they are available. So that's a lot of weekend work. Some of our skills clinics and seminars are evening works. Our meetings are during the day, during the work week. So we're busy. When we're doing hunts, we're busy. And to recruit more mentors, especially volunteer mentors, we do not want to just send any old person out into the field with a hunter. we want to train them up. And so there is a bit of time. We invest training in these individuals. We have field evaluations before they move up and take bigger roles as well. So the investment is long-term in these volunteers, and it is a limiting factor in growing that program. This year, our coordinators and some other staff, especially some area-focused wildlife officers, we've been growing the volunteer program to support their local hunter outreach programs as well. So we've done additional training up in Gunnison this year. We're going to do in a couple of weeks. We'll be up in that Saguache area, training some individuals to support their local hunter outreach programs. But yeah, it's an area I'd love to grow. I'm still limited in time, and you know, balancing taking the hunters out versus training the volunteers to take hunters out. Fantastic question.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Brian, for all that you do and the team does. It's super exciting to just be able to take down barriers that, you know, folks may have an interest. They may not even know they have an interest until they engage with, you know, CPW or our partners on this front. And what was it, Kathleen, that we went and visited? Yeah, like yes on the energy level. And I got a really awesome opportunity. That was a women's novice adult hunt, and the weather was miserable, and they were seeing critters, but not the right ones, and every one of them had a smile on their face and told their stories about how they, you know, came to this camp, some of which had come back a couple times or had invited friends to participate in the program. So I think it's so critically important to like make sure that anyone that has an interest has that opportunity to learn from people that know how to do it, because it's not easy to just hop into by any means, because it's such a valuable part, not just from the, I heard you speak to like the nutritious food part of it, but even just the experience is a big contributor to human health and well-being. So just keep it up. Anything we can do to help support you even more, don't hesitate to let me know. And maybe in closing, it's getting really cold in here. Can someone please turn the heat up?
Commissioner Haskett.
I wanted to lift up Cast and Blast and Twang too. And I know that's a statewide activity, but we do it in our area. And that was one of the very first things that Director Davis got to do, is come over there. And but it teaches kids so much to get out there, and they have so much fun fishing and learning how to shoot. And they can be like this high and shooting a bow. It's the coolest thing. Thank you.
Okay, looks like that's it. Brian, thanks very much for your report. And Commissioner Haskett has asked if we could go on to the consent agenda. She needs to leave, so with everybody's approval, we'll do that. And I suppose now is a good time to say that everybody notices that Commissioner Phillips has left. This might be his last meeting. He is in the process of moving his whole operation to another state. So I asked him repeatedly. He did not want to be recognized in any way. I think, and I can certainly sympathize with him, he wanted to simply walk quietly out the back door, and that's what he did. So we're very thankful to have him. His contribution to this commission can't be emphasized enough, and we will dearly miss him. So that being said, let's move to our consent agenda. Director Davis, please.
Yeah, sorry, I know we're dragging on here, and I don't want to make it longer, but
then get to the point. That's all you have to.
Sir, yes, sir. I just want to say some words about Duke. Like, he's a pretty introverted person, pretty quiet most of the time, but a phenomenal human being. Outstanding rancher, cares a lot about conservation and ranching, and yeah, he's contributed significantly here. He'll continue to contribute significantly wherever he goes, but phenomenal human, and it's definitely a loss to the commission if he doesn't come back.
Commissioner Reedy.
I was just going to make a move to pass the consent agenda.
Very good. Been moved, seconded by Commissioner Touchton. We approve the consent agenda as presented. So that will be done. The consent agenda is. That's right, we need a voice vote. Okay, I'll leave that to Diana for a voice vote, please.
Do we have a second?
Yes, Commissioner Touchton.
And then I think you can do not roll call, voice vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Do you need me, I don't know what our number is. We have to have, you need me for 16?
16 has a motion and public
Yeah, we do have one more action item, if that's what you're asking. Well, we're done with the consent agenda. Go to the public comment policy, turn over to Councilor Matter for agenda item 16. I'm getting so many directions from both sides, I'm lost anyway. No, don't be sorry.
Thank you,
Don't be
Chair.
sorry.
I can just kind of give a quick overview of the policy, be available for questions. Fundamentally, I view the policy as balancing the Commission's need to conduct orderly and efficient meetings with the need to get public comment and the expression of new and important ideas relevant to your work. And so numerous agencies within the state have somewhat similar policies, and fundamentally the purpose is to communicate those policies to the public concerning public comment, whether written or oral, as well as sort of a special opportunity within the commission rules, which is to provide special presentations, which we see from time to time. Wanted to kind of focus on that last opportunity, which is somewhat unique. The special presentation rule enables members of the public to address things within your mission on a discrete agenda item, even though it's not something that the commission is actively working on or may be perceived as not acting soon enough. So if it's an outlet for the public to request that opportunity, which whether it occurs or not is in the discretion of the chair, and that's codified in our rules, which is in W16-1601. Those presentations need to relate to CPW's mission, and they can rely on facts and figures and charts and that sort of thing, but this policy sort of limits visual presentations, and I think that's in part an effort to enable CPW to protect its brand and manage its brand. All of your videos are permanently on YouTube. And so the rule enables any sort of associated materials to be presented to the commission for reading and study, but it doesn't say anything will be shown on the screen, which is your sort of YouTube brand. So the policy limits visual photos, essentially, that would be facilitated by staff to those which are about 10% of a PowerPoint slide. And so I was thinking, during the last presentation, there were numerous photos up there, all of which I think are less than 10% of a PowerPoint slide. So it's I think it's a fair compromise, I would say. More importantly, you need to say it's a fair compromise. So the policy is kind of heavy on procedure and gives the public notice about how to get on virtual public sign up and how to what emails to use and that sort of thing. And if you want, I can run through the brief rules at the end of the policy if you like, or I'll take direction from you.
What's the consensus of the commission? Do you want to hear all the rules? You want to review them yourselves? Yeah, Commissioner Touchton.
And then I'm happy to have them run through the rules. But on the visual things, I understand the pictures in the 10% of the slide. But what I'm curious about is during our big game season structure discussion, a lot of the folks had put together graphs compiling numbers and stuff. And how do we know that it's right? Like when staff puts together a graph, well, CPW is taking responsibility for that graph, but when a member of the public compiles stuff from a core request or something else, I don't have any indication that it's accurate. So is that just something like an asterisk, or is that part of your policy?
You don't know. And I think the answer to that is more debate, but there may be instances where you disagree with the data. So the policy says CPW will facilitate the use of charts and demonstrative aids during public presentations, such as PowerPoints containing facts, figures, words, and numbers. So I think you have a valid point that data could be misrepresented or misconstrued, and you're not, placing the CPW logo on that PowerPoint slide, and there could potentially be another organization with their logo on it. So I think the fact that it doesn't have the CPW logo on it is a decent amount of protection against that concern.
Commissioner Tutchin, thank you. So do we want Jake to go through all the rules with us now? Okay, Commissioner Tutchin says yes.
Sure.
Jake, all yours.
So the substance of the rules is kind of at the end of the policy, and it says the commission chair is responsible for ensuring the orderly conduct of commission meetings and for ensuring compliance with this policy, including the rules set forth below. The commission recognizes the First Amendment rights of all speakers. No speaker will be cut off unless they violate the rules set forth below. The commission chair will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. Individuals who disrupt a commission meeting may be asked to leave in order to allow the commission to conduct its business in an orderly manner. The commission chair may request the assistance of law enforcement if necessary to address disruptions or safety concerns. Attempting to influence policy through threatening behavior and disrupting lawful assemblies are crimes. Public comments that are unfairly critical of CPW staff are disfavored. Grievances about specific staff members should be submitted in writing to the chair or the director pursuant to CPW's Notice of Non-Discrimination and Grievance Procedure, which is available online. All public comments must be reasonably related to CPW's mission. Speakers will be recognized by the commission chair, and comments should be addressed to the commission chair. Requests for information or concerns that require further research may, by a majority of the commission, be referred to the division for further action or investigation. Public comment is an opportunity for the commission to listen, not to be called on to answer questions or debate speakers. Speakers are expected to follow the rules of common etiquette and decorum, including refraining from using fighting words, vulgar or obscene language, yelling, threatening others using words or by other actions, by making defamatory comments, or otherwise engaging in any activity that disrupts the orderly meeting progress. Examples of disruptive conduct include, but are not limited to, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the commission's programs, mission, or authority.
Thank you, Counselor. Any comments? We do have public comment on this, so I'll turn over to Katie.
Thank you, Chair May. We do have one virtual public comment by phone, so if my colleagues could help pull up Corey Gaines, please. Corey, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. You'll have 3 minutes of time. I think you'll still be able to hear a warning sound at 30 seconds and then a gong when your time is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The reason I'm calling in is I am the impetus for this rule, unmentioned in the speech just now, which I believe was part of the settlement, but I guess I was wrong. I called in not to gloat, but I wanted to call in to read some things into the record which I felt were missing from the statement, and I want them noted. First, I want to note that I spoke to Mr. May personally. He was the one who booted me from the January 10th meeting. I'd spoken to him personally, and I find that his apology was sincere. I also believe him when he said that the reason he took this job to do service to Colorado, I believe that he's there to do service to this state and to production ag. He's a rancher. and I'm sure that he's there to make things go well for ranchers and to speak up for them. My issue is not in per se what Commissioner May did. He lost his temper, and God knows we all have done that. My issue is in how this was handled, specifically not handled after my First Amendment rights were violated and after Colorado Open Meetings Law was violated. I tried to contact CPW and I got no answer. I tried to contact people at DNR, and outside of my state senator pushing on the legislative liaison, who responded with a copy and paste from your website, I got no answer. When I tried to turn next to the Attorney General's office to see if perhaps I could get some action there, what I got was weeks of delay and phone tag, and eventually some office underling sending me an email with a couple of links and wishing me well. The only thing that resulted in action from anyone in this state was the threat of a lawsuit, and thank God Public Trust Institute decided to take my case pro bono, because otherwise I would have had no recourse. Now I ask you, is this how our state ought to be run? From elected officials like our Attorney General to appointed board members, down to the employees running the tech at that meeting, no one spoke up. No one said anything. Only the threat of legal action brought some relief. This is not acceptable. Whether or not you like what I said about the way that you handled the wolf rollout is immaterial. It is a citizen's right to speak up. And I want to leave you with this last bit. There's lots of talk between political elections and political parties about threats to democracy. And outside of, I'm sorry?
No, please finish, Mr. Gaines.
Outside of electioneering, I want you to remember that those people right now listening to me who were here on the 10th and said and did nothing, those elected officials who took forever to act until I threatened to sue, they are also threats. And that shouldn't be the way we run things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess we are waiting for a motion to adopt this policy. So I'll invite a motion. Is there a motion to approve the commission public comment policy as presented by staff? Commissioner Reading. Second. Commissioner Beaulieu, second. Any discussion? This is properly moved and presented. Seeing none, we will vote. I think we can take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Let's see, we're kind of different in our agenda here now, so 17. Yeah, I guess we're ready for Sarah on agenda item 17. I sure am thankful for your guidance. I'm thankful for your guidance on my life page. That's right.
No, you didn't. You never lost your temper. Yeah. You never lost your temper ever. I don't think. Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock. My name is Mike Cortucci. I'm the Assistant Director for the Policy and Planning Branch, and I'm joined by Sarah Hamming, who's going to introduce herself in just a second. So I've been in my new role about 3 months, which is really the tail end of the legislative session. So I'm going to provide some kind of high-level overviews for a couple minutes, and then really all the credit goes to Sarah and so many others in CPW and DNR for such a successful legislative session that we had. So you're going to hear from me for a few minutes, and then I'll turn it over to Sarah for really the majority of the presentation to get into CPW's 3 priority bills.
Good afternoon, Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock. My name is Sarah Hamming, Legislative Analyst with CPW. As many of you know, my role was newly created around this time last year, And actually, yesterday was my 1-year work anniversary here at CPW. So over the course of the past year, I've learned so much about the amazing things that CPW does. And I feel truly grateful to work for such an exceptional agency and to have the opportunity to work with the absolute best group of people. It's because of these people at this agency and the stakeholders, the partners, and the legislators that we work with that we were able to pass 3 monumental bills this year in the 2024 legislative session. So I'd like to extend a huge thank you to all of the CPW staff that helped us get these bills across the finish line, who spent countless hours down at the Capitol to testify on bills, who worked tirelessly to assist me through my first legislative session. There are so many of you that I'd like to thank individually, but that would probably take up our full 30 minutes here. So I just want to extend a thank you to each and every one of you that played a role in the successful session. But there are 2 people in particular that I would like to specifically thank. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank Katie Lanter for helping me navigate this new role. Katie and I had to learn a lot of this together, but if it weren't for Katie's leadership, I would not have been so prepared for the start of this session in January. I'd also like to extend a huge thank you to Daphne Gervais, DNR's Director of Legislative Affairs, for taking me under her wing, for being so good at this work, and for really just teaching me so much. So it's because of this incredible team that I'm already looking forward to next January, which I'm sure sounds a little bit crazy. And I would like to say that over the course of the next several months, Mike and I will be mapping out our internal legislative process because there's always room for improvement. So we hope that we'll be able to come back refreshed and ready for another successful session in 2025.
Thanks. Next slide. So the 74th General Assembly convened on January 10th of this year and adjourned on May 8th. And during this 120-day period, as Deputy Director Mock mentioned yesterday, the Assembly considered nearly 800 bills. It's the 3rd highest number over the past 10 years. For the legislature as a whole, some of the key themes, and again, Deputy Director Mock kind of mentioned this yesterday, but some of the big themes were focused on housing, firearm safety, healthcare. DNR specifically tracked and worked on about 10% of the total number of bills introduced. That's around 70, many of which had a strong focus on water and energy related issues. Slide. So overall, DNR again and CPW had a really successful legislative session, passing all of the department's priority bills. 3 priority bills in particular came out of CPW this year, and again, that's going to be the focus of the rest of our talk today. But additionally, while it wasn't one of our division's bills, we're also going to spend some time discussing the Agriculture and Natural Resources Public Engagement Requirement Bill, that's Senate Bill 26, because it directly impacts all of you on the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission.
So I'm going to quickly go over our 3 CPW priority bills, starting with Senate Bill 161, which amends certain requirements and procedures related to CPW licenses and passes. So although this bill is largely technical in nature, it does provide many benefits to both CPW and the public as well. So specifically, Senate Bill 161 clarifies that Keep Colorado Wild Pass revenue can be used for capital construction at our state parks. It lowers the age threshold for senior annual fishing licenses from 65 down to 64 years of age to be consistent with our other senior licenses and passes. The bill makes the income verification process for low-income passes and products more user-friendly. It lowers the disability level threshold for veterans with disabilities from 60% down to 50% for the purpose of granting more licenses to disabled veterans. It authorizes the Commission to establish by rule a harvest permit surcharge to more easily identify hunters of certain isolated small game species, like the sharp-tailed grouse and the white-tailed ptarmigan, from within the huge number of small game licensed buyers, which we hope will result in higher quality harvest survey data. The bill also establishes procedures for hearings conducted by the Commission for the denial, suspension, and revocation of a river outfitter license to make such disciplinary processes consistent between hunting and fishing and river outfitter license cases. And finally, the bill removes the backcountry search and rescue fee from the statutory price of the youth hunting licenses. This 25-cent fee will now be applied administratively through our IPAWS system after a license is purchased, as we do with all other licenses. Moving on, we have Senate Bill 171, which gives CPW the authority to restore the North American wolverine to the state of Colorado following the Fish and Wildlife Service's threatened listing decision in the fall. I will try to keep this one pretty brief because I know Brian Dreher and Jake Ivan provided a wonderful presentation on the wolverine biology, details on the listing decision, and the policy details of this bill as well at the May Commission meeting. And also for those of you who were unable to listen to that presentation, I did provide the link at the bottom of this slide, and you can also go back and listen via CPW's YouTube channel. This bill is a culmination of a decades-long effort to restore wolverines to the state of Colorado, and because of the input that we received from staff, stakeholders, federal partners, and many others, both 10 years ago and now, we were able to develop a comprehensive piece of legislation that will both bolster the state's efforts towards increasing biodiversity, while also being cognizant of impacts to land use, industry, and more. So to summarize the bill, it requires that CPW completes a wolverine restoration plan prior to reintroduction, along with a communications plan that outlines how CPW plans to engage with stakeholders and boards of county commissioners prior to wolverine releases. The bill also states that restoration cannot happen until a final 10-J rule is in place. Additionally, the bill requires that CPW complies with all applicable federal laws, including the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. And last but not least, the bill does require the Parks and Wildlife Commission to adopt rules prior to restoration surrounding the payment of fair compensation to owners of livestock for any losses that may be caused by wolverines. So we're extremely excited to get the ball rolling on this one, and I'm sure there are plenty of updates to come on this. And last of our 3 CPW legislative priorities is House Bill 1117. As you know, invertebrates and rare plants provide many important ecosystem services like pollination, pest control, nutrient cycling, and sustenance and habitat for birds and other animals higher up on the food chain. However, these species are facing declines because of population growth, climate change, habitat loss and fragmentation, and much more. So this bill provides an exciting opportunity for CPW to manage wildlife populations more comprehensively, from the plants and invertebrates that make up the bottom of the food chain all the way up to some of the larger wildlife that are so iconic to the state of Colorado. Specifically, House Bill 1117 directs CPW to conduct investigations and surveys of rare plants and invertebrates in order to determine appropriate conservation and management measures. The bill authorizes CPW to undertake voluntary programs designed to conserve both rare plants and invertebrates, and this may include things like researching, monitoring, and managing these species at state parks and state wildlife areas, along with additional lands through voluntary collaboration with private landowners, federal agencies, and other landowners as well. So this bill requires that CPW include annual updates at the department's annual SMART Act presentation to the General Assembly, which typically takes place in January each year. And now I will pass it over to Mike to discuss Senate Bill 26.
Yep. As I mentioned at the beginning of this update, we wanted to spend some time going over Senate Bill 26 because of its impact to the commissioners. So overall, the kind of high-level purpose of this bill is to provide opportunities for commissioners to hear from the public about issues related to parks, wildlife, agriculture, and much more. SB 26 requires voting members of the commission to participate in at least 2 public meetings each year that they serve on the commission. The public meetings that commissioners can participate in can either be in person or virtual. And so what's important to note here is that in the initial bill language, as it was introduced, required commissioners to attend in-person meetings, but this requirement was struck through an amendment to allow for virtual participation. And so there's also a little bit of ambiguity and kind of ambiguous language in parts of the bill. For example, it includes some references to geographic representation. Specifically, the bill states that the purpose of the 2 public meetings is to, quote, directly engage people in the geographic area that the member represents. And so while Title 33 indicates that at least 4 voting members shall be appointed to the commission west of the Continental Divide, they're not appointed. The commissioners aren't appointed to represent that specific geographic area. So a little ambiguity there. And then I think what's really important to note with all this being said is that it's up to the discretion of the commissioners to consider the locations and the types of meetings that they participate in each year. The bill also requires that the 2 public at-large representatives participate in at least 1 meeting on each side of the Continental Divide, again, unless one or both of those meetings that you participate in is virtual.
So just a couple of other logistical and administrative considerations included in the bill. Voting members of the commission are entitled to be reimbursed for reasonable costs incurred in participating in public meetings in order to meet the requirements of this bill. And the bill does appropriate some funding to be used for such reimbursements. Additionally, the governor may determine that a commissioner's failure to participate in public meetings could qualify as cause for removal from the commission. With that being said, however, CPW will be keeping track of the status of each commissioner's participation in public meetings annually. So the bill does require that CPW's director track and report the status of each commissioner's participation to the chair of the commission annually at a time requested by the chair. And in addition to that, the bill also requires that CPW provide a status update during DNR's annual SMART Act hearing, which I said, again, happens in January, usually each year. So this bill takes effect January 1st, 2025, and there are several considerations regarding implementation that we will need to discuss internally prior to this effective date. So our plan as of right now is to meet with Chair May in the upcoming months to devise a plan forward, which we can share via maybe a commission memo this upcoming fall prior to this January 1 deadline. So in a memo, we could highlight several considerations to effectively implement the bill. And some example topics that we plan to discuss with Chair May could possibly include the types of meetings that could be utilized to meet the requirements of this bill, including details on locations, venues, and rules surrounding the setup and preparation of such meetings. The memo may also highlight ways for commissioners to communicate with the public about meetings that they're participating in, as well as how the public can get involved in those meetings. The memo could also include important timelines with respect to status updates to the chair and the annual SMART Act hearing updates as well. So with all of that being said, I'd like to end by saying I know you're all very engaged within your communities and across the state as a whole. So I don't have any doubts in my mind that you'll have any issues meeting the requirements of this bill. And while Mike and I are going to start getting the ball rolling with Chair May in terms of implementation, I would like to reiterate that in the meantime, you can always reach out to me with any questions, suggestions, or concerns. So with that, I will stop talking, and you can all feel free to ask me any questions about our 3 CPW initiatives, as well as Senate Bill 26, or any other questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Comments, questions? Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chairman, and thank you, Sarah and Mike. First off, Sarah, I wanted to specifically thank you for those legislative briefings you provide to us. I know that's probably just one more thing on top of all the others, but I find it helpful because people assume we know stuff about the legislative process and that we have anything to do with it. And it helps me sound less ignorant than I normally sound. So anyway, I just wanted to say I appreciate that. And then I had a quick question probably for Mr. Dreer, who's trying to get his work done, before I had one for Mike. But now that we have the Senate Bill 161 authority to have harvest permit surcharges, we had tried to do that, and Councilor Matter told us we were exceeding our authority. Are we going to put those back in front of us so we can now use that?
Good afternoon, Brian Guerrero, Terrestrial Section Manager, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's a great question. Actually, one of the first things I did was reach out. We looked at the legislation to figure out what the effective date of the legislation is, because we would like to put those permits in place as soon as possible. I believe the effective date is January 1st. And so that means that we're going to be looking at the January commission meeting, which is actually in line with our small game chapter being open. That's when you can expect to see that issue paper back in front of you. So it would actually then go into effect then for the 2025 small game season. But yes, it's coming right back as soon as we can get it there, and we're going to get those permits in place as soon as possible.
Well, thank you, Brian. And then Mike, I guess that's a comment / question. On this, the bill that requires us to have the meetings, we all hear from, everyone in the state's supposed to be all of our constituency, but we have our groups that we hear from. And I assume that the purpose of the bill was that we hear from the people that we don't normally hear from. Just for myself, I hear from a lot of environmental groups and animal welfare groups. I almost never hear from a livestock group, and I'm assuming that. So how will we advertise that we're trying to hear from those people that don't just contact us through the regular course of business?
Yeah, it's a good question, and Sarah, feel free to chime in. It doesn't actually specify who you have to engage, but to your point, the intent is to directly engage and with broad audiences. So part of the implementation piece that we need to discuss as internal staff and then with Chair May for sure is about the communication and how we can help kind of maximize that reach and make sure that it is broad enough. And we'll be leaning probably to all of you to give us some input on that in terms of the insights that you have in terms of how we can do that. So yeah, anything else, Sarah? Okay. Does that help, Jay?
Commissioner Reading.
Thanks, Chair May. Was there any guidance at all in terms of meeting lengths or things like that? Just to help us.
You're already looking for a way out.
I'm not looking for a way out. I'm looking about how long I should plan.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There were no details in the bill language regarding the length of the meeting, who had to be there, just that you have to directly engage with the public twice per year.
Which my comment is all of us are already doing. I mean, any number of meetings that any of us do, especially since it's virtual, I think we'll have an abundant list of meetings that commissioners have attended and engaged the public with. Speaking personally, there's not a week goes by I don't have a meeting either in person or Zoom with different groups representing different things. And I'm sure as all of you give it thought, you'll find things that you're already doing that you didn't realize you were doing. But we'll do our best to organize it and make it to facilitate and help commissioners make sure that they're meeting the requirements first of all, but also, I mean, in all seriousness, this has an intended purpose behind it, and that is to make sure that we are engaging with people. So we'll take it seriously. Any other commissioners with comments or thoughts? Deputy Director Mock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mentioned this yesterday. I just want to reiterate it. And Mike and Katie, appreciate you working with us on on Sarah's position. But Sarah, really appreciated the way you jumped in and worked with Daphne. You provided a significant level of bandwidth. And I know that there's a lot of moving parts, and really appreciate all of the attention and engagement from Parks and Wildlife staff across the state when it's go time down there at the legislature. I know there's a lot of hard work, but this was kind of a new position here that we carved out. And again, it's great when it works out as you sort of envision it. And so really appreciate the partnership that we had with Parks and Wildlife in your execution of the position. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any other comments or thoughts on this? I guess that kind of wraps it. So we have that, and I will agree with what Jay has said, being able to work with Sarah through this, and sometimes we don't have a lot of engagement, but the legislative updates weekly are really helpful to me. Okay, I think that's down to one agenda item, am I right? Election of officers, Councilor Matter.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Diana and I have reviewed the confidential ballots, and the existing slate of officers has been retained to serve again in your current roles for the upcoming year. And you don't need a motion to memorialize that. The ballots speak for themselves, and that's it.
Okay, well, we said this last year. It's been a pretty tough year on this commission. We come into a lot of undue criticism from all facets of society, which I think is not justified. But I've always said I'm proud to be on this commission, the diversity we have, the range of experiences we have, and we deal with a lot of difficult issues. And I think we deal with them in a really positive way for the majority of people. You know, I think we meet in the middle on almost everything, so I'm proud to be part of this commission, and I'm happy to continue to serve on it. So I appreciate all of you, and thank you for all the work you do. That being said, is there any business that should properly come before this meeting? Hearing none, I will say that we are adjourned.